Chapter 139. At the beginning of September, Qinze went to two financial institutions for interviews. One didn't hire him and the other was a little small, so he didn't join. Today he was still alone at home. After helping his two sisters wash their clothes, he sat on the sofa and smoked in boredom. Occasionally he would chat with his three roommates in the group. Ever since they found out that Qinze had a beautiful sister, they couldn't stop talking about Qin Baobao. After Lu Ziqiang begged and Li Liang used the house rules to pressure him, Qinze sent a picture of his sister sitting on the sofa and acting cute. The three guys shouted excitedly. Lu Ziqiang said, "My goddess, acting cute is my food." Qinze enjoyed chatting with his roommates. He didn't feel that he was different from before, and his mentality was inflated. His grandfather had a lot of principles and he remembered most of them. For example, his grandfather often said that a person's character was judged by his attitude towards himself when he was poor, and by his attitude towards his friends when he was rich. Although his grandfather never thought that his ugly duckling would be rich one day. His sister went to work today. It was said that the company arranged for her to film a variety show. Qin Baobao became famous overnight and singer. Before the popularity of winning the championship died down, she should show her face more often. A good management company knew how to operate. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Baobao looked at a certain contract. After confirming that the contract was normal, she signed her name. Qinze was always worried that his sister would be tricked outside. He felt that his sister was so beautiful that the salty men in the entertainment industry would want her. The main reason was that Qin Baobao didn't act as a proper sister in front of her younger brother. When she was free, she would act cute, argue with each other and occasionally fight in real life. She didn't act like a sister at all. She made her younger brother think that his sister was a plump koi fish that would starve to death if he didn't feed her. Thus, he ignored the fact that his sister's IQ was higher than his. Qin Baobao was well aware of the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Although she didn't do everything personally, she would personally go through the contracts and make sure there were no loopholes before signing them. Li Yanhong said excitedly, "Baobao, this variety show is one of the branded shows in Zhejiang province. The ratings are pretty good." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them took the company car to Zhejiang province television station. The new building of Zhejiang Satellite TV was built in 2005 and completed in 2008. It was the tallest building in the area. The glass walls reflected the dazzling sunlight. In the meeting room, Qin Baobao met with the program team's director and host. "Director Chan," Qin Bao said with a smile. The director was a skinny middle-aged man with an amiable smile. Behind him stood a male and a female host. They were the hosts of this program. The man's name was Wang Jiyu, and the woman's name was Chu Luhua. The two of them were about the same age, around 30 years old. They were all well-known hosts. Qin Baobao shook hands with them and said with a smile, "I used to watch you guys on TV every day. Now I'm finally meeting you in person." Chu Luhua also smiled. "Baobao, I'm your fan." Li Jiyu teased, "I'm also your younger brother's fan." Qin Baobao smiled and took it as a joke. Many artistes liked to tease her about her younger brother. The netizens also teased her that she was a female artiste who relied on her younger brother to get to the top. She was the only one in the entertainment industry. It was fine if she sang her younger brother's song, but even the champion was helped by her younger brother. The director was a busy man. He left after greeting her. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiyu accompanied her. "Our show will start recording at 7 p.m. There will be a dance performance when you appear. We'll inform you in advance. It's just the effect of the show. There's no need to be too professional. You can rehearse with the backup dancers later." Wang Jiyu said, "Let's take a look at the script first. You can go through the questions we have to ask during the recording and think about how to answer them. Then there's the structure of our show. An assistant will tell you about it." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "I finally have a chance to show off my dancing skills. I thought I practiced for nothing." This show was actually a celebrity symposium. The production team liked to invite some celebrities who had become popular recently. Firstly, the appearance fee was not fixed yet, so it could be negotiated. Secondly, with enough popularity to support it, the ratings would be guaranteed. This time, the production team invited 3 new celebrities. Qin Bao Bao was left for last. It was considered the finale. At 5 p.m. the audience entered through the security check. At 6 p.m. the show started recording. Qin Bao Bao waited until 7 p.m. before it was her turn to go on stage. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer who became famous with her excellent original songs. Chu Luhua deliberately paused. She has a younger brother who's known as a music genius. Before she could say anything, there was a loud cheer from the audience. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. The audience's cheers. This was the effect they wanted. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiu said in unison, "Then let's welcome our Qin Bao Bao." The stage lights changed and rhythmic music sounded. The revolving door opened, and the backup dancers in golden costumes filed out. Qin Bao Bao walked in the middle, surrounded by the backup dancers. When she reached the center of the stage, the backup dancers scattered. Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist and danced to the rhythm. She had the kind of sexy figure that was especially attractive when she twisted. It was suitable for a hot dance that showed off her figure. The audience, especially the men, had their eyes shining. This was Qin Bao Bao's first time dancing. She did not dance on the stage of singer, because dancing while singing was no longer popular. As a qualified singer, dancing was still a necessary skill that could be used at any time. After the dance there was a warm applause. Qin Bao Bao turned to leave, and the staff quickly removed the props. Not long after, Qin Bao Bao returned to the stage. She had changed her outfit and was wearing denim shorts with a black gown. The gown was the kind that reached her thighs and covered her denim shorts. It gave people the feeling that she was not wearing any pants and only had a pair of long straight legs. Qin Bao Bao's figure was a big highlight. To an experienced driver, her figure was far more attractive than her face. "Bao Bao, this is your first time on our show," Chu Luhua said. "That's right." Wang Jiu continued. "She's prettier in real life than on TV. Please accept my love." He made a heart shape in front of his chest. "Bao Bao only debuted this year, so you can be considered a pure newcomer." Chu Luhua opened the topic. "I heard that you didn't graduate from a drama school, and you didn't receive any professional training before joining Star Art. To be able to get to where you are today, it must be very hard." "It's quite hard. To be able to get to where I am today, I'm also very surprised." Qin Bao Bao replied. "Usually celebrities who become popular overnight will need a long time to adapt, or their family members will not be able to adapt." Wang Jiu interrupted. "Of course. In the past I could go out and play openly, but now I don't even dare to go out without wearing sunglasses or a hat." Qin Bao Bao said. The audience laughed. "Then, family members will also have this kind of trouble." "Family members too?" Chu Luhua laughed. "Are they going to be recognized as Qin Bao Bao's parents as soon as they go out?" Wang Jiu immediately said, "Hey, the two elders in front of me, I know you're Qin Bao Bao's parents. Quick, give me your autographs." The audience laughed. "No way." Qin Bao Bao also laughed. "Actually, it's my parents who don't want me to be an artist." "Yes, the older generation is more conservative," Chu Luhua replied. "Actually, when I was in high school, there were talent scouts who tried to poach me. Because of my family's objection, the matter was left unsettled. At that time, my father gave me a good beating." "Really?" Chu Luhua was shocked. How could he do that? Wang Jiu fully played the role of Qin Bao Bao's die-hard fan. How could he bear to lay his hands on such a beautiful daughter? "Uncle is too strict. If I had a daughter like this, I would dote on her so much that she'd melt in my mouth." Chu Luhua glanced at him and studied his face. "Don't worry, you can't give birth to such a beautiful daughter." The audience laughed and applauded. "What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they beat you?" Wang Jiu asked nervously. Qin Bao Bao nodded. "They did." The audience was in an uproar. Qin Bao Bao changed the topic. "My brother took the blame for me." Chapter 140. The audience was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I feel sorry for Qin Zhe for 3 seconds. Haha, that's so funny. The sister gets beaten up? This brother must be a free gift. Chu Wani held back her laughter. "Your brother is so pitiful. Is this how you guys get along since you were young? The sister gets into trouble and the brother takes the blame?" The audience pricked up their ears. The selling point of this show was to talk about the love lives of celebrities and the ups and downs of their careers. Gossip about celebrities was always something that the public liked and paid attention to. Qin Baobao said, "That's not true. I've been obedient since I was young. He was often beaten up by my dad. If my dad snorted, he would reflexively stand at attention." "We all know that smart children are especially naughty," Wang Jiyu said. Qin Baobao thought to herself, **T. He got beaten up because he was too stupid. But she definitely couldn't say anything bad about her brother on the show, so she said, "Yes, my brother is the smartest." Previously, there was a rumor on the internet that said those songs of yours couldn't have been written by one person because they were really too amazing. Now, I'm very curious what kind of talented person could write so many good songs. Chu Wani said, "I'm your brother's fan. Can you briefly explain his writing process?" Qin Baobao bragged, "Most of the inspiration was given to him by me. He's been very talented since he was young. At the same time, I'm very grateful for the songs he wrote for me. My brother is the best." Baobao's career is smooth sailing. "How about your relationship?" Chu Wani asked. The audience was instantly interested, especially the male fans. They couldn't wait for their parents to give them another pair of ears. In celebrity gossip, what could compare to a relationship? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Jiyu said angrily. "My goddess has no love life. My goddess must be a single dog. No, a single aristocrat." Qin Baobao defended herself. "Because I live with my brother, I haven't thought about relationships for the time being." She answered very carefully. She definitely wouldn't say that she had a boyfriend. Indeed, she didn't. But she also wouldn't say that she had never been in a relationship. No one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was pretentious and embarrassing. Wang Jiyu asked, "Is it because you've always liked your younger brother?" Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of blood. "Of course not. It is indeed inconvenient." The audience burst into laughter. "If it were me, with such a talented and good-looking younger brother, it would be hard for me not to fall for him." Qin Baobao panicked. "Actually, my mother has been arranging for me to go on blind dates. It's just that she hasn't found a suitable partner yet." She thought to herself, "What kind of godly development is this? Are we going to discuss some taboo topic? Please end it quickly." Chu Ruwei was surprised by her reaction and changed the topic. "It's none of my business whether you have a boyfriend or not. I'm more concerned about whether my brother has a girlfriend or not." Qin Baobao said, "Where would he find it? He doesn't have it." She almost blurted out, "How can he find a girlfriend? Is it because he's an otaku?" Wang Jiyu said, "I remember you once said on a show that your younger brother is an otaku." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "I did say that. Even if I did, I wouldn't admit it. It's probably because he practices piano and composes songs." Chu Ruwei said, "He has to look for inspiration everywhere. He often locks himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights." Qin Baobao nodded and tried to salvage the situation. "He usually writes songs and plays the piano. That's why he always stays at home. My younger brother is amazing." Of course, he didn't play the piano. Last time she said that her younger brother was an otaku and he was unhappy. She finally managed to smooth things over. "There must be some inconveniences when you two live together, right? Will there be friction between you two?" Chu Ruwei realized that as long as they talked about Qin Baobao's younger brother, the audience below seemed to be very interested. She tried her best to bring the topic in this direction. "Sometimes he is disobedient. When he was young, he listened to everything I said. Will there be times when he will drive people crazy?" "That won't happen. He usually respects me. I'm his older sister. At home, whatever I say goes." Qin Baobao said confidently, "It's good to have such a younger brother." Chu Ruwei expressed her envy. "I also want to have a sister like Baobao." Wang Jiyu said. There wasn't much time left for the program. Chu Ruwei said loudly, "Then let's enter the last interactive segment. The live audience will vote. We can decide to let our guests do one thing." Several options appeared on the big screen. Dance, sing, acrobatics, crosstalk, and so on. There was also a call the person closest to you. Dance, I want to see Qin Baobao dance. Sing Qin Bao Bao sings well. Acrobatics is more interesting. Don't joke, how can a goddess perform acrobatics? Then crosstalk? Choose the last one. Call the person closest to you. This is good, this is interesting. The results of the voting were out. The last interactive game had the highest number of votes. Call the person closest to you. It seems like you also want to know who Bao Bao's closest person is. Qin Bao Bao blinked and said wittily, "Of course it's my mom." Who? Boos came from the audience. They said they wanted to see you talk to your parents. What's there to talk about? A female audience member in the audience shouted, "I want to talk to Qin Zhe on the phone." The audience's eyes lit up and they cheered, "Qin Zhe! Qin Zhe! Qin Zhe!" Wang Zhiyu suggested, "Good idea." Bad idea. Qin Bao Bao wasn't too willing, but she had to cooperate with the program's request. In any case, it's just a chat. Little brother can handle this. You don't need to call, just give me his number. Chu Ruwei suddenly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao didn't mind and gave out Qin Zhe's number. Wang Zhiyu gave the number to the staff. Now let's call the backstage. When Qin Zhe received the call, he was busy in the kitchen. It was 7:30 p.m. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." The call came. "Who is this?" Qin Zhe answered. At the scene, Qin Zhe's voice spread through the loudspeaker. Chu Ruwei made a hush gesture to signal the audience to keep quiet. She cleared her throat and said, "Hello, I'm Chu Ruwei, the host of Date with a New Star. Are you Mr. Qin Zhe? Was I won the second prize by the TV program? The prize is a laptop and 10,000 yuan in cash, but I have to pay a processing fee of 1,000 yuan?" On the other end of the phone, he sneered. Funny, this is a trick from hundreds of years ago. After that, he hung up the phone. Chu Ruwei blinked and stood there blankly. She looked confused and pitiful. The whole place was silent. A female audience couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Then the whole place burst into laughter. The noise of laughter was like a wave. "Ha ha," he hung up. "Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing." Scam call? 666-inch, there's nothing wrong with that. I've received this kind of call before. So funny. Look at the host's expression. I'm looking for psychological trauma. I like this segment the most because there's no script. It's very careful. Chu Ruwei had to signal the audience to be quiet again. Staff, get ready. I'll call again when I count to 3. During this time, I asked the audience to calm down and keep quiet. After communicating through the phone again, Chu Ruwei went straight to the point. "Mr. Qin Zhe, I'm Chu Ruwei, the host of Date with a New Star. Qin Bao Bao is on our show." Qin Zhe was stunned. He knew that Qin Bao Bao was on a variety show, but why did she call him? Speaking of which, her opening sounded too much like a scam call. Qin Zhe said cautiously, "Is Qin Bao Bao beside you? I want to talk to her." "Don't worry, we won't ask you for anything. If you have anything, you can hang up immediately. Then I'll hang up." He was very straightforward. Don't. Our program team called you because there will be a call later. I want to let you know in advance. Chu Ruwei hurriedly stopped and finished speaking in one breath, afraid that he would hang up again. "Go ahead." The director also breathed a sigh of relief and said to the staff beside him, "There's no need to edit this part. Just put it up like this. Calling you is actually an advance rehearsal. Bao Bao will be on the show later. There will be a call like this. Let's talk first. I have a few questions to ask you. You can answer as usual so that everyone knows what's going on." Qin Zhe didn't know when the show started recording and when it ended. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scammed. He said, "Okay, ask away." Chu Ruwei thought for a moment. "Does Bao Bao have a boyfriend?" No. She still didn't have a boyfriend. Many of the audience members were surprised. They felt that a high-quality goddess like Qin Bao Bao couldn't have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao said she didn't, but they didn't believe her completely. Now Qin Zhe also said he didn't have one. Chu Ruwei asked, "Bao Bao said that it's because you live together so it affects her finding a boyfriend. Do you have any objections?" Qin Bao Bao was originally calm, but when she heard the question, she knew that something was wrong. She and her brother had each other's backs for 20 years. "Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time." "Why?" "She has a bad temper. I won't take the blame for this. In the audience. Pfft. Someone couldn't hold it in and laughed. Fortunately, the sound wasn't loud. Under Chu Rui's reminder, the laughter died down. Mr. Qin, I heard that your family's sister is in the entertainment industry, right? But in the end, the person who got beaten up was you. How do you feel? Chapter 141. Qinzhe thought to himself, I don't know if I should say MP. It can't be helped. My dad is rigid and serious. He's a university professor. In high school, Qin Baobao wanted to enter the entertainment industry and was taught a lesson by him. Qin Baobao has been afraid of her dad since she was young. When she saw her dad get angry, she was terrified. What can I do? I can't just watch her get beaten up. This time I have to take the blame even if I don't want to. Chunwan looked at Qin Baobao and tried to hold back her laughter. Countless audience members were looking at Qin Baobao. And why was it different from what was said just now? It shouldn't be that the younger brother's legs went soft when he saw his father get angry. Some people were already laughing out loud. They really couldn't hold it in. What's that sound? Qinzhe asked. Oh, it's nothing. The show here is about to start, so it's a little noisy. Chunwan played Tai Chi and said, I can see that the relationship between the siblings is very deep. Will there be any friction in your lives? Yes, Qin Baobao is always at home. She doesn't have the ability to take care of herself. I'm usually the one taking care of her. Being both the younger brother and the father sometimes makes me feel tired. When I ask her to help with the chores, she'll only act coquettishly. It's inevitable that there will be friction. The audience below the stage whispered. What does a goddess act coquettishly like? Damn, it's such a blessing. With such a beautiful sister acting coquettishly, I'm willing to do anything. I didn't expect him to be such a warm guy. He's liking Qinzhe more and more. He can write songs, play the piano, and take care of the house. I want as many brothers like him as there are. The image of a goddess suddenly became clear. It turns out that she's a lazy person at home. Ah! I feel that their daily lives are quite amusing. When Qin Baobao comes home, the little universe will definitely explode. Qinzhe still doesn't know that he's been tricked. Qin Baobao is the older sister after all. If she wants to beat the younger brother, Qinzhe won't dare to fight back. Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. She couldn't wait to get into the phone and have a real-life PK with Qinzhe. But she had to force a smile on her face. The production team was too good at stirring up trouble. Then how will you coordinate? Chu Liuyu held back her laughter. It's usually a fight. Oh right, that's not a good answer, right? I should change my answer on the show later. I'll say that it's a reasonable allocation of chores. Hua! Everyone was shocked. They were really fighting? How old were they? Qin Baobao felt wronged and said, Usually, it's him who presses me down on the sofa and beats me up. The audience below the stage burst into laughter. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. Ha ha, this is hilarious. How funny. Qinzhe really hit his sister. If I had such a beautiful sister, I definitely wouldn't bear to hit her. That's out of love. Didn't you see Qin Baobao's expression? This is so interesting. I like Qinzhe and Qin Baobao very much. With such a big commotion, Qinzhe would be really stupid if he still couldn't hear it. What's going on? Why do I hear laughter? Are you recording a show? Qin Baobao, are you there? Chu Liuyu motioned for Qin Baobao to speak. Qin Baobao smiled with a knife hidden in her eyes. Ace, I must have a good chat with you when I get home today. Qinzhe pretended not to hear it and stiffly changed the topic. Hello, host. Hello, audience. Chu Liuyu replied. I'm sorry, Mr. Qinzhe. Actually, we were recording a show just now. It's all a trick. Qinzhe sighed. Let's cut the part just now. Let's pretend that nothing happened and call again. Okay? The audience burst into laughter again. Okay. Thank you very much for joining our show, Mr. Qin. The call ends here. Chu Liuyu ended the topic with a laugh. Audience, say goodbye to Mr. Qin. Words of goodbye sounded. Qinzhe said helplessly, Goodbye. At home, Wang Zijin stood at the side and listened. She couldn't help but laugh. From Zhejiang Province TV? How funny. Unscrupulous. Qinzhe put away his phone. Qin Baobao can't make it back in time. Let's eat. Wang Zijin complained. You haven't cooked the food yet. How can you eat it? Don't worry. Show me what you can do. At night, Qin Baobao rushed home. She kicked off her high heels and swung her bag. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pounced on Qin Zhe and shouted, Zijin, I'm going to clean up the house. Unrelated people, please leave. Wang Zijin replied with an "oh" and went back to her room with the computer. After a while, Qin Baobao shouted for help in the living room. Zijin, the enemy is ferocious. Help us quickly. Zijin, help. Ah, don't poke my waist. Qin Zhe, if you continue like this, I'm really going to be angry. Ah, don't poke, good brother. I'm begging you. I forgive you. No, it's my fault. Good brother, good ace. Boo, you only know how to bully me. Wang Zijin put on her headphones and turned a deaf ear. She had already given up on treating the siblings. In the living room, the pillows fell to the ground. The coffee table was askew. Qin Zhe sat on his sister's lap. Qin Baobao was like a salted fish, panting. Her swollen chest rose and fell violently. Her hair was messy, covering her flawless face. The hem of her t-shirt was lifted in her struggle, exposing her small waist. The siblings had fought for the umpteenth time, but Qin Baobao was still defeated. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa with her arms and legs spread out, looking like there was nothing left to live for. Get up. Qin Zhe poked her waist gently. Qin Baobao ignored him in a fit of pique. His sister's disheveled appearance was too unsightly. Qin Zhe helped her pull up the hem of her t-shirt. Let's call a truce, Qin Baobao said. She stretched out a tender arm and said coquettishly, pull me up. Qin Zhe heard this and reached out to pull her up. However, she used all her strength to pull him up, causing him to stumble. Then she lowered her shoulders and put her long legs on his shoulders. She twisted and pulled. Qin Zhe's head bumped into his sister's lower abdomen, and the siblings both cried out in pain. Baby Qin, who had succeeded in her sneak attack, did not care about the pain. She hugged one of Qin Zhe's arms and wrapped her legs around Qin Zhe's neck. She exerted strength from her small waist and kicked up and down. Damn Qin Baobao, you shameless bitch. Qin Zhe struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. She was really strong. Her months of dancing were not in vain. You actually used a sneak attack. Qin Baobao used all her strength to resist her brother's resistance. Her face was red and she panted. All is fair in war. Sister said to clean house, so I will clean house. Don't say I didn't warn you. On the way back to Shanghai, she specially searched for ways to defeat the strong with the weak. In order to learn how to use strength, she watched several teaching videos. You disrespectful little bastard. Sister will teach you a lesson today. Qin Baobao used all her strength to wrap her legs around her brother's neck. This move was called the deadly scissor kick. How to teach him a lesson? Suffocate me between your legs? Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break. He could force himself to stand up, but he might pull his neck. Let's call a truce. Hurry up and say you were wrong. I was wrong. Do you dare to be rude to sister in the future? I won't dare. At least you know what's good for you. Hurry up and shout 3 times. Little fairy sister, spare me. That's too shameful. Can't you change the way you address me? No, hurry up and say it. I can't hold on any longer. Bah, I still haven't used my strength. Qin Baobao panted as she spoke. She was also exhausted after using so much strength. Qin Zhe admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Qin Baobao was satisfied. She quickly loosened her legs and jumped up from the sofa. After hiding to a safe distance, she looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. She sang a Beijing opera. I'm an idler on Wulong Ridge. I'll go up the mountain to kill a tiger. I'll go down the sea to catch a dragon. I'll pull up a mountain with unrivaled strength. I'll take the enemy's head in the midst of an army of 10,000. Her shoulders shook. She clenched her fists and continued to sing. I'll use a sledgehammer to punish a little thief. There's no one like me in this world. Then she walked back to her room with her head held high. I'm leaving. The door closed with a bang and locked from the inside. Inside the room, the sound of her sister and her best friend boasting about their heaven-defying comeback echoed. Qin Zhe touched his nose. There seemed to be a delicate fragrance lingering around. Chapter 142. The second week. Date with a New Star was broadcast. Although it could not be compared to Singer, it was still a popular variety show. As a new female singer in the entertainment industry, Qin Baobao's popularity of winning the competition had not faded. It was still very eye-catching. This kind of variety show was usually recorded a week or even 2 weeks in advance. In the new episode, there would be an Easter egg. On the internet, many viewers were looking forward to it. Some were fans of the show itself and some were watching because of Qin Baobao. This episode has Zhang Yunchu as a guest. He loves Appa the most. Chu Xiangxiang will be on the show too. It should be to promote her new movie. Her acting is good. Yes, among the new actresses, her acting is considered good. I'm here to watch Qin Baobao. Watch Qin Baobao +1. +2. +10086. I wonder if Qin Baobao will release a new song or album. Yes, I'm looking forward to her new song. Qin Baobao pulled her best friend and brother to watch the show together in front of the TV. She wanted to see how her first appearance on the show would turn out. This was a completely different variety show from Singer. Qin Zhe had seen this variety show before. It was quite interesting. The theme was actually some gossip about the new star's life and career. It fully satisfied the audience's curiosity. Every celebrity's appearance would be arranged for a talent show, either singing or dancing. 2 stars went over quickly. In the end, it was Qin Baobao, the most popular of the 3, who went on stage as the finale. Qin Zhe realized that only his sister's interactive segment was a phone call. As for the other 2, one was performing acrobatics and the other was dancing. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer, and she's made a name for herself with her masterpieces. She has a younger brother who's known as a musical prodigy. Before Chunwan could finish her sentence, the audience started shouting Baby Qin's name. Qin Baobao went on stage and gave a hot dance. The accompaniment was European and American hip-hop style music. It was well received. It was Qin Zhe's first time seeing his sister dance. He was quite amazed. Her swaying waist and swaying hips were simply tempting him to commit a crime. She also had 2 long legs that walked like a cat. TSK. Sister, in the future, dance more at home. Don't neglect this skill. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's shining eyes and spat. Get lost. After a pause, she couldn't help but ask, is it beautiful? Was it really beautiful? I don't really know how to dance. This time, even Wang Zijin couldn't stand her best friend's antics. She rolled her eyes and said, not nice, not nice. Qin Baobao hit her angrily. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Your sister bullied me. Qin Baobao sneered. What a joke. This is my younger brother. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe, imperceptibly giving him pressure. Qin Baobao hurriedly took her brother's arm and raised her seductive face to show Wang Zijin. Let's watch the show. Qin Zhe tried to smooth things over. But the 2 sisters were not satisfied. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and Qin Baobao pinched Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe finally understood the pain of a married man between the cracks. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they hit you? Wang Jiu asked in the show. Yes. My brother took the blame for me. The audience burst into laughter. Then Qin Baobao and the host talked about some trivial things in life, as well as topics related to Qin Zhe. Soon it was the last segment. Talking to the person closest to you on the phone. It seems that you also want to know who Baobao's closest person is. Of course it's my mother. The audience was not satisfied and asked to call Qin Zhe. After the host dialed Qin Zhe's number, it was rejected as a scam. The audience laughed and the audience in front of the TV were also overjoyed. It was too interesting. The image of a celebrity instantly came to life. Does Baobao have a boyfriend? No. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. Why? She has a bad temper. I'm not going to take the blame. The call ended in laughter, and the show came to an end. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at his sister's beautiful face. How much money did you make on this show? Qin Baobao's face was full of vigilance. Why? It's none of your business. Since you can make money on your own, shouldn't you return my song agency fee to me? Qin Baobao was like a cat protecting its food. I already said that I'll save it for you. Don't be so annoying. I'll take care of your wife for you. Qin Zhe sneered. Then you can spend it all with a clear conscience. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Baobao was stunned. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Qin Zhe was shocked. What I mean is that you're embezzling my wife's money. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, Dad's coffin lid is finally pressed down. Qin Zhe stated his purpose. Give me some money to spend. What for? I'm not going to drink with girls. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. That's good. Qin Baobao fell down and grabbed her bag from the other end of the sofa. She took out a pink wallet and a stack of money. In the future, you have to report when you spend money. You're not allowed to indulge in debauchery. You're not allowed to spend money either. Do you know what a big sword means? Qin Zhe was disdainful. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Qin Baobao waved her hand and slapped him twice. If you dare to go to a big sword, I'll break your legs. Her sister was still very generous to Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised him for 2 years. It was just that she loved to care about money too much. She wanted to control all her brother's money in her hands. He didn't know where she learned this bad habit. Hey Qin Baobao, you've been quite arrogant recently. Qin Zhe put on a fake smile and cracked his knuckles. With the experience of turning defeat into victory last week, his sister straightened her chest and didn't panic at all. Come on, I want to fight 10 of you. Seeing that the siblings were about to fight, Wang Zijin hurriedly stopped them. Okay, stop it. It's getting late. Didn't you say that you have to go home tomorrow? Tomorrow was the death anniversary of Qin Zhe's grandfather. According to customs, the descendants had to go to the grave to pay respects. Qin Ma was afraid that her children would forget this, so she specially called to remind them during the day. How could she not know her own children's morals? Qin Zhe and his sister had indeed forgotten. They couldn't even remember their parents' birthdays. Old Master and Qin Ma didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. It didn't matter whether they celebrated their birthdays every year. Except for big birthdays like their 40th birthday, they would cook a few dishes at home and invite their relatives and friends for a meal. Young people nowadays would treat their birthdays to a meal, wine, and karaoke as if it was their 60th birthday. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were influenced by their parents and didn't celebrate their birthdays. Every year, his sister would be satisfied as long as she took away her younger brother's pocket money for her birthday. For her younger brother's birthday, she spent hundreds or thousands of yuan on a pair of sneakers and backpacks. The Louis Vuitton shoulder bag that Qin Zhe used was bought by his sister for his birthday 2 years ago. During those few days, his sister nagged in front of him every day, saying that the bag was too expensive and that it cost her 2 months' salary. You have to earn a lot of money in the future to repay your sister. Qin Zhe was annoyed by her nagging and said, Okay, I'll let you keep all the money I earn in the future. Now it seemed that his sister took it seriously and took action. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. The next day, in the entertainment news section, the netizens commented on the news of a date with the new star : This episode is really good. It's full of negative points and also full of negative points. Qin Zhe's phone call was hilarious from the beginning to the end. The production team was too considerate. They were really considerate. Qin Baobao was bragging on the show. She probably didn't expect that the last segment would be a phone call to her younger brother. She was accidentally exposed by her younger brother. Ha ha. Am I the only one who has a different focus? Qin Baobao said my younger brother is the best 3 times and my younger brother is the best 6 times in one show. Goddess, you're awesome. We know that your younger brother is the best, okay? Ha ha ha. After the brother boasting maniac, the netizens who loved to see and hear gave baby Qin a nickname, Brother Boasting Maniac. They also took screenshots and made them into an emoticon with the caption, My younger brother is the best. When they despised everything in others, they would post such a picture. Chapter 143. Early in the morning, Qin Zhe led Wang Zijin for her morning exercise. The two of them circled the park again and again. At 6:30, the sun had already risen, and the sunlight was slightly scorching. Wang Zijin was so tired that she was sweating profusely. Her oval face was flushed. Usually at this time she would stop and walk slowly. She would wait for Qin Zhe to return from his second lap before running together with him. Today she clenched her teeth and persevered with Qin Zhe. Take a break. Qin Zhe was considerate. Wang Zijin shook her head. Exercise can't be done overnight, Qin Zhe said. But it's urgent to lose weight, Wang Zijin said. Her face was indeed rounder than when she first arrived. In order to prevent her from becoming as fat as a pig, she had to increase her exercise. Qin Zhe glanced at Sister Wang's well-proportioned and exquisite figure. It's okay. Sister Tishu's figure is still so good. When Wang Zijin heard that, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, Qin Zhe looked at her face and changed the topic. Your face is really round. Wang Zijin's face instantly turned stiff. She glared at him and said angrily, I'll hit you. Wang Zijin was envious. Qin Baobao eats so much every day. Why isn't she fat? It's probably the legendary talent. Wang Zijin snorted. Curse her to become as fat as a pig. Qin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. He imagined such a scene. If Qin Baobao was here, she would definitely cross her arms in front of her chest and assume a defensive posture. She would loudly say, reflect the curse. At 7:30 there were more and more commuters riding shared bicycles, mixed with electric scooters. These guys were scarier road killers than female drivers. In their eyes there were no traffic rules and they were rampaging. Among them, the electric scooters were the fiercest. Qin Zhe suggested running in the park to avoid the bicycles and electric scooters. However, Wang Zijin couldn't take it anymore. She was panting and said that she wanted to go home and rest. They returned home at 8 o'clock. Wang Zijin took a shower, ate breakfast and went out with the siblings. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao drove the little red horse to the Yongla Public Cemetery in the suburbs. When they arrived at their destination, the old man and Qin Ma were already waiting for them under the 6-meter-high stone memorial arch. The memorial arch was engraved with the words, Yongla Cemetery. The old man was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. It was rare to see him dressed so formally. After all, it was an important day for him to meet his father. His face was stiff and solemn as he frowned at his son and daughter who were walking over. The elder sister held her younger brother's arm. What kind of day is this? Why are you wearing casual clothes? Didn't your mother tell you to wear a suit? The old man reprimanded his son. It was said that a man must have a pure black suit in his wardrobe. It would be used in 2 occasions, funerals and weddings. But Qin Zhe did not have a suit. In the past he was a child in the eyes of his parents so he could be more casual. Now that he had graduated from university and stepped into society, he was a real adult. He was not an 18-year-old adult. I don't have a suit. Qin Zhe defended himself. The old man was stunned. Your company doesn't require you to wear formal wear? All high-class companies had uniform requirements, especially in the real estate and finance industries. Formal wear was a rigid rule. Our company is just a small one. We don't have such requirements. Qin Zhe was shocked and hurriedly lied. He lied to the old man that he had found a job. Investing in stocks at home was as unreliable as his daughter entering the entertainment industry. His daughter was already so annoying. If the old man knew that his son did not want to improve himself, he would be furious. What a lousy company, the old man grumbled. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly he heard his sister say, Dad A's is lazy and doesn't work at home. You have to educate him. F***ck. Qin Bao, are you trying to cause trouble? Sure enough, the old man immediately frowned. Qin Ma saw that the situation was not right. She used her 20 years of experience to smooth things over. Okay, let's talk when we get home. Don't beat my grandson in front of me. The family went to the cemetery to buy incense, candles, paper money and other things. The siblings were left behind. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's butt hard. Ouch! Qin Baobao wailed. What's wrong? The old man turned around. Dad A's hit me. Qin Baobao complained. Dad, I didn't. Qin Baobao is slandering me. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. When it came to character, the old man favored a son who he had brought up hands on rather than a daughter who he doted on. The old couple knew that the older sister had bullied the younger brother since she was young. However, they did not know that the tables had turned. You're always fooling around. Be more serious later. The old man scolded. When he turned around, he heard his daughter screaming again. The old man said angrily, "What's wrong now? Are you done?" Qin Baobao said with tears in her eyes, "I sprained my ankle." However, her hand was rubbing her butt. Qin Zhe said fiercely, "Who told you to hit me when I'm down?" Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. "I'm doing this for your own good. What's the point of being a salted fish at home all day?" Qin Baobao felt that her younger brother's mentality and state of mind were not right. Many young people were useless because they were idle at home. Another thing was that his mentality of speculating was not right. He was always thinking about making a profit in the stock market. He was a typical lazy gambler. Nonsense. I just haven't found a suitable job. Besides, I've made a lot of money in the stock market. How much? Qin Baobao quickly asked. She was very concerned about her younger brother's family background. She was like a housekeeper who smelled her husband's secret stash of money. Qin Zhe flipped his palm and said proudly, "It's doubled." Qin Baobao was stunned. She smiled and patted her younger brother's head. "Where did you learn to brag? You're talking nonsense with a straight face." "I'm telling you. After all, I was raised by you." Qin Zhe mocked her. "You've raised such a good-for-nothing." Qin Baobao was heartbroken. She waved her small hand and said, "Send him back to the furnace to be remade." Qin Zhe glanced at her lower abdomen. Qin Baobao was furious. She chopped her younger brother's neck with her hand. There was a building in the cemetery that resembled a church. There was a large cross on the roof. The lobby was also empty like the church. However, there was no statue of Jesus. Instead, there was a Taoist Three Pure Ones. It was a little out of place. There were shops selling incense and candles beside the church. People who came here to pay respects to their ancestors would buy them directly from the cemetery. These things were handled by Qin Ma. Qin Baobao assisted her. Qin Zhe and the old man stood aside and smoked. Qin Zhe learned to smoke after he went to university. His dorm mates Li Liang and Zhao Baliang instigated him. Before that, the old man did not allow him to smoke. If he was caught, he would be beaten up. Of course, he would not smoke now. Qin Zhe was about to turn 23. He could not take care of him for the rest of his life. Moreover, the old man also smoked and drank. It was not a bad habit, as long as it was in moderation. After Qin Ma bought the incense, candles, and other items, she received a call from Qin Zhe's aunts. They said that they had already bought the items to pay respects to their ancestors in the cemetery. After hanging up the phone, the family of four waited for their relatives. The items to pay respects to their ancestors could not be bought by others. This was because it was filial piety to the deceased elders. Could not be bought by others. The old man was the eldest in the previous generation. He had two younger sisters. The eldest aunt was 3 years younger than the old man. The youngest aunt was 6 years younger. The eldest aunt was called Qin Ruyue. The youngest aunt was called Qin Ruyan. In less than 5 minutes, the two aunts and their uncles came together. Accompanying them were Qin Zhe's cousins. The eldest aunt's daughter was 18 years old. The youngest aunt's son was Qin Zhe's 16-year-old Chinibu cousin. The two aunts only had one child. The city was different from the countryside. In the countryside, if the first child was a daughter, they could still have another child. After all, in the countryside, the son was the main force. Qin Zhe heard from his parents that Qin Ma hid in their hometown in Jia province to give birth to him. When he was naturalized, he was fined a lot of money. When Qin Baobao was a child, she always laughed at her brother for being superfluous. Qin Zhe cried and looked for his mother. At that time, the gentle and virtuous Qin Ma would gnash her teeth and beat Qin Bao. After a few times, Qin Bao did not dare to laugh at her brother like that. "Brother!" The Chinibu cousin ran to Qin Zhe's side excitedly. This kid was called Zhang Cheng. His eyes were like his mother's, and his nose was like his father's. He had inherited the best genes of his parents. According to his own bragging, he was the most handsome person in junior high school. In this generation, he and Qin Baobao were the most outstanding. The Qin family's genes were strange. It seemed that good genes were passed down to the females but not the males. When the two aunts were young, they were both beautiful. The old man's appearance was not good enough. In this generation, Qin Zhe was ordinary, but Qin Baobao was a seductive vixen. "Brother, why do I feel that you have become more handsome?" Zhang Yunqi said with a smile. She had neat bangs which made her look a bit cute. I have developed. Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Go away. Qin Zhe stared at her. The family went deep into the cemetery. They lit candles in front of the old man's grave, burned paper money, and wiped the dust off the tombstone. When they were paying their respects, the old man held a stick of incense and closed his eyes. The second was Qin Zhe. He was the eldest grandson of the eldest son, the only son of the Qin family. Qin Zhe followed suit. Qin Baobao stood on the side and did a funny dub. Grandpa, please bless me to marry a beautiful wife like my sister. Then I will make a lot of money and buy 10 villas. Ha ha ha. Chapter 144. Qin Ma knocked her daughter's head with a chestnut and scolded her softly. Be serious. Grandpa will be angry. Qin Bao covered her head and stuck her tongue out at Qin Ma. She kicked her brother angrily. Qin Zhe immediately turned around. Dad, she's so annoying. Grandpa Qin pretended to hit his daughter, and she ran away in fear. They all burst into laughter. After the big brother's family finished paying their respects, it was the big aunt and little aunt's turn. She was probably asking her grandfather, to bless her family and make sure her career was smooth sailing. Little aunt added one more request. She asked their father to bless their son to be obedient and not make his father angry. Little uncle and cousin had been in a cold war recently and ignored each other. Jiang Cheng stayed at his uncle's house for a week before going home. He really couldn't stand the old man's chicken soup and could only listen. He had been in awe of his uncle since he was young, and it hadn't changed. He dared to talk back to his father, but he didn't dare to talk back to his uncle. Perhaps it was because of the shadow in his heart when he was young. One year when he played at his uncle's house, he saw how his uncle beat his cousin. Could also be because of the aura. Little uncle was a businessman, while the old man was a university professor. One was smooth and sly, while the other was rigid and serious. At this point the worship was more or less over. A few years ago they could still set off a string of firecrackers, but now they couldn't. Grandpa passed away when Qin Zhe was in elementary school. He seemed to have died of liver cancer, the kind that was contagious. Qin Zhe only went to the hospital a few times, but his family didn't let him go. The old man's appearance in his memory was already blurred. Then, everyone left the cemetery and drove to Qin Zhe's house. They were going to have a meal at the Qin family. Only then did the worship come to a successful end. Although it was the anniversary of the old man's death, the atmosphere at the table was very warm. After all, the old man's father had died for so many years, and the sadness had faded long ago. It was rare for relatives to gather together. Bao Bao, I told you that you'd be beautiful when you grow up. Look, you're already a big star. Little uncle was a businessman and was very good at drinking. Bao Bao, our family has a big star like you. We bring glory to our ancestors. Let me give you a toast as well. His uncle worked in a state-owned enterprise, and drinking was a compulsory skill. Both of his uncles were alcoholics. They drank beer like it was water. They often said that beer was only used to moisten the throat. White wine was the drink for men. Old master was too strict, and they didn't like to drink with big brother. Moreover, the old man's expression was a little unnatural. Qin Zhe said in his heart, Eldest uncle, can't you see that my father's face has turned black? You still want to bring honor to our ancestors? Qin Baobao also likes to drink. This is the reason why Qin Zhe does not trust her to play nightclubs. Bao Bao's singing is really good. I've been watching it since the first episode. Little uncle said. I boasted to my business partners that this is my niece. Hey, no one believed me. The old man's expression changed slightly. You already knew that Bao Bao would be on the show? Little uncle was stunned. He let it slip. The old man looked at his daughter with a murderous look and sneered without saying a word. Little uncle hurriedly said, Ace asked me to keep it a secret. He said that big brother doesn't want Bao Bao to be a star. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's so glorious to be a star. The old man looked at his son with a murderous look. Little uncle's heart hurt. Qin Zhe was angry. Little uncle, don't betray me, okay? My father will punish me later. Eldest aunt also interrupted. You're used to it since you were young. He really wanted to flip the table. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Qin Baobao called her cousins to let them know. How could she hide it from her parents? Qin Zhe still had to clean up her mess. However, he didn't expect to hide it for so long. It was an unexpected gain that it was revealed on the eve of the finals of Star Singer. The sister looked at her brother, touched. Eldest uncle tried to smooth things over. Let's drink, let's drink. At first, Qin Baobao drank all the wine in her glass. Then she couldn't take it anymore and pulled Qin Zhe over to drink. Because it was at home and it was rare for relatives to gather together, the old man in Qin Ma didn't stop her. Cousin Jiang Cheng was eager to drink and wanted to drink for his sister. However, he was too young and didn't have the right to drink with the elders. Qin Zhe didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol in the past. But ever since he exercised and tempered his body every day, his liver's ability to detoxify alcohol was abnormally strong. He was actually on par with his two uncles. Now he couldn't stop. His two uncles kept urging him to drink. Qin Baobao sat beside her brother and helped him pour wine. She was as obedient as a little wife. Qin Ma chatted with her two aunts. Other than daily necessities, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and some gossip, the other topic was Qin Baobao's marriage. She mentioned that her youngest aunt was very keen on being a matchmaker these years, and had brought several couples together. She was the one who introduced the blind date last time. Baobao is getting old. I don't expect her to get married immediately, but she has to find a partner. Qin Ma sighed. There are still good men. It's just that with Baobao's current identity and profession, it's not easy for her to find a partner casually. After all, she's a celebrity. Her youngest aunt analyzed. Or someone in the entertainment industry is more suitable. Her eldest aunt shook her head. No, the entertainment industry is too open. Look at the news. It's not this one cheating, it's that one cheating. If Baobao marries someone in the entertainment industry, it might be a marriage tragedy. Qin Ma was unhappy. My daughter hasn't married yet. And you're already predicting a marriage tragedy. Her youngest aunt said. Then marry a rich businessman. All female celebrities like to marry rich businessmen. Once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the sea. Rich people are also fickle people. Jiang Cheng interrupted. Scram. Her youngest aunt slapped him. Qin Ma was even more worried when she heard this. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and continued to pour wine for her younger brother. It's not that she doesn't have a good partner. It's just that she's too stubborn and doesn't want to date. Otherwise, with our qualifications, how could she not find a Baobao? Qin Ma said. Celebrities aren't allowed to date. Jiang Cheng interrupted again. Scram. This time, her eldest aunt slapped him. Maybe she hasn't met someone she likes. Baobao is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have higher standards. Her eldest aunt said. Baobao, what type of man do you like? Her youngest aunt asked curiously. She knew her niece's taste, so she could find a good man. Qin Baobao was absent-minded. So. Like A's. Her eldest aunt laughed. Hi, that's easy. You can find a bunch of them. Qin Zhe felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. Her youngest aunt was suspicious. Don't try to fool me. If you really have such standards, you would have gotten married and had children long ago. Another arrow was shot. Qin Ma opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Qin Zhe's face was flushed red. He took a sip of wine and said, Mom, talk about something else. The three women changed the topic and talked about their youth. Then they talked about Qin Zhe's grandpa and grandma when they were young. They talked about how tough it was back then. The place they lived in was barren. Now there were many skyscrapers. Things were different. Her eldest aunt said, Sai, I remember when our mom was young, she gave birth to twins for the first time. Unfortunately, they died after a few months. Isn't that right, brother? The old man took a sip of wine and recalled. There was such a thing. I heard about it from Dad when I was young. Mom almost got depression back then. Her youngest aunt smiled. Fortunately, she got pregnant with you the next year. Her eldest aunt continued. I heard that twins can be inherited. Maybe Baobao or Aza's children will be twins. Qin Ma's eyes flickered. She casually changed the topic. Which high school is Cheng studying in now? Jiang Cheng was eating happily. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere in the living room turn solemn. There was a murderous aura. What high school? Go to a technical school. Her youngest uncle snorted. Her youngest aunt glared at her husband and said helplessly, I wanted to be like Bao Bao and study in Fudan University High School. This child's grades are usually good, but he screwed up his middle school exams. He's studying in Annan High School now. Annan High School was only average. The old master tapped his nephew with his chopsticks. The senior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination are important events that will decide your life. You're still young, so you don't have the feeling, but you'll understand in the future. A good high school will decide which university you'll go to in the future. A good university will decide your future. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced. Nowadays, it's all about the father. I lost when I was just born. Her youngest uncle was furious. What did you say? I'll beat you to death. The old man waved his hand to stop his brother-in-law. He said earnestly, since you know that you lost when you were born, why don't you work harder? Jiang Cheng was still unconvinced. Cousin is studying in an average university. I have a role model. I'm not afraid. Qinzhe gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng immediately changed his words. Cousin is studying in Fudan University. She'll be a celebrity after graduation. She's not even as good as those art school students. Qin Bao gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng said again, so I'll study in an art school and be a celebrity in the future. Seeing that her youngest uncle was about to slap him, he quickly lowered his head and ate without saying a word. Chapter 145. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two uncles were defeated by the younger generation. Elder uncle sang Beijing opera when he was drunk. Younger uncle's tolerance was better. When he was drunk, he would lie down on the ground like a dead dog. Your Highness, please take a look. What is this? This is a horsetail whisk made from a civet cat. What do you mean? This thing is hidden in the palace. It often reminds us to be vigilant in times of peace. Elder uncle spoke with a Beijing accent. He had stayed in the capital for many years when he was young. Elder aunt helped her husband stagger out the door and coaxed, Your Highness, don't look. Let's go home quickly. Qin Ma helped to support her husband. On the other side, the old master carried younger uncle out. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yunxi waved. Cousin, goodbye. Qinzhe narrowed his eyes. Goodbye. Qin Bao pushed her brother. Are you okay? Qinzhe burped loudly. Qin Bao covered her nose because of the smell of alcohol. Qinzhe laughed. Waiter, 10 more jars. Then he plunged into his sister's swollen breasts. Qin Bao hurried to support her brother. She said in her heart, Fortunately, my sister has big breasts. Otherwise, I can't hold a drunkard like you. Qinzhe pushed his sister away again and sang loudly with a red face. If you don't believe me, you can drink as much as you want. I'll keep you company. Qin Bao coaxed her brother. Okay. I'll keep you company. Let's go somewhere else and continue drinking. Come with me. What song was this? It sounded quite interesting. Let's fight to the end today. Don't be afraid of being tired. You won't come back even if you vomit blood at dawn. Qinzhe began to howl again. Brother, you've worked hard. Brother and the two uncles are both injured. I'll give you a kiss later as a reward. Qin Bao continued to coax him. Qin Bao helped her drunk brother to the room. When they passed by the washroom, Qinzhe pushed his sister away and threw himself beside the toilet bowl to vomit. Qin Bao hurriedly followed him and gently patted his back. Drink less if you don't know how to drink. Qin Bao complained. This was the first time she saw her younger brother so drunk. The old man forbade his children from drinking, but Qinzhe's stomach was not good since he was a child, so he rarely drank. Sister will help you back to your room to rest. Qin Bao pressed the flush button and flushed the vomit away. Qinzhe suddenly flung her hand away. He raised his bloodshot eyes and shouted, Sister? I don't have a sister. Then who am I? Your mother? Qin Bao said angrily. Qinzhe stared at her for a long time and chuckled. You are a girl, a beautiful girl. Looks like he's really drunk. Qin Bao couldn't be bothered to argue with her drunkard brother. Fine, I'm a girl, okay? Her younger brother and two uncles drank 2 bottles of white wine and more than 10 bottles of beer. Qinzhe flung his sister's hand away again and laughed. Sister, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I don't mind having one. If you do, how about changing to another one? What do you think of me? Do you want to consider me? Qin Baobao thought to herself. Are you really drunk? You are quite articulate. She replied. No. I don't want to have one for the time being. Forget it. I'm your sister. I can't be your sister. I'll be drowned in a pig cage. Qinzhe looked at her for a while. He vomited again. Qin Baobao covered her nose and patted his back. After Qinzhe finished vomiting, he lay down beside the toilet and dozed off. Qin Baobao tried to support him. She couldn't let him sleep here. What if he drank a mouthful of alcohol when he was thirsty? Drunk people are the easiest to get thirsty. Qin Baobao said. Sister will take you back to your room. There is a girl waiting there. Qinzhe was happy to hear that. He followed his sister back to his room. When he passed by Qin Baobao's room, he dove in and mumbled, Where's the girl? Where's the girl? Qin Baobao tried to drag him out and coaxed, There's no girl here. The girl is next door. Liar. Qinzhe suddenly pushed his sister away and staggered. His face was full of anger. Mom said that my girl is here. She is here. You don't try to lie to me. Qin Baobao was stunned. Looking at her brother who was blushing and delirious, she thought of an old incident from many years ago. Qinzhe was ordinary since he was young. Although he was a little handsome, there was no harm without comparison. Qin Baobao was adorable when she was young, and would be praised by adults wherever she went. Her parents were proud of her. Compared to her sister, her brother was an ugly duckling. Qin Baobao liked to show off her superiority in front of her brother, and laugh at him for not being able to find a wife in the future. As a child, Qinzhe felt that he would not be able to find a wife and ran to his mother to complain. Qin Ma comforted her son. It's okay if you can't find a wife. Sister will be your wife in the future. Finally, she coaxed her son into smiling. Qin Ma, of course, coaxed her son. She did not expect him to remember it for so many years. Qin Baobao's heart was touched. She held her brother's arm and said softly, Okay. The girl is here. Go to bed and sleep. The girl will come later. Qinzhe was relieved and lay down on his sister's bed. However, he could not sleep. His head hurt badly and he groaned on the bed. Qin Baobao sat at the head of the bed and massaged his temples. She looked at her brother's face. The room was silent. A song appeared in her mind. Time is like a carefree song, but it is full of notes of growth. Some were distressed, some were sad, and some were happy. That boy's face is blurred in my memory. His back view is fading away. I only remember the proud declaration, reaching out to embrace the world. A few years have passed in the blink of an eye. Frivolous words have settled. Passionate feelings are buried deep in the soil. We are all compromising. Qin Baobao's heart was in turmoil. She touched her brother's face, the corner of his eyes, the tip of his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose and lips. We are all compromising. Qinzhe seemed to be uncomfortable. He moved his head and opened his drunken eyes in a daze. Then he pulled baby Qin, who was at the head of the bed, into his arms. Qin Baobao was shocked and struggled. Then she heard Qinzhe murmur, Sister, I like you. Qin Baobao's heart skipped a beat. Qinzhe narrowed his eyes and kissed Qin Baobao. It seemed that he wanted to kiss her lips, but he missed and kissed her cheek instead. Qin Baobao straightened her brother's head. Seeing that they were about to kiss, Qinzhe said again, Sister Ziwei, I like you. Qin Baobao, who felt like she was struck by lightning, suddenly sat up straight and stared at Qinzhe. Her eyes were complicated. She took a few breaths and felt sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings in her heart. She waved her hand and slapped her brother's face twice. Qinzhe was like a dead dog, motionless. Qin Ma, who pushed the door open, saw this scene and shouted, What are you doing? Why did you hit him? Mom was shocked and angry. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. She choked and said, He bullied me. Nonsense. He should be thankful that you didn't bully him. Qin Ma took her daughter and pushed her out. She scolded with a straight face, Go and make a cup of hangover soup, brat. Qin Ma touched her son's forehead and complained, You drank so much that you didn't even notice. She tucked her son in, lowered the temperature of the air conditioner, and walked out of the room. In the empty room, Qinzhe opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. The weather in September was unbearably hot. The sun was scorching the earth, and the air was scorching hot. Qin Baobao was sweating during the ancestral worship, and her brother's smell of alcohol. Holding a change of clothes, she walked to the bathroom with a gloomy face. There were 2 bathrooms in the house, one big and one small. The big bathroom had a built-in bathtub. Taking a cold bath in the hot summer or taking a hot bath in the cold winter was a pleasure in life. The only regret was that when this house was bought, Qinzhe and Qin Baobao were already in elementary school. They didn't have the luck to swim in the bathtub. Qinzhe and Qin Baobao both liked to swim. Before middle school, they often went to the swimming pool to play. Qin Baobao rarely went after middle school, because she couldn't stand the stunning and invasive eyes of her uncles. Her parents also didn't allow her to go. When she was in high school, her sister's figure was already above all the other girls. Qinzhe also objected to her sister going to the public swimming pool. This kind of benefit couldn't be enjoyed by outsiders. Qin Baobao often said, "Brother, when you are successful in the future, you should buy a villa with a swimming pool. Sister will wear a swimsuit for you every day." Qinzhe, a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers, patted his chest and promised. Later, Qin Baobao felt that it was impossible to count on her brother in a lifetime, so she didn't say such things. She changed her words and said that in the future, he must make a lot of money and buy a villa with a swimming pool. In fact, with Qinzhe's family background, he didn't need to worry about not being able to find a wife. He just needed to bring a girl home for a walk and the marriage was settled. Qin Ma reckoned that because of this confidence, she was not anxious about her son's marriage. Chapter 146. Baby Qin rolled up her short sleeves to get rid of it. Then, she took off her pleated short skirt and peeled herself into a white and tender lamb. She had straight and slender legs, a tight and slender waist, and chestnut-colored curly hair. She looked at her figure in the mirror. Since she started dancing, her figure had become more exquisite and sexy. It was full of the vitality of a young woman, and the charm of a mature woman. The bathroom door knocked a few times. Qin Ma said, "Baobao, Mom will wipe your back." Qin Baobao put on a bathrobe and ran to open the door. "Mom, there's no need." She had grown up. Even in front of her mother, she was not used to it. Qin Ma was holding a bottle of ointment in her hand. "You're a star now. You need to know how to take care of yourself." This bottle of ointment was sent by a relative in Zhejiang province. It can whiten the skin and shrink the pores. It's easy to grow burrs and blackheads on the back. In the future, you should wear backless clothes on the red carpet. It's too rough and will damage your image. "Oh, then Mom, help me take a look. Is my back rough?" Qin Baobao hurriedly took off her bathrobe. Qin Ma took a closer look. Her daughter's back was smooth and white. Under the light, she said, it's good. My daughter's skin is fine, unlike your brother's. It's old and rough." Qin Baobao laughed. "Rough man." Then she said with a straight face, "Don't mention him to me. He's so annoying. He's not as obedient as he was when he was young. When we were young, you bullied him. Now it's his turn to bully you." Qin Ma joked. Every dog has its day. Qin Baobao was lively since she was young. She took pleasure in bullying her younger brother. Grandpa Qin let him do whatever he wanted. He said that his son was not so delicate. On the other hand, he was very satisfied with his daughter's intelligence. He said that a smart daughter would not be afraid of being taken advantage of in the future. Qin Ma was impartial. If her daughter was too noisy, she would stand up for her son. If Qinzhe didn't do well in his exams, she would occasionally play a couple with Old Master Li. Most of the time, she would play the role of the good cop. Qin Baobao took off her bathrobe and stood in the bath. Qin Ma looked at her daughter's body and was very satisfied. Her eyes moved down and stared at her daughter's buttocks. Suddenly she was shocked. "Baobao, why is there a bruise on your buttocks? Who pinched you?" "What bruise?" Qin Baobao turned her head to look at her but blankly. Of course she couldn't see anything, but her heart trembled. Who else could it be? Your son. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that it was his younger brother who had pinched him. If he said it out loud, his grandfather's coffin would not be able to hold back. Fortunately, baby Qin and his younger brother were of the same character. They were able to lie as soon as they opened their mouths. Without changing their expressions, they said, "Zijin pinched me. I was playing with her when I woke up and accidentally got a bruise." He could only push the blame to Wang Zijin. Qin Ma replied with an "oh" and felt relieved. Although she was focused on finding a partner for her daughter, she was afraid that her daughter would fool around with a wild man behind her parents' back, especially now that she had entered the entertainment industry. Mom knows that the entertainment industry isn't as bad as your father thinks. You're so smart and know how to protect yourself. Mom wants to say, don't be too ambitious. You'd rather earn less than fight for the title of diva or popular actress. We don't lack money. The more you get, the more you have to give. I know, Mom. Qin Baobao said. How much savings do we have now? Qin Ma patted her daughter's head. Why are you worried about this? Mom only has 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Your father has about 1,000,000 yuan. But that's all for Aza's wedding. Qin Baobao complained. He always says that he was picked up. I'm the one who was picked up. Qin Ma was stunned and didn't respond to her daughter's words. There was a moment of silence. Qin Ma helped her daughter wipe her back and apply the ointment. Looking at her daughter's beautiful face, she felt emotional. Her daughter was beautiful, so as a mother, she was naturally happy. She was also very proud. Qin Baobao was praised everywhere she went. When she carried her out for a walk, the aunties in the neighborhood fought to carry her. However, Qin Ma always felt that this daughter of hers had gone astray. When she was young, she had big eyes and a round face, but now she had phoenix eyes and a foxy face. She had a vixen charm. After junior high school, she began to change 18 times. Her pink and cute appearance disappeared. At a young age, she gave people the feeling of a troublemaker. And this figure, she didn't give her hormones. Why was it so big and so perky? Her son was still the best. Her son had been mediocre since he was young. He didn't have to worry about growing astray. In fact, Qin Ma preferred daughters like Wang Zijin. They were dignified, beautiful, and had a natural and graceful personality. She had the demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. It was a great blessing for her son to be able to pursue Wang Zijin, even though it was unlikely. At least he had a target. But her daughter had grown up and didn't even have a partner. She used to say that her son couldn't find a wife, but now it seemed that the one who should be worried was her daughter. Oh right, Zijin said that her family has connections. She will call the leaders of the Shanghai's RFT to inform them. Have you called? Qin Ma asked. Yes, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm already so old. Don't worry about me. Qin Baobao said. You should worry about your son. He didn't even go out to look for a job during his internship. Don't waste your time at home. Qin Ma asked. What is he doing at home? Playing games? Not to that extent. He trades stocks all day. Don't let your father know about this. He will definitely belt you. Did he make money? I don't know. He's so mysterious. He won't even let me see his stock account. Qin Ma said worriedly. I guess he lost it all. Qin Baobao and her mother had the same opinion. That's right. Otherwise, how could he hide it so well? Luckily, I helped him save his wife's money. It's the royalties for those songs of his. Why did you save his wife's money? If I'm not satisfied with the wife he finds in the future, I won't give him any money. Stop worrying. You should worry about yourself. Qin Baobao said. I want to care. She paused and said in a huff, I want to care. Qin Ma lectured her. Only Ace will let you do as you please. If it were someone else's brother, who asked the elder sister to care about his wife's money? Qin Baobao twisted her body in annoyance and slapped the surface of the water. The water splashed onto Qin Ma's face. Hey you child. You should let your father beat you up. When Qin Zhe woke up, the sky was dark and his head was throbbing. This was his sister's room. The curtains were drawn and it was dark. Qin Baobao didn't live here for a long time. There was no light fragrance of his sister in the air. He took a posture in the room and practiced a set of internal training methods gifted by the system. He immediately felt refreshed. Ding! Host, please pay energy. The system's long-lost voice sounded. Counting the days, today was the auspicious day for it to recharge. System, you haven't talked to me for a long time. A low-level system like me that can't let the host punch Europe and America, step on Fusang and blow out Korea, should try not to make my presence known. Why do you say that? You actually know how to complain. Isn't that right? The readers all call me a low-level system. The system next door can easily change the world. This is really a sad story. System, it seems that there are no missions recently. Seeing that the system was so pessimistic, Qin changed the topic. Host, your laziness really makes me despair. Since Qin Baobao won the championship, have you no more pursuits? You don't even have the desire to show off. The system said. Really a low-level system for a low-level host. The host next door already shook hands with the chairman, and you're satisfied with taking advantage of your sister every day. I have pursuits, okay? I should go out to work. Although I can make money by staying at home, I can't accumulate work experience and network. But you've looked for so many jobs and still haven't been hired. The opportunity hasn't come yet. As long as the host is happy. After a moment of silence, the system said, now a new mission is issued. Please join any company within 3 days. There is no limit to the size, only the right profession. 150 points will be awarded for success. The corresponding points will be deducted for failure. Qin was the son that the old man called a failure. The main reason was that he was lazy and unmotivated, which made the old man hate him. Other than that, he didn't have many shortcomings and had many advantages. Not to mention his gentle and introverted temperament, his strongest point was his ability to see the big picture. This could be seen from his gaming. Of course, the old man didn't know this because of his gaming. When Qin took the college entrance examination with his results, not to mention Fudan University, even the University of Finance and Economics would be in danger. The old man ordered his daughter to help his son with his homework. Qin Baobao wasn't cut out to be a teacher. When the old man said to teach, she taught. She taught both liberal arts and science. She taught more than 10 subjects to her brother. Qin stopped. He knew that it was not reliable to study at the last minute. If you sharpen your spear at the last minute, no matter how well you sharpen your spear, you won't kill anyone. He majored in biology and chemistry, which were his best subjects. In 2 months he improved by leaps and bounds, barely reaching the cutoff score of the University of Finance and Economics. The door opened and the light rushed in. Qin Baobao stood at the door and said coldly, "Time to eat." Then she turned and left. Qin followed her out. In the living room the family was eating. Qin Ma was concerned about her son's health and asked, "Does your head hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Mom's hangover tea is very effective," Qin said. "That's your sister's tea." "Thank you," Qin said to his sister. His sister snorted and ignored her brother. After the meal, Qin was full of energy and sat at the desk thinking about things. The door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Qin knew who it was. In the whole family, only the head of the family knew how to knock. The old man's face was gloomy as he came in with his teacup. Qin quickly gave the chair to his father. The old man sat while his son stood beside him. He took a sip of tea and stared at Qin. "Why didn't you go to work?" Chapter 147. Qin knew that he was going to talk to him. He did not say anything at the dinner table. Firstly, Grandpa Sheng did not like to talk during dinner. Secondly, he wanted to save some face for him. What he was going to say next would probably not be pleasant to hear. For example, he was incompetent and lived off his parents. His son was already so old and he wanted to save face. "Do you think that you can live off your parents and not work because you have a car and a house at home?" Grandpa Sheng said directly in private. Qin was about to defend himself when Grandpa Sheng said, "Mountains of gold and silver will be exhausted one day, let alone my insignificant savings. You can live off it for 8 to 10 years, but can you live off it for the rest of your life?" Qin asked curiously, "Dad, how much savings do you have?" Grandpa Sheng said angrily, "Do you really care about my retirement money? Aren't you paying your pension?" "Of course, pension is one thing, savings are another." Qin quickly lowered his head and listened like a good son. Grandpa Sheng said slowly, "Not much about 1, 2 to 1, 3 million. When he said this, he tried hard to suppress his pride. In fact, for the locals, 1 or 2 million was really not much. As a university professor, Grandpa Sheng was well known for his good treatment and good fortune. The key was that he had a lot of money. Don't think of the old man as an upright gentleman. As long as he didn't violate his principles, he wouldn't be soft-hearted if he could make money. For example, when a graduate student graduated, he would give them a red packet to show filial piety. As long as the other party was not a pile of shit, Grandpa Sheng would not mind giving them a few pointers. Another example was taking private jobs, just like the mathematical model Qin Zhe did 2 months ago. However, the family owed more than 1 million yuan in loans. Grandpa Sheng used all the money he earned over the years to repay the loans and pay the interest. The economic crisis had caused a lot of trouble for the family, but they did not need to take the blame. For this reason, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were full of complaints. However, they were suppressed by Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma, so they did not show it. I have been looking for a job recently, but there is no suitable one, Qin Zhe said. It's because no one wants you. The recruitment craze for fresh graduates is over. Everyone who should be recruited has been recruited. What's the point of having so many rookies? The old man sneered. He was a university professor and knew a lot about this. Qin Zhe felt awkward. Father, can you give your son some face? Why don't you find a job? I found a tutoring job some time ago. The old man scoffed. How much can tutoring earn? That family is quite rich and powerful. I think it's always good to make some connections in society. Moreover, my sister has entered the entertainment industry. I can't protect her for the time being, so I want to pull some connections just in case. Qin Zhe was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was also curious about Nanman Pei and had some thoughts that all men had. He didn't say that out loud. The old man sneered again. Useless. You think you can become a member of the upper class just by making friends with the rich and powerful? If you don't control it well, others will treat you like a slave. Besides, with your abilities, do you think you can protect your sister? You're a big shot in the entertainment industry. These words were really hurtful, but they were very sincere. The old man always hit the nail on the head and pointed out the problem. The tutoring job is already over. I get along well with that family, and I didn't show too much enthusiasm, Qin Zhe said. The old man reprimanded. You wasted more than 2 months of time. That family has accumulated 2 months of work experience, but you only did a tutoring job. Qin Zhe was not convinced. I also invest in stocks. I also made money. You still invest in stocks? The old man's eyebrows immediately raised. Although he relied on the stock market to make money and survive the first wave of difficulties for his family, investing in stocks could only be done through speculation. It must not be his main business. Some time ago, his daughter said that his son was investing in stocks. He didn't pay much attention to it. As someone who studied finance, he couldn't avoid the stock market. But if he didn't go out to work and invest in stocks as his main business, he couldn't do it. Because investing in stocks was not stable. When it made money, it was all smiles. When it fell, it was a dead end. The pleasure of earning money in the stock market was like becoming a millionaire overnight. It was hard to quit. The old man knew this very well. You can play for a while. Just treat it as understanding the stock market. It will also help your profession. But you still have to work. The old man drank a mouthful of strong tea and pretended to give advice to his son. He said lightly, How much is the capital? It's a loss. It's okay. Just treat it as tuition. Qin Zhe stretched out a hand. 5,000. You invested all the money you earned from tutoring in the stock market. The old man said, Wow. 500,000. Qin Zhe whispered. How much? The old man picked his ear. 500,000. Qin Zhe said loudly. The old man said blankly. Where did you get so much money? I invested all the copyright fees of those songs in the stock market. All invested in the stock market. The old man was furious. He slammed the table and got up to pull out his belt. See if I don't beat you to death, you prodigal son. Qin Zhe saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and ran. He didn't have time to explain. The old man probably wouldn't believe him even if he said that he made money. The old man held his pants with one hand and waved the belt with the other. He chased after him. Mother Qin and Sister Qin were watching TV in the living room when they were startled. Qin Zhe ran out as if he was running for his life and said loudly, "Mom, Dad wants to kill me." Qin Baobao subconsciously pulled her brother behind her. She suddenly realized that she was going to have a cold war with him. She said, "It's best if you kill him. You annoying thing." Qin Ma went forward to stop the old man. She complained, "What's wrong? Why are you pulling out your belt?" At this moment the old man was furious. He was the type that would not cool down until he beat his son to death. He shouted, "Let go of me. I must beat this thing to death." Calm down, calm down." Mother Qin tried to persuade her. The old man was so angry that his finger trembled. He pointed at Qin Zhe and said, "Ask him what he did. He didn't take the right path but went astray. He went bankrupt to invest in the stock market." Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. It was quite F***ing rhyming. Mother Qin said, "Is there a need for you to be so angry? Your son is just fooling around. Just scold him. Put away the belt." The old man said hatefully, "His capital is 500,000 yuan. How much?" Qin Ma picked her ear. 500,000 yuan. The old man said with heartache. Qin Ma let go of her husband and said lightly, "Just beat him to death." The old man waved the whip and came over. Qin Baobao, who was protecting her brother like an older sister, quickly retreated to a corner. "She's really my mother." "Yes, and my sister." Qin Zhe took out his phone and shouted, "Dad, I really made money. Look if you don't believe me." He opened the stock market software and logged in. The old man strode over and snatched the phone as if he was afraid that 500,000 yuan would fly away. When he looked at it, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Baobao jogged over while swaying her butt. She leaned over to take a look. Her sister's mouth was wide open. She saw the bright red numbers. Total assets. 108 million yuan. This is what you earned." The old man came back to his senses and stared at his son. Qin Zhe nodded and was wary of the belt in his hand. For the first time, the old man felt that his position as the head of the family was not stable. He looked at his son's recent trading operations. There were patches of red that represented profits. There were frequent short-term operations. There were profits and losses, but overall it was profitable. The scary thing was that the long-term stocks only increased the position and did not reduce the position. The profit was 300%. Qin Baobao looked up and glared at him. "You made so much money and hid it from me. You have a bad conscience." Qin Zhe said disdainfully, "Why should I tell you? I won't give you a chance to ask for money." Qin Baobao was furious. She stretched out her leg to kick her brother. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's foot and swept her onto the sofa with a dragon tail sweep. Qin Baobao cried, "Dad, look at him. Beat him to death." The old man ignored his daughter and handed the phone back to his son expressionlessly. He walked away expressionlessly. "My son has finally become something. How wonderful. My way of educating him was wrong." Qin Zhe did not react. He asked blankly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Dad's considerate daughter curled her lips. "Son, it hurts." Qin Zhe immediately said, "Mom, she took advantage of you." Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently. When he returned to his room, he found the old man still sitting at his desk. Qin Zhe was stunned. Before he could say anything, the old man said, "I have something to say. Come here." Qin Zhe stood aside. The old man hesitated. Is the stock market really that good? He was a professor. Of course, he could analyze the general trend of the stock market and invest some money. He did make some money, but not as much as his son. Chapter 148. Dad, there's been a lot of downward pressure on the domestic economy recently. Apart from the aging economic system, labor isn't cheap anymore. There's also the real estate bubble that's on the verge of bursting. Then there's the inflation of prices. People are panicking and depositors are keeping their money in the bank. If the money doesn't circulate, the economy can't survive," the old man said in annoyance. "Do I need you to teach me? The country's economy has been booming for 20 to 30 years. This bottleneck will come sooner or later." Qin Zhe said, "The country has introduced a series of policies. This year alone there have been 2 interest rate cuts, but depositors still don't move their money. That's because the worse the economy is, the greater the sense of crisis the people feel and the less they will spend money. This is a classic sign of inflation turning to deflation. Then it's understandable that the stock market is soaring this year. When the industry is depressed, the stock market will definitely soar. The government won't let the economy sink like a salted fish. I think you're just a salted fish. The old man reprimanded. Dad, look at the 3 long-term stocks I bought. Qinzhe didn't answer his father. He took out his phone and showed it to his father. Under the premise that the stock market is recovering, choosing stocks is the most important thing. If you choose the wrong stocks, not only will you not make money, you might even lose money. The old man looked at his phone. They're all internet-related stocks. That's right. In the middle of the year, the country organized a meeting of the leading internet companies in Jia province. The signs are very obvious that the direction of policy will be toward the internet in the next few years. That's true. The old man nodded. The father and son chatted for a while. He said, "Do you plan to find a securities company? Investment companies, private placement, public placement?" Qinzhe said. "You can make a lot of money by trading stocks. Why do you need to find a job?" The old man mocked his son. "Did I hear wrongly? Why do I feel like there's a sour taste in his mouth?" Qinzhe had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain to his father. You can reap huge profits in the stock market. Have you ever thought of starting a business after getting your first bucket of gold? It's tiring to work. The old man tested his son. What are you saying? How can work be as tiring as starting a business? Qinzhe said. That's why I said you're a salted fish. The old man snorted. Hey, this damned old man. Is he upset because of the blow? He's mocking me. Dad, it's hard to run a business now. I don't have enough money. Also, there are no winners in the stock market forever. I can't bet everything on this. It's safer to find a job. He treated the stock market as his first bucket of gold. His second step was to join a large financial institution and understand its operation model, business scope, management style. Every successful person had a corresponding foundation and accumulation. He had his own ambitions. There were many things that could be exchanged in the system. If he set up an investment company, then he could build an investment industry chain. The only drawback was that the exchange cost was very high, and the points reward was not high. If there was a day when the system changed its nature and could reward him 1,000 points for kissing his sister's lips, then Qinzhe's spring would come. She couldn't say these thoughts to the old man. Otherwise, she would be reprimanded by him for daydreaming. Qinzhe talked about the predicament of his resume being rejected repeatedly. After hearing this, the old man frowned. If a big company doesn't want you, why don't you try a small company? The University of Finance and Economics was actually one of the top universities in Shanghai. It was only second to famous universities like Fudan University and Jiaotong University. Although his son's grades were not particularly good, it was not difficult to find a small financial institution. Qinzhe said that small companies had no future and were a waste of time. The old man raised his hand and was about to cut off his scalp. Qinzhe took a step back, unconvinced. You haven't even learned how to walk, and you want to run away. Didn't those successful people start from scratch and accumulate experience step by step? The old man sneered. No, I'm not a rich second generation, Qinzhe said. Then are you a rich second generation? The old man squinted his eyes. It's not my fault that I failed to compete with my father. Qinzhe also squinted his eyes. You're asking for a beating just like Jiang Cheng. The old man was angry. You haven't graduated yet. During your internship, don't worry too much about the size of the company. You should study hard and accumulate experience so that you can better enter a large company. A small company has its advantages. It's small in scale and low in competitiveness, and it's easy for you to come into contact with the ways of the industry. Big companies are more competitive, and even if there are resources, it won't be your turn. The old man advised earnestly. When it came to the ways of the world, the old man was a wily old fox. A professor's position in the University of Finance and Economics wasn't something that could be obtained by just relying on knowledge. There were many old pedants. Countless people fought for the title of professor until their heads bled. The old man was definitely good in the workplace. When Qinzhe's grandfather was still alive, The old man would bring his wife and children to his father-in-law's house whenever he had nothing to do. He would talk to his father-in-law about income and career as if nothing had happened. It was a slap in the face. Wilted radish and spicy heart. It wasn't called that for nothing. Qinzhe nodded and said yes, yes, yes. Dad was right. The old man wanted to raise his hand to hit him again, but he suddenly sighed. You're not young anymore. You should think about these things yourself. How many more years can I take care of you? Your sister is enough to make me worry. After that, he took his teacup and left. The next day, Qinzhe and his sister left after breakfast. Last night, Qin Baobao received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong. She said that she had an event today. Qinzhe asked and found out that it was an advertisement. His sister was now a celebrity. As her fame grew, she would be busier. Qinzhe curiously asked about the advertisement fee. Qin Baobao wanted to keep him in suspense and didn't tell him. Qin Baobao only bragged to her parents. Qin Ma didn't care. The old man was happy but also very sad. His son and daughter were successful. An advertisement was worth a few months of his income. Qin Baobao held the steering wheel and looked ahead. When they were waiting for the traffic lights, she glanced at her brother in the front passenger seat. I'll buy you a car later. You found your conscience? Qinzhe was shocked. His sister angrily knocked him on the head. Qinzhe quickly blocked. It's your birthday next month, Qin Baobao said. You're so heartless. I don't want to buy you a car. Why don't I give you this small BMW? I'll buy a new one myself. Qin Baobao didn't remember her parents' birthday, but she remembered her brother's birthday. If the old man and Qin Ma knew, they would be furious. Your car is for women. I don't want it, Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao said angrily, I'll buy it for you on your birthday. With your wife's money, you won't be able to get a wife. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. You're crazy, Qin Baobao said with a straight face. I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water. Qinzhe took out a reserve of mineral water from the door and handed it to her. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, Feed me. Qinzhe unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. With water in his mouth, he said, Put your mouth closer. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded. You said you want me to feed you. Qinzhe deliberately disgusted her. Little sister. Don't call me that. Qin Baobao felt disgusted when she heard this. Qinzhe became playful. Little sister, little sister, little sister. Qin Baobao glared at him. After thinking, she said, Little brother. Qinzhe shuddered. You win. Qin Baobao snorted proudly. This is not the way home. You got on the wrong highway. Qinzhe found that his sister took the wrong road. Yes. I woke up late this morning and rushed to the venue to shoot the advertisement. Little brother, come with me. Qin Baobao said with a smile. Stop it. I was wrong. Qinzhe said angrily. Being called little brother by his sister made his hair stand on end. Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the designated studio. Advertisements were usually done in small studios, but there were also outdoor ones. There was no need for a big production. As long as the advertising message was good and the stars were hired, it would be a good advertisement. Li Yanhong was waiting at the door. When she saw Qin Baobao's little red horse, she immediately waved. Qin Baobao was filming a sports drink advertisement. The location was inside the company and a temporary studio was set up. There were a total of 11 or 12 people, including the cameraman, lighting technician, logistics, and the director. Director, we're here. Li Yanhong greeted a middle-aged man. The director hurried over and shook hands with Qin Baobao while calling out Miss Qin. Then his gaze fell on Qinzhe. This is... Oh, Miss Qin. I've heard a lot about you. He also hurriedly shook hands with Qinzhe. He called both siblings Miss Qin. Qinzhe thought to himself, what do you mean by heard a lot about you? You were stunned for a few seconds before you recognized me. The only time Qinzhe truly showed his face in front of the public was during the grand finals of Singer. The videos that were circulating on the internet before were too limited. It was like an online streamer. No matter how popular you were, how many people would recognize you if you walked around? You might not even be as good as a third or fourth tier celebrity. Hey, Qin Baobao is here. Ask for an autograph. Oh, her brother is here too. I like Qinze very much. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. His figure is so good. He's my sister's idol. Ask for an autograph from him too. The staff came up to ask for an autograph. Due to the influence of someone who uploaded Qinze's photo album without permission, whenever female fans saw Qinze, they would subconsciously pay attention to his figure. The director chased the staff away. Go, go, go. Ask for an autograph later. Let Miss Qin change first. The content of the advertisement was very simple. It was just a dance and then a slogan. It was an energy drink. Originally, the beverage company wanted to find an athlete to shoot it, but they couldn't negotiate the advertising fee. Instead, they found Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao changed into a light white denim shorts and a white shirt. The hem was tied at the waist, revealing her tight waist and belly button. She wore a pair of running shoes. The male colleagues present were all amazed. The director was also very satisfied. Qin Baobao's figure was indeed a big selling point. Qin Baobao practiced a few rounds of gymnastics and was full of energy. It was pleasing to the eye. The director felt that it was enough and asked Qin Baobao to go backstage to touch up her makeup. Lights ready. Machine number 1, turn on in 3 seconds. Action. This was Qinze's first time watching a commercial shoot up close. He felt that it could only be described as comical and disappointing. There were no post-production effects or music. Qin Baobao walked and danced in front of the green screen and said her lines seriously like a fool. The slogan was, choose a good energy drink and challenge yourself. When it comes to energy drinks, I only drink Lai Hua. The director shouted, cut. Then he thought for a moment and said, let's do it again. The second time. Again. The third time. Again. The staff said, Director, this is already very good. Yeah, there's no problem. I took a look at it just now. After post-production, the effects should be very good. The director waved his hand and frowned. I keep feeling that something is not right. Costume, gymnastics, hairstyle. Is the slogan wrong? I keep feeling that it doesn't fit, Qinze suddenly said. Chapter 149. Yes, it's the slogan. The director's eyes lit up. This slogan is not good, we have to change it. Qinze looked at it 3 or 4 times. He was a bystander, but the staff were involved in the planning and filming. After their thoughts were fixed, they could not feel the difference. Yes, the star has changed, so the slogan needs to be changed. The slogan is tailor-made for sports athletes. It's indeed a bit uncoordinated. Challenging a new self. If it's a sports star, it's not a problem, but Qin Baobao is not suitable. She's not an athlete. Inform the colleagues in the planning team and quickly think of a slogan. The staff immediately reacted and whispered to each other. The beverage company's original intention was to find sports stars to do the advertisement. In fact, the slogan was not bad, the audience might not care about the details. If the director did not mention it, it would be over. Immediately, a staff member contacted the planning team. The director brought a few bottles of water for Qin Baobao and the others. He sat on the chair and chatted. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. He knew that the time of a star was precious. It was not an exaggeration to say that time was money. Qin Baobao smiled. It's okay. As a new star, she had not experienced the pressing life of time is money. Speaking of which, this was the first advertisement she had accepted. Including the previous singer, and a date with the new star, there were only 3 advertisements. Qin Baobao habitually teased Qinze. Little brother, do you want a drink? She handed the energy drink to Qinze, and suddenly realized that the surrounding air was silent. The director and Li Yanhong looked over at the same time. Their shocked expressions made Qinze so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Baobao, isn't he your brother? Li Yanhong frowned. At her age, she did not know how to joke. He likes it when I call him brother. Qin Baobao did not change her expression and pushed the blame to her brother. What a bastard brother. Li Yanhong thought to herself. The director chuckled and said, I've listened to all of Miss Qin's songs, and she especially likes to exaggerate. It reminds me of the past, so she's very attentive. When are you releasing your new album? Qin Baobao looked at her younger brother. Li Yanhong also looked at him. Qinze said, We'll see. Qin Bao secretly pinched Qinze. Qinzhe immediately returned the look. His sister was in so much pain that she almost cried. Her small brows wrinkled, but she didn't dare to make a scene like she did at home. She had to pay attention to her image outside. Qinzhe knew this very well. Not long after, the planning department finished writing the new advertising message and sent it over. Drink to create new motivation, love youth, love beauty. The director threw out the advertising message. We are making energy drinks, not health supplements. Life lies in movement, and the only function is fire. I am Qin Bao Bao, and I only drink fire energy drinks. The director threw out the advertising message again. What's the difference between this and the original advertising message? Fire energy drinks, sour and sweet is me. The director tore the advertising message to shreds. Don't randomly add in the lines of yogurt. Thinking of the advertising message was also a headache, and the planning department needed some time to prepare. Qin Bao Bao and Qinzhe continued to wait, and the director personally accompanied them. Qin Bao Bao was extremely bored, so she asked her younger brother beside her, "Do you have any good ideas?" Qinzhe nodded. Yes, I have a lot of classic advertising messages." The director's eyes flashed, and he was excited. "Let's hear it." Qinzhe said seriously, "Director, you can let Qin Bao Bao shake her butt a few times, and then say to the camera, 'Not every drink is called fire.'" The director was stunned. Li Yanhong stared. Qinzhe said again, "Are you not satisfied? I have more here. Feel like your body is hollowed out? It's okay, give me a bottle of fire. I want fire. Soft in the mouth, a line in the throat. Don't be afraid of back pain, drink it early, relax. Drink fire every day, and in the future, you will be better and stronger than you. Fire energy drinks, a bottle every day, white and tender." What kind of advertising message was this? It was extremely dirty. Qin Bao Bao couldn't listen to it anymore, and she knocked her younger brother's head. "Shut up." The director secretly wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Good idea, but it's not suitable for our product." Li Yanhong's mouth twitched, and she thought that her younger brother was a pervert. In the afternoon, the director treated everyone to a meal, and they ordered takeout from a nearby restaurant that had a good reputation. Then, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the planning department finally came up with a more creative advertising message. With the advertising message, the shooting was very fast. Passed in one shot. At home, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room with a mop and went to the bathroom to wash. Her phone rang. Qin Ma looked at the caller ID and was surprised and happy. She picked up the phone and scolded with a straight face. "You black-hearted maggot, you still know how to call your sister?" "Sister, my wife fell sick a while ago, and the 2 children refused to take my money," the man said in distress. "Sister, help me send some money home in your name and don't mention me. I'll transfer the money to your card later. Your wife's health is fine, but our mother's health is getting worse. You don't think it's right for you to not come home for a whole year. Mother talks about my aguang every day. Where is my aguang? Where is my aguang?" The man was silent for a long time. "Sister, I made some money this year, and I'll be able to return home soon. I'll return the money to you. As for mother, help me take care of her. You can keep that little bit of money for yourself. Xiaoru and Xiaozong will be going to college next year," Qin Ma said. "Bao Bao is a star now, and she doesn't lack money. Bao Bao, this girl is promising." The man was very happy. "Ace is promising too. He's much better than my 2 children." Qin Ma showed a gratified and proud smile and then sighed. Bao Bao now has another reason not to fall in love, this stubborn child. Bao Bao is still living with Ace. Yes. The man thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Let nature take its course. They're not biological anyway." Qin Ma's expression changed. "Don't mention this again." Okay. Qin Bao Bao still had something to do at the company. Li Yanhong wanted to go with her, but her sister insisted on sending Qinzhe back. "I'll send my little brother home first." Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm and went to the red pony. "Are you addicted to calling him that?" Qinzhe squinted. Qin Bao Bao shook her butt and called him little brother, little brother, little brother. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was scorching hot. The red pony had been under the sun for a long time, and it was very hot in the car. Her sister's face was flushed. She took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, she realized that it was the bottle that her brother had drunk before. "Why are you pretending to be serious?" Qin Zhe muttered. "What did you say?" Qin Baobao glared at him. "Nothing," Qin Zhe said. "It's good to shoot commercials. Other than shooting movies, commercial performances and commercials are the most profitable for stars." Her sister nodded. "Did anyone ask you to shoot a lingerie commercial?" Qin Zhe looked at her sister's hot body. Her sister's body was the favorite of lingerie businessmen. There really was. Qin Baobao started the car and drove out of the parking lot. "And the price was very high. The company originally arranged for me to shoot a lingerie commercial. I said I didn't want to do it, but Li Yanhong said that I couldn't refuse unless I became a big shot in the future. Only then would I have the right to speak for myself. Don't be fooled by the appearance of stars. In fact, they are still working for the company. Their life and death are all in the hands of the management company." Qin Baobao was indeed popular, but she was still a distance away from the A-list. There were many stars in star art who were more popular than her. His sister didn't have the right to act like a big shot. Li Yanhong's advice was unpleasant to the ears. She had been in the management circle for so many years, and she had seen many new stars who rose like comets and fell like meteors. Don't be fooled by the fame of stars and making a lot of money. They weren't qualified to compete with the big shots. The number of stars who were blacklisted at the peak of their career couldn't be counted with both hands and feet. Then why didn't you do it? Or did you come back to the company just to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe's face was a bit ugly. He didn't want his sister to shoot a lingerie commercial. It was rare for him to see his sister in lingerie. "I definitely don't have this kind of desire." "Host, you do." The system suddenly interrupted. "F*CKU. If you have the ability, then give me a mission." Qin Zhe tried to provoke the system. "Sorry, the host's desire is full, but the conditions are not right. It is an impossible mission." The system's voice was flat. "You can't ask your sister to take off her clothes in the car. The whole world is dull." Qin Zhe complained in his heart. Qin Baobao glanced at her brother's face and the corner of her mouth raised. "I said it myself. I told the company leader that I don't want to shoot a lingerie commercial. Then he agreed." Qin Baobao said. "That's simple." Qin Zhe was stunned. Then what she said just now was just a joke. Li Yanhong said that the CEO appreciates me and secretly takes care of me. Qin Baobao was proud. "The CEO?" Qin Zhe squinted his eyes. Qin Baobao quickly turned her head and looked at Qin Zhe. She looked straight ahead and focused on driving. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but spread. She said happily, "So jealous. Jealous your sister." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at his sister. "But I haven't seen the CEO of Star Art. I only know that his surname is Huang. I don't usually see him in the company." Qin Baobao said. "You must be confused." "Me too. I don't understand why he appreciates me." "Nonsense." Qin Zhe tried to cover it up. "I don't want to ride you." "What?" His sister didn't understand. Qin Baobao's phone rang. She said, "Help me connect my earphones." "It's Mom." Qin Zhe connected her earphones and put them on for her to answer the call. "Mom." Qin Baobao slowed down the car. "Why did you suddenly mention him?" Qin Baobao listened to the phone and suddenly frowned. "No, he didn't contact me." "Did you call Ace?" "Let me ask." Qin Baobao said, "Mom asked us if Uncle called you." Qin Zhe shook his head. "No, why mention him all of a sudden? Mom has said he didn't." "Okay, I'm hanging up." Qin Zhe said. "Mom, what do you mean?" Qin Baobao looked disinterested. "Who knows? Why do you care so much?" The siblings were silent. Qin Ma's phone call was like a spray of coagulant in the air. They didn't want to talk about that person. Chapter 150. September 5th. After Qin Zhe was rejected by 2 large financial companies again, he finally changed his strategy and submitted his resume to the Chinese and Shaoxin financial companies. He was now taking the subway to the second company for the interview. With his bachelor's degree from the University of Finance and Economics, the small and medium-sized companies would be happy to meet him. Of course, he was also picking a company. These few days, Qin Baobao taught her younger brother about the workplace experience. She said that the more resumes he submitted, the better. If there were interviews, he would go. The company would pick the person, and the person would also pick the company. The principle of comparing goods and services was applicable everywhere. The next company for the interview was in Pudong. 20 years ago, Pudong was still a desolate area. Now, it was the financial center of this international metropolis. All the major banks, securities companies, and financial institutions were gathered here. Anyway, those who were in the financial industry felt that it was better to set up their company here. The headquarters of his sister's previous Fortune 500 company was also in this area. Qin Zhe hated that his home was not in Pudong. Otherwise, the Qin family's wealth would increase by several times. Huihong Building was only 200 meters away from the subway station. The first to third floors were occupied by the Bank of Communications. Qin Zhe walked according to the GPS. After 3 minutes of walking, he was covered in sweat. The sun was really fierce. There were many cars on the street but not many pedestrians. The sanitation workers were hiding in the shade with a sad face. In recent years, the temperature changes were getting stranger. The summer was not like the summer, and the winter was not like the winter. The temperature in the summer was abnormally high, and when it was not supposed to snow in the winter, there was a snowstorm. The government said that these were normal, and everyone should be at ease. Entering the lobby from the main entrance of the building, the cold air blew on his face. Qin Zhe felt that his life was given by the air conditioner. According to the message, he took the elevator to the 25th floor and found the investment company. There were 6 offices on the first floor, and 3 of them were for investment companies. During this period of time, Qin Zhe had interviewed several companies, both big and small. The scale of the profits was not good, but it was good. Qin Zhe asked the receptionist and said that he was here for an interview. The receptionist was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for a high-quality young man to come to the company for an interview. He took Qin Zhe to the reception room of the office next door to wait. The interview started at 10:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe came a little early. After that, several young talents came for the interview one after another. Including Qin Zhe, there were a total of 10 people, 6 men and 4 women. After everyone had arrived, a staff member from the Human Resources Department led them into a large conference room and gave each of them a test paper. There was a written test before the interview, and Qin Zhe was already familiar with it. He answered the 30 questions smoothly. The difficulty level was not too high. It was not the college entrance examination, but it was more professional. Many of the questions had to be answered according to his own internship experience. These questions were very damaging to Qin Zhe. When it was close to noon, the HR staff collected the papers and told everyone that the interview would be held at 2 in the afternoon, so don't be late. The group of people then dispersed and went out to find food and clothing. While waiting for the elevator, a girl stared at Qin Zhe and hesitated before she asked, "Handsome, have we met before?" "Girl, your pickup line is too stiff." The men looked at Qin Zhe with envy. If a man used this line to pick up a girl, he would be despised. If a woman used it, it would be a different story. Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt guilty and turned his head away. He thought, could it be that I met a fan? But looking at the girl's hesitant expression, it was at most a fake fan. The girl who hit on him was a little embarrassed. "What is this? Give me the back of the head? I don't want to lose face." Ding! The elevator rose and a woman in an office lady's suit walked out of the car. She had straight black hair, nude stockings on her legs, and a skirt that wrapped around her round buttocks. This woman had a simple and elegant temperament that made people forget vulgarity. It was rare to meet a goddess in an office lady's suit. Qin Zhe, who was raised by his 2 sisters, could not help but take a few more glances at her, let alone the other men. The woman habitually glanced at the crowd and walked away in her high heels. She left the crowd with a slim and graceful back view. Everyone entered the car and took the elevator downstairs. The young talents excitedly discussed the woman just now. "So beautiful, is she from our company? It should be an investment. There are 6 office areas on this floor, and 3 of them are occupied by a Muri. Hey, we haven't been hired yet. I have worked in Huijin for 2 years. There should be no problem. The woman just now, I give 9 points. I give 8 points. Her temperament is too light. I don't like this type. Several girls looked at the man who was talking with a disgusted look. When they saw a beauty, it was like seeing their own mother. Of course, it was also related to some kind of jealousy. Qinze felt that the mature woman just now was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. In the general manager's office, Suyu called her assistant. Send me a copy of the resume and information of the newcomers who are going to be interviewed today. The assistant immediately went out to prepare and sent it to her desk in a few minutes. Suyu flipped through it quickly and finally found the resume. Name: Qinze. Gender: male. Age: 22. The big picture on the resume showed a stiff expression. At first glance, it was obvious that he was nervous on camera. In the blazing sun at noon, Suyu stretched, showing her slim and sexy figure. What a coincidence, she whispered. After lunch, Qinze and his sister talked on the phone for half an hour and reported today's written test. He also said that he had just met a super beautiful goddess-level OL, whose beauty was comparable to his sister's. Qin Baobao was extremely smug. Is there a natural beauty who can compare with my sister? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's most likely a plastic surgery. Qinze said. Maybe I was wrong. Although she can't compare with his sister, she is at least at the level of Sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. Ace, you admit that your sister is more beautiful than Wang Zijin? I'll talk to her after work. Qinze quickly changed the topic, saying that the beauty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Qin Baobao sneered and said, Do you think you are Jia Baoyu? Qinze laughed. Jia Baoyu's Dumas, when he first met Lin Daiyu, said, I've seen this sister before. His flirting skills were extremely brilliant, even better than Qinze's flirting with his sister. Unfortunately, he was a heartless man who killed without caring about the burial. When Qin Baobao was in junior high school, she and her brother read the 4 great classical novels in the bookstore. After reading Dream of the Red Chamber, she sighed and said, Nowadays, urban stallion novels are all following the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber. Qinze asked, How do you know? His sister said, Jinling's 12 Hairpins book has many copies, and there are 36 beauties on the list. The main character is surrounded by rare beauties. The most outstanding beauties are either childhood sweethearts, maids, or concubines. Even his niece-in-law Qin Keqing has an ambiguous relationship with him. Isn't this the usual plot of urban novels? For example, beautiful sister-in-law falls in love with me, my childhood sweetheart Little Beauty, and my beautiful CEO. His sister said, They're all trash who don't push girls. Maybe they'll pull back from the cliff and turn over a new leaf. Anyway, as long as they keep him in suspense, they won't push girls. Qinze was unconvinced and picked up an urban novel. How do you explain this book? When Qin Baobao saw the title of the book, Marrying a Sister as a Wife, she knocked her brother's chestnut without saying a word and then didn't speak to him for a week. Anyway, from then on, Qinze couldn't look at Dream of the Red Chamber directly. Every time he saw Dream of the Red Chamber, he would think of urban stallion novels. Qin Baobao complained to her brother that she was so busy with work recently that she didn't have time to take care of her brother. Qinze automatically ignored the last sentence. Qinze knew that his sister had a commercial performance at the end of the month and then a MV. It was said that the company was helping her collect songs and wanted to release an album. Seeing that Qinze's birthday was next month, his sister planned to buy a car for him. She was actively raising money. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the company on time for the interview. The 10 people were reduced to 7. When the interview started, the remaining 3 were nowhere to be seen. They were probably eliminated during the written test. The interview was held in a medium-sized conference room. As for the order of the interview, it was hard to say. It could be based on the results of the written test, or it could be randomly selected by the interviewer. The interview proceeded at a speed of 10 to 15 minutes. Those who were selected shared their experiences with those who weren't. They asked about some knowledge in the industry, as well as their views and insights on the current investment market, as well as their previous work experience. They gave me a question. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. They didn't test me on anything. They just talked about the salary and benefits and asked me which department I preferred. They wanted to recruit you. Congratulations, congratulations. Qinze was the fourth in line. It was finally his turn. Chapter 151. After entering the meeting room, Qinze did not look at the long brown lacquered table and the four interviewers. Instead, he looked at the broom on the floor. Qin Baobao knew that her brother had failed many interviews. She felt that it was because her brother didn't put his heart into the interviews, so no one wanted him. She took out a book she had bought when she graduated. 108 Tests for an Interviewer. She told her brother to pay attention to the details and to use the most exaggerated attitude to judge the interviewer. Qinze spent 2 days to finish reading the book. He thought to himself, "Damn, the interviewers really know how to play." It was a typical case to not help a broom that had fallen to the ground. But the book gave two opinions. One was to help a broom that had fallen to the ground. According to the normal answer, the interviewer should quickly pick up the broom on the floor and attend the interview. This was seen as being careful and responsible. The other was not to help a broom. This could also be the opposite of the interviewers. If you helped a broom, they would think that if you did not know your job well, you would not be able to do great things in the future. Qinze was dumbfounded. Should he help a broom or not? He asked his sister, but she could not give him an answer. She said vaguely, "It depends on the situation." What the F***ck? Depends on the situation. He quickly glanced at the floor. Luckily, there was no pretentious test about helping a broom. He had interviewed for so many companies, but he had never encountered such a test. It must be the old trick. Qinze looked at the four interviewers. He glanced at their nameplates. They were the marketing manager, investment manager, human resources manager, and the assistant to the general manager. There were 2 men and 2 women. A pot-bellied uncle and a man in his 30s. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a young woman. The interviewers were also considering Qinze. This young man was handsome and had a good figure. He looked very energetic. Among the 50 to 60 people in the company, there were not many who were more handsome than him. The HR manager was the first to speak. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, and a sharp light flashed through her lenses. "Qinze, your resume doesn't show any work experience. What have you been doing during your internship?" It was a sharp question. Qinze sat on the chair, put his hands on his knees, straightened his back, and answered truthfully, "I've been speculating in stocks for the past 2 months. The marketing manager immediately smiled and said, "Is it convenient to ask about your rate of return?" "Sure." Qinze nodded. The average rate of return is around 90%, with the highest being 300%. The minimum is 40%. The marketing manager raised his eyebrows. It was a shocking yield. But considering the recent rise in the stock market, it was not unacceptable. The other interviewers were not surprised. After all, it was impossible for them to ask him to hand over the receipt. Whether it was true or not was still to be determined. The investment manager, a man in his 30s, chuckled. "Let's talk about the recent trend of the stock market. Some say that the market will continue to rise, and some say that it's just the market hitting the bottom, and it's a normal phenomenon. After this period, the market will return to its slump." Qinze said, "The stock market is going to rise." The investment manager made a please gesture. "Please start your speech." Qinze almost burst out laughing on the spot. "Please start your speech" was listed as a sarcastic remark on the same level as "ha ha." He did not know whether this guy did it intentionally or not, but the joke was so seamless. The interviewers looked at Qinze. During the interview, some said that spring had come for the stock market, and some said that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The yes and no answers were not what the interviewers wanted to hear. They wanted to see how the interviewers would debate. Qinze chose his words for a few seconds and said slowly, "There are 3 reference methods to determine whether the stock market has the foundation of a medium and long-term bull move. First, economists often say that the stock market is the economic barometer, and the general direction is correct. Therefore, whether the stock market moves or not depends on whether the macroeconomy has begun to recover. And whether the macroeconomy recovers or not, first look at the economic situation of the European and American countries. Their economic situation directly affects the global financial market. As for how to look at it, the PPI data released by the National Bureau of Statistics and the PMI data released by HSBC can tell us the answer. The investment manager interrupted directly. As far as I know, the economies of the European and American countries are not doing well. Our country's real estate market is declining, and the policy income is declining, leading to a huge downward pressure on the national economy. This guy's name was written on his nameplate, Li Linfeng. Qin Zhe said calmly. The world is never black and white. You can't say that the stock market must be bad if the economy of a foreign country is bad. The stock market is called investment abroad, but in China, it is called stock speculation. Stock speculation, stock speculation. If you can see the general trend so easily, can it still be called stock speculation? Li Linfeng nodded and agreed with his point of view. He smiled and said, "Go on." Second, look at the stock market trend of the major economic countries and foreign countries. Their markets determine the global stock market. The domestic stock market will follow the trend. Li Linfeng frowned. Then all the more we should not be optimistic. The story of the United States, Britain, France, and other countries is a mess. This is related to the third point I mentioned, Qin Zhe said. Li Linfeng leaned forward slightly and pretended to listen. The other three interviewers also became serious. Among the interviewers, Qin Zhe was the most talkative, regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong. Every country's national conditions are different. The trend of the domestic stock market can only be used as a reference. The reason why I think the stock market will rise is because the domestic economy is declining, and the real estate bubble is getting bigger. Ha! The marketing manager laughed. The domestic economy is poor, so the stock market should be depressed. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this, Qin Zhe said. But the government introduced a series of policies in March and July this year. They lowered interest rates twice, but it also reduced investment returns. There are fewer risk-free and high-return investments. This caused the banks to have a lot of spare cash. Where will the money go? Also, in the past 2 years, the industrial market has hit new lows. The market is in a downturn. Last year, even the IPO was suspended. To support the industry, there will be new shares to be issued. If the IPO is to be restarted, the market will need a wave of rise, and it must be a stable market. Only under such circumstances can companies use the IPO to raise funds through the capital market. The marketing manager furrowed his brows. Li Linfeng was deep in thought. Everything you said, is there any data to support it? Without a long period of market research and analysis, it is just an armchair strategist. Of course there was. Qin Zhe had been doing this for the past 2 months. He had read the stock market for the past 2 years, the recent policies, and the data released by the Bureau of Statistics. If he could understand it, he would understand it himself. If he could not understand it, he would exchange it for knowledge from the system. He left a thick stack of draft papers at home. I am just expressing my own views. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to criticize me, Qin Zhe said. This kind of academic debate was not something that could convince anyone. Everyone had their own views. The industry was also debating whether the stock market should rise or fall. Old Master Qin wanted it to rise, but his views were conservative, so he invested a small amount of money. Qin Zhe wanted it to rise and felt that the stock market would soar, so he went bankrupt. Li Linfeng smiled and picked up his teacup. Very thoughtful. He only agreed with part of Qin Zhe's views. This was an interview, not an academic debate. There was no need to argue about whether the stock market should rise or fall. His purpose was to test Qin Zhe's professionalism. The answer was already out. The investment manager, Li Linfeng, gave a score in his heart. Qualified. It was rare to see a young man who could talk so much. He bragged so seriously, but his bragging was very reasonable. The HR manager was not very satisfied with Qin Zhe because he had no work experience. The marketing manager, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude because his department was already full. The only one who did not express any opinion was the CEO's assistant. At this time, she finally showed her big move. This delicate and pretty woman in her late 20s took out a set of exam papers from a folder and pushed it to Qin Zhe. She smiled and said, "I have a college entrance exam paper here. I will give you half an hour. If you can get full marks, the company will hire you." There was such an operation. The few managers were shocked. The CEO's assistant was pleasant throughout the interview today. She did not deliberately make things difficult for the young people in front of her. The questions she asked were all reasonable. Why did the style change completely when it came to this? Julie was only a medium-sized investment company. There was no need to be so uptight. The college entrance exam did not require the top scorer in science to get full marks. They looked at Qinze with pity in their eyes. Perhaps this young man had offended her? The woman with 2 dimples smiled faintly. Is there a problem? Qinze said, no problem. Give me a pen. Then he moved his chair to the table and answered the questions. His pen flew. Natural and smooth. With Qinze's skill level, getting high marks was not a problem. It was not impossible to get full marks, but half an hour was too rushed. He finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, and handed the long and complicated answers to the system. Half an hour, no more, no less. Qinze put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Done. Done. The managers were suspicious. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Are you sure you can get full marks in half an hour? The CEO's assistant concealed the shock in her eyes. She slowly took out a printed answer and compared it. Then she looked up at Qinze. She compared it again and looked at Qinze again. She was not satisfied. She compared the answer again and said in a doubtful tone, How did you do it? Full marks. The HR manager, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, asked impatiently. The female assistant nodded silently. I don't believe it. Li Linfeng stood up and took the paper and the answer. He compared it personally. After a while, he looked up and said in a doubtful tone, How did you do it? I'm more talented in mathematics. Qinze said in his heart. F*ck, I'm just taking an interview. What do you want? He felt that this was familiar. The female assistant adjusted her stiff expression and cleared her throat. Come to work on Monday. Qinze stood up and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, a few young people who did not go for the interview came up. What took you so long? What did they ask you? You've been in there for 40 minutes. Qinze scolded the interviewer. They're crazy. They asked me to do the college entrance exam. College entrance exam? The young people looked at each other. The interviewer really knows how to play. Should we download a copy of the science college entrance exam as backup? It's been a few years since we graduated. We don't know if we can still pick up the high school knowledge. Chapter 152. In the general manager's office, the assistant stood outside the door and heard the sound of the mouse in the office. As soon as she knocked on the door, the sound stopped. Come in. The general manager's cold and pleasant voice came. She walked in with the results of today's interview and gently put them on Suyu's desk. 10 people were interviewed today, 3 were eliminated in the written test stage, 2 were eliminated in the interview stage, and the remaining 5 were divided into A and B levels according to their academic qualifications, work experience, etc. Mr. Su, please take a look. Suyu's eyes swept over and looked at it one by one and said lightly, How did he do? The female assistant immediately pulled out the test paper and the answer from the file. Suyu compared the test paper and the answer, and his elegant and picturesque face finally showed a touch of color, and he said, I really gave him a full score. Nan Man didn't fool me. Did it really only take half an hour? The female assistant smiled bitterly. Mr. Su, what is the origin of that guy? He said half an hour and it was half an hour. There was no mistake in any question. The answer of the question is more detailed than the reference answer. The whole paper sat down and it was called neat. He didn't use the draft paper and he didn't think much about it. If I didn't print this paper randomly from the internet, I would suspect that he had memorized the answer in advance. You didn't see the faces of the interviewers. It's quite abnormal. Suyu smiled like a glacier thawing. You didn't think that he couldn't answer it? The female assistant said. Manager Lin and the others looked at me strangely. They probably thought that I was a slut and made things difficult for a young man. Someone told me that he could finish a college entrance examination simulation paper in 20 minutes and get a full score. I didn't believe it, but now I have to believe it. Everyone has a brain. Some people are 250 and some people are 250. The female assistant said in her heart, I just thought that he was 250. You didn't think about it. What if he can't answer it? Suyu chuckled. If he can't answer it, he can't answer it. This paper has nothing to do with the interview. He raised the evaluation in his hand. Why is it B? Qin Zhe's evaluation report. The female assistant said, no work experience, intern, ability to be verified. For the time being, it can only be evaluated as B. So you got up and walked to the corner and put the papers and answers into the slot of the shredder. Arrange him to the investment department and mix with Li Linfeng for a while. She was about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than the female assistant. The female assistant hurriedly nodded. Among all the new employees, this kid was the only one who was personally assigned to a position by President Su. After the female assistant left the office, Su trotted back to the computer, and the mouse clicked. No matter how much he cheated, he couldn't cheat his teammates. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the Almighty online for a while. It was already so difficult for her to get a gold rank. From stubbornness to unyielding, when could he reach the shore of glory? At 7:30 p.m. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went home hand in hand. As long as Qin Baobao went to work, she would give Wang Zijin a ride. The place where Miss Wang worked was a little far from the subway station. She had to take the bus first and then transfer to the subway. It was troublesome to get to and from work. When he was at home, he would give the car keys to Wang Zijin and let her drive herself. As soon as they entered the door, the two smelled the aroma of food. The living room table was full of delicacies. Oh, what day is it today? So rich. The elder sister was surprised. Qin Zhe, do you want to raise me into a little fat pig? Wang Zijin complained. Swallowing her saliva betrayed her. Today I succeeded in the interview. Are you happy? Are you surprised? Qin Zhe stood at the table, opened his arms and made a come and congratulate me gesture. Qin Baobao blinked. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Zhe closed his arms and opened them again. The two sisters still didn't understand. What's so good about finding a job? Wang Zijin was the first to react and pretended to say, oh, congratulations, A's is amazing. The elder sister also finally understood. She shouted as fake as possible. Wow, our A's actually found a job. I'm so happy and relieved. I must reward you with a kiss. Go away. Qin Zhe pushed his sister away dispiritedly and sat down quietly. Turned out that he was just being arrogant. In the eyes of the two sisters who graduated from famous universities, finding a job was not something to be proud of. Qin Baobao aside, Wang Zijin came to Shanghai to seek refuge with her best friend and didn't even bring her graduation certificate. Of course, this could be found online. But her work experience and professionalism were all broken down and she had to start from scratch. Now her monthly salary was more than 10,000 yuan. She was no longer a girl who left home and lived under someone else's roof. Occasionally, she would give Qin Zhe some pocket money. She didn't care whether he needed it or not. Qin Baobao reached out to pick up the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Zhe picked up the chopsticks and hit her hand. The elder sister felt pain and quickly retracted her hand. 666. Ace finally doesn't have to stay at home and be a loser without a job. The elder sister retaliated with a venomous tongue. Wang Zijin heard this and hit her. Qin Baobao was furious. Whose side are you on? Wang Zijin raised her hand and said innocently, it hit me by itself. Qin Baobao went to strangle Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin quickly hid behind Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao judged the situation and felt that she had no chance of winning against the two of them. She pouted and ate silently. After dinner, they played on their own in the living room. Qin Zhe checked the scope of the investment company's business and thought about which department he would enter. Wang Zijin recently found a tear-jerking soap opera and was enthusiastically following it. The elder sister held her pink laptop and browsed Weibo. They didn't go back to their rooms. They gathered together happily and felt the passage of time. Finally, they took a shower and went to sleep. Qin Baobao stretched, rubbed her sore neck and sighed. I have to shoot an advertisement in a few days, and I have to release an album next month. I'm so tired. Wang Zijin was stunned. Releasing an album so fast? I think other celebrities take at least 2 months to release their albums. Qin Baobao said. It's hard to say. The fast ones release an album in 4 or 5 days. The slow ones release an album in a few months. I really want to live a life of idleness. Wang Zijin threw a funny brother emoji. Isn't this Qinzhe's life pursuit? Little sister's heart hurt. Qinzhe glared at her. Qin Baobao's cell phone dinged. A text message notification. She raised her cell phone and looked at it. She screamed happily and rushed to share with Wang Zijin. Tissue, my advertising fee has arrived. CCB's card is so slow. The money was transferred 24 hours a day. The company's finance department transferred it out before work, and it was only now on her salary card. So much. Wang Zijin was shocked. Amazing, right? There's another sum in a few days. It's my salary for participating in New Star. Qinzhe curiously came over, wanting to see his sister's salary. Qin Baobao protected her cell phone in front of her chest. She shrank back and kicked her brother. I'm not letting you see, I'm not letting you see. She was taking revenge on Qinzhe for hiding his profits from the stock market and secretly hiding his money. His elder sister was like this. She always liked to argue with Qinzhe over small matters. Show off. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Amazing, amazing, give me a kiss. Wang Zijin said. The two women hugged each other and kissed each other. It's the weekend tomorrow. Shall we go shopping? Sure, I was just thinking of buying a bag. Qinzhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Amazing, amazing. Head patting reward. Qin Baobao immediately knelt down on the sofa and patted his head. It's okay, it's okay. Qinzhe patted her again. Amazing, amazing. His sister wanted to pat him back. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Zijin's face was full of excuse-me expression. She didn't understand this pair of siblings. What was there to compete about? Of course, she didn't know that ever since Qinzhe told the story of patting a dog's head with a smile, head patting had become a form of provocation between the siblings. Whoever had their head patted would feel that they were at a disadvantage and would definitely get their head patted back. The siblings went back and forth, and neither of them was willing to be at a disadvantage. Qinzhe was annoyed and fiercely rubbed his sister's hair into a chicken coop. Qin Baobao got up from the sofa and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he aggressively greeted his younger brother. However, Qinzhe slapped his sister onto the sofa and turned around to run away. Qin Baobao was mad. She screamed and bumped into Wang Zijin's arms. She didn't care about the pain in her head and jumped up. She chased her brother barefoot to the door of his room. She banged on the door with her two small hands and said angrily, "Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts to pat my head, then open the door." Wang Zijin thought to herself that this sentence sounded very familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? Chapter 153. The next day was a Saturday. They had planned to go shopping, but when her sister saw the blazing sun, she was scared. To prevent herself from getting tanned, Wang Zijin woke up at 5:30 a.m. for a morning run. When the sun jumped out of the horizon, she immediately went home. After taking a shower and catching up on sleep, she woke up after Qinzhe had finished cooking lunch. She was wearing Aral's pajamas and a cartoon girl with glasses. She was poking a pile of poop with a stick in her hand. It was Qin Baobao who had bought it for her. Qin Baobao loved teddy bear pajamas and did not like the more delicate and comfortable silk pajamas. She said that was for rich ladies. Her sister was a young girl and should wear a cute style. Qinzhe said seriously, "I've never heard of a 25-year-old girl." Qin Baobao hit him. During lunch, Qinzhe looked at the two women. "Aren't we going shopping? Aren't we going to buy bags?" Wang Zijin said, "Baobao, the sun is really strong. Even sunscreen can't withstand it. It's not good to get tanned." Qin Baobao said, Okay, then let's not go. Let's stay at home and rot." The two of them reached an agreement. Qinzhe rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. According to Qin Baobao's past behavior, she would definitely drag him along when she went shopping. He would act as a tool to carry bags and shopping bags. Now she even had to add Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was playing with her phone. Her alumni group was ringing nonstop. "Professor Liu is giving a lecture today. Is there anyone who wants to go?" "Of course I have to go. I've been at every one of Professor Liu's lectures. Let's go together. After graduation, I occasionally go back to attend his public lectures. The last time I attended his public lecture, it was about social philosophy. It was very deep. I learned a lot. What's the topic today?" "Emotional ethics." I'm looking forward to Professor Lu sharing his emotional history. Haha. Although it was Saturday, there were no classes on weekends in university, especially in liberal arts. Qin Baobao said, "Why don't we go to Fudan University to attend his public lecture? What's the difference between that and shopping?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "What open class?" Qin Zhe said. "Are you crazy? It wasn't easy for you to leave the university and you want to go back and suffer? There's a very famous professor in our university. His surname is Lu. He's a good-looking man in his 30s. Many girls have a crush on him. He graduated from Cambridge University, and his lecturing skills are excellent." Qin Baobao praised. "I like him very much." Qin Zhe chuckled. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Don't you have a brother complex? What kind of uncle do you like?" Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of soup. Wang Zijin quickly covered her mouth, realizing that she had said something wrong. The public lecture was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to Fudan University. They bought 3 iced drinks at a nearby milk tea shop. The 3 of them shuttled back and forth in the shadow of the sycamore tree, aimlessly strolling around the campus. There were not many students on the road on a hot day. They would occasionally see Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin's figures. Unfortunately, they were both wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. They had no chance to see their beautiful faces. As for why they were so stunning just by looking at their figures, they were wearing white-fitted t-shirts. Their breasts were perky and their waists were slender. Especially Qin Baobao's. They attracted attention wherever they went. Their lower bodies were denim shorts that wrapped around their round buttocks. They had 2 pairs of white and well-proportioned thighs and a pair of breathable jogging shoes on their feet. Wang Zijin did not want to wear sunglasses, but Qin Baobao felt that it would be inappropriate if she was the only one wearing sunglasses. She also urged Qin Zhe to wear the dog-headed military advisor sunglasses that they bought in the ancient town. Qin Zhe refused. Qin Baobao studied in Handan University, which was next to her brother's. They used to go out on dates often. Qin Zhe was familiar with Fudan University. He even knew where his sister lived in the female dormitory. It was Wang Zijin's first time here. She looked around excitedly. Qin Baobao said that her sister used to sing here, which caused an uproar. There was also Guanghua Building, which was built during the 100th anniversary of the university. It was the tallest building in Fudan University. There was a library, a gymnasium, a female dormitory, and a statue of the chairman. The sister pushed her brother and said, "Go and pray. Pray that you can quickly find a wife." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Get lost." Wang Zijin laughed. The public lecture was on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building. It was a large classroom that could accommodate 200 people. Qin Zhe had seen foreign public lectures online before. The classroom was like the Great Hall of the People with a fan-shaped structure. The students' seats were like football spectators' seats. The teacher's podium was also like a leader's podium. The blackboard had long been phased out. It was replaced with a big screen. Looking at the public lectures in Chinese universities, it was like a drama. The attendance rate was about 40%. It was very popular. Today was Saturday and many people skipped class. Qin Baobao chose a remote corner at the back. She tried not to attract attention. Professor Lu was 32 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his posture was straight. He should be a regular at the gym. He was quite handsome. His black hair was mixed with some silver strands. It was not dyed. It was the real white of a teenager. "Hello everyone." Professor Lu glanced around the classroom. "Many of you are probably cursing me in your hearts for holding this public lecture on weekends. It's supposed to be a day when you are dating or playing games in the dormitory. Instead, you are here to listen to my lecture. With this in mind, I won't mention any names. However, this is the school's arrangement. I won't take the blame." The students laughed. "We are here voluntarily. I like Professor Lu's lecture the most." "I like Professor Lu the most." "Really? That's a surprise. Qin Baobao said something similar in my class. I didn't cherish it at that time." Professor Lu sighed. "Ha ha ha." The students laughed. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister beside him. "You seem to like this type of food." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. When did I say that? Professor Lu gestured for the students to be quiet. I'm just kidding. It's an honor for our school to have a superstar who used to be my student. I don't want to brag, but I feel sorry for her. Qin Baobao was very famous at Fudan University. She was the campus belle. Nowadays there were many campus belle who were extremely beautiful. However, there were not many campus belle with big breasts and long legs. There were many boys who coveted Qin Baobao's beauty. It was rumored that Qin Baobao's boyfriend was a rich second-generation heir because she was often seen fooling around with an ugly guy. If he wasn't a rich second-generation heir, how could he pursue the goddess of Fudan University? Now Qin Baobao was even more famous. The whole school knew that the superstar in I Am a Singer was a graduate of Fudan University. Countless juniors who didn't have the chance to meet Qin Baobao's side. They regretted not meeting her before they graduated. Otherwise, they would have been able to pursue the goddess. The seniors from the previous years were all losers. Those seniors who had graduated earlier than Qin Baobao had the same mentality. When they were in school, their juniors were all good for nothings. Only those who were in the same year as Qin Baobao knew how difficult it was to pursue her. This semester I'm going to talk about emotional ethics. In the last class I said that humans are the most emotional animals. What built today's society? Is it wisdom? Law? Order? Yes, of course. But what is the basis of these? It's emotions. Sociology, ethics, and psychology all originated from emotions. Even the moral standards that have been passed down for thousands of years also originated from emotions. Respect for the old, love for the young, respect for brothers, the three cardinal principles. If there were no emotions, morality would lose its meaning. But from another perspective, morality has the effect of suppressing emotions. For example, we often say that we shouldn't covet our brothers' wives, and we should guard against fire, theft, and girlfriends. Why do we say that? Because morality suppresses emotions. It's against morality and unreasonable to tell you that it's against morality. Another example is a more sensitive word: discord. Chapter 154. What are emotions? Buddhists say that there are 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness and death, separation, resentment, unattainable desires, and the 5 E's. The 8 sufferings give birth to greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires. Confucianism says that there are 8 virtues in life: filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Emotions are restrained by morality. Taoism says that the heavens and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. Therefore, the heavens are selfless and there is no competition. These sayings all revolve around emotions. From this, it can be seen that emotions can give birth to philosophy, psychology, morality, and so on. Then how do we analyze emotions in modern times? I divide them into 4 types: love, family, friendship, and bestie. There is a reason for this order. Love is the most complicated, so I put it first. There is a saying that is very good. Love is a kind of purity, friendship is a kind of breadth, and family is a kind of depth. But these emotions are not clearly separated. They blend and change with each other. First, let's talk about bestie. Among the students here, do any of the girls have a bestie? Do any of the boys have a close female friend? Yes. The students responded one after another. Bestie is a state of being more than a friend but not yet in love. They can be promoted at any time, but they may not be able to get a title in their lifetime. It is mixed between love and friendship. A spare tire, a girl said. Not a spare tire. That would only be an insult to bestie. Professor Lu shook his head. A spare tire is more like a person leaving a way out for themselves. Bestie is a real and indispensable emotion. I believe that everyone has such an experience. When you encounter troubles in life, you don't talk to your family or your best friend. Instead, you talk to a special member of the opposite sex in your life. Usually, this person who you can talk to is not a lover who is better than a lover, or a relative who is better than a relative. Qin Baobao said enviously, I also want a bestie. Wang Zijin complained softly, go find one. Don't just be all mouthy, king. Qin Baobao sighed. I also want one, but all the men who come into contact with me covet my beauty. Wang Zijin turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said agitatedly, Bullsh asterisk T, you have to ask me if I agree. Let's talk about friendship. Friendship is the most indispensable emotion. A person can live without love, or even family, but they can't live without friendship. That will make you feel very lonely. According to medical statistics, 90% of autistic patients were caused by a lack of friendship. Therefore, friendship was a kind of breath. At the same time, friendship could also be transformed into love. That's where the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend comes from. Some students raised their hands. But not all friendships will turn into love. It's only applicable between the opposite sex. Professor Lu laughed and said, "You're still too young. Where do you think the term gay friend came from?" The crowd roared with laughter. Qinzhe also laughed. This Professor Lu's lecture was indeed very humorous and profound. There was a lot of content. It was unlike the web novels he had read, which were full of fake goods with huge waves. As for kinship, it's probably the warmest kind of feeling. Love can change, friendship can betray, and family is the most difficult feeling in a person's life. The love between parents who gave birth to you and raised you. The love between brothers and sisters. It has a strong blood bond and is a lifelong bond. Kinship can also be very complicated sometimes. To a certain extent, it's the transformation of love. Love is like fireworks. It's gorgeous and beautiful, but it may not last long. We often say that husband and wife have a 7-year itch. In fact, it's a manifestation of love that wears away over a long period of time. At this time, because of the fetters of children, most couples will transform love into kinship. Between an old married couple, they lived and interacted more like family. Young couples will be deeply attached to each other. The ancients have long seen through this essence. In their view, a husband and wife who treat each other with respect is the most perfect and reasonable model. But Professor Lu changed the topic and threw out a bomb. Kinship can sometimes transform into love. We call it taboo love. There was a low uproar among the students. This topic was embarrassing. Some of the girls even blushed. F***ck. Qinzhe said in his heart, "Brother, what are you going to say next? Can we change the topic? This kind of taboo thing will be censored if it's mentioned. I'm still young. Can you withdraw it?" Qin Baobao frowned. In a narrow sense, promiscuity refers to the improper relationship between people who are related by blood. Chaotic, harmonious relationships in the broad sense, including the narrow sense, were improper relationships between men and women between people of different seniority. It's the traditional sense of the 5 relationships. What are the 5 relationships? Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. Professor Lu spoke with fervor and assurance. He was not embarrassed at all. His face had an expression of, "This is a serious academic exchange." As expected of a returnee who studied abroad. His mind was very open. Qinzhe said in his heart, "Promiscuity? That's amazing. Is there a hero in the world?" Taboo love has a very long history. The definition of it will change in every era. For example, everyone knows that cousin marriage is normal and legal in ancient times, but it is not in modern times. In modern times, teacher-student relationships and relationships between superiors and subordinates were very common. In ancient times, it was not recognized and tolerated. The similarity is that the improper relationship between people who are related by blood is not recognized in any era. Today, we will focus on talking about the behavior of family turning into love. Professor Lu said, "Don't feel embarrassed. This is an academic exchange." A boy suddenly raised his hand. "I think the behavior of family turning into love is very absurd and funny. Anyone with ethics and morals would not do this." Professor Lu smiled and said, "This is very in line with the general view. However, this does exist now. It is not very common, but it is not rare. Especially in foreign countries. In ancient times, there were many similar phenomena. Take the Tang dynasty, which was known for its open atmosphere. Emperor Taizong of Tang once wanted to make Li Yuanji's wife the empress. Later, Empress Wu Zetian and Yang Guifei had served the emperor and his son. However, these have nothing to do with what I want to talk about. Let's not talk about it for now. How does family turn into love? From a psychological point of view, there are 2 reasons: environment and emotional needs. Note that it is not a biological need. From an objective point of view, this kind of phenomenon often exists in abnormal or unhappy family relationships. Single-parent families are especially likely to cause a father and mother complex. This is a manifestation of a child's insecurity. Some psychological experts believe that children must get rid of the father and mother complex in order to develop a healthy personality. Some mental and sexual abnormalities in adults are unable to get rid of the father and mother complex. These are psychological diseases and mental illnesses. They are abnormal and unhealthy. Father and mother complex is very common, but it is rare to have an improper relationship. The probability of this is greatly increased between siblings. Professor Liu said, "Are there any 2D fans?" Suddenly there was a commotion. Most of them were boys. In Japanese 2D works, there is a phenomenon called sister complex. It accounts for almost half of the works. People who have seen similar anime can see that the sisters in the works are very dependent on their brothers. Every sister complex is antisocial and antisocial. In their world, there are very few members of the opposite sex other than their brothers. Their brothers are everything in their world. Therefore, they have a strong dependence on them. If other girls get close to their brothers, they will be very angry. The sisters also have a common attribute, tsundere. They like their brothers, but they do not dare to say it. They obviously care a lot, but they pretend to be, in their eyes, my brother is just a salted fish. The reason is that this is a kind of feeling that is not recognized and accepted. I call it dependent, harmonious love. This principle also applies to siblings. If you find someone who is very dependent on their brother or sister, then it is very likely that you have a brother complex. A writer once said that novels come from life and are more important than life. It was the same for comics. Japanese 2D comics were exaggerated. In real life, the sister con was very subtle. They probably do not realize that they have such abnormal feelings. They even think that it is normal to be intimate with their brother or sister. Is there anyone with a sister complex here? Raise your hand. Professor Liu joked. There was complete silence. Qin Baobao suddenly said, "Nonsense." She was very angry. Chapter 155. It's just a joke. Don't be so depressed. Professor Liu smiled and said, "This kind of relationship is the most complicated. Very few people can correctly recognize their own feelings. If there's dependent love, there's the opposite of dependent love. The two-dimensional brothers are all male chauvinistic. They love and spoil their sister. Dependent love is caused by environmental factors. There's also a kind of love called the sister is too outstanding. Whether it's the sister or the sister, they're both beautiful and smart. Whether it's in terms of interpersonal relationships or academic performance, they're better than the brothers. Standing in front of them, you'll only feel inferior. You have to know that people yearn for beauty. Over time, it will form a kind of yearning. They yearn to be as outstanding as the sister or sister. If they can't be that kind of person, then they'll get her. If the elders continue to add oil to the fire, it will encourage this kind of abnormal feeling. This time it was Qin Zai's turn to be unsettled. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. I call this kind of love yearning harmonious love. But it's different from dependent harmonious love. It seems to be caused by environmental factors, but it's actually caused by psychological needs. This type of brother and brother is a passerby. Beautiful girls won't like them and people around them won't pay attention to them. They were eager to make a name for themselves, eager to stand in the center of the stage. Have you heard of the song by Qin Baobao? Exaggerated? The quieter the crowd, the more ignored you become. You'll stir up trouble. The description is very accurate. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of love. This is a psychological need for love." Qin Zai suddenly raised his hand. "I don't agree with you. The dependence and yearning between brothers and sisters should be a common phenomenon. This question is too stupid." Professor Liu shook his head. "I didn't say that this will inevitably develop into a taboo relationship. Everyone's feelings are different. Some people can restrain themselves at the brink of the cliff. This is the power of morality suppressing emotions. But some people will desperately ignite the wildfire in their heart. It will burn themselves and others. This process needs some time or opportunity. Our main goal here is to understand the soil and conditions of taboo feelings." Qin Zai silently covered his face. He really didn't want to continue listening to this topic. It was too embarrassing. Many girls were already blushing. If forbidden emotions aren't stopped in time, they can be very scary. It was a phenomenon of kinship turning into love, or kinship mixed with love. It was very complicated. Love was originally a wildfire that was not afraid of burning. This kind of person will burn himself crazily and walk towards the abyss of no return. Next, let's talk about love. After the public lecture ended, the students left one after another. On the way back to the parking lot, the female hipster Wang Zijin relished the content of the open class. She felt that her understanding of human nature and emotions had improved. Today's class was very interesting. I didn't come in vain, she said. Qin Baobao spat. I just feel that you're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Qin Zhe agreed with her. That's right. I have no idea what he's talking about. Wang Zijin blinked. I think it's pretty good. The siblings said in unison. Good my ass. Qin Baobao threw the car keys to Wang Zijin and got into the back seat. Qin Zhe followed her into the back seat. His sister took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. She burped in an unladylike manner and then stared blankly into space. Her cheeks were red from the sun, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. Her hair was sticking to her cheeks, and her foxy face was enchanting and charming. The air conditioner blew, and her eyelashes fluttered. Only then did she come back to her senses, and her dull face thawed. It's so hot. His sister moaned. She took off her breathable jogging shoes and pulled out her white socks, letting her 2 white and tender feet feel the cold air from the air conditioner. It stinks. Put your shoes back on. Qin Zhe covered his nose in disgust. Stinks. Qin Baobao held her feet. Stinks. Qin Zhe said. Oh. Qin Baobao put down her feet and suddenly kicked Qin Zhe in the face. Qin Zhe groaned, and the back of his head hit the car door. You're the stinky one. My sister is a little fairy. Qin Baobao curled up her feet and said angrily, although women were often described as fragrant and dripping with sweat, how could a person's sweat smell really be fragrant? However, they had only been out for a few hours. Qin Baobao was sweating, but there was definitely no stench. Qin Zhe just didn't like it when someone took off their socks in front of him. The furious Qin Zhe reached out and grabbed his sister's leg. He flipped her over onto her seat, grabbed her waist and flipped her over. Out of habit, he raised his hand to smack her butt. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His hand stopped in midair and he didn't hit her. Qin Baobao also felt strange. She got up like a frightened rabbit and curled up at the other end of the seat. The blush on her face became more obvious. Wang Zijin entered the GPS location and slowly reversed out of the parking space. She did not care about the quarrel between the siblings. Anyway, she was used to it. She laughed and said, Fasten your seat belts. The racing god of Mount Aquina will take you flying. She had worked in an online media company for 2 months. Now she was familiar with all kinds of online words and was very good at making jokes. Qin Baobao did not even know what a mantis shrimp was, but she could clearly and accurately distinguish between a mantis shrimp and a mantis eel, and the difference between a student card and a cave card. Fudan University was only about 10 minutes away from where they lived. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed that she did not have time to show her skills as an experienced driver. After returning home, Qin Zhe turned on the air conditioner in the living room. The 3 of them took a shower one after another. He changed into big pants and a gray vest. The strong and well-proportioned muscle lines highlighted the masculine beauty of a man. Unfortunately, the 2 sisters were already used to his masculine appearance. The 2 sisters changed into cool halter tops and enjoyed the coolness of the air conditioner. The sun was shining outside, and the temperature outside had reached 43 degrees Celsius. In this damn weather, even an egg would be half-cooked if it was rolled on the streets. The weather in the north was better, but the south was miserable, especially in Guangdong province. The people in Guangdong province were complaining that they did not want to live anymore. Teppanyaki could be seen everywhere, and the local people also wanted to go back to Africa to escape the summer heat. Wang Zijin took up more than half of the sofa. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Baobao was sitting cross-legged on the single-seater sofa with a laptop on her lap. Qin Zhe caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eyes. She was actually watching Japanese cartoons. The sister noticed Feng Yu's gaze and quickly looked at him warily. What are you doing? Qinze was stunned. I am not doing anything. Is there a need for such a big reaction? Qin Baobao covered the laptop and did not let Feng Yu look at it. She kicked it with her leg. Go do what you are supposed to do. Qinze was even more curious. He quickly snatched the laptop from his sister and looked at it. He had seen this cartoon before. It was a German orthopedic masterpiece called My Sister Can't Be So Cute. Qin Baobao panicked and screamed, Give it back to me. She was like a cat with its hair standing on end, but because of her sudden movement, she bumped into Qinze's arms. The laptop fell to the ground and the battery fell out. Qinze held onto the stumbling sister, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Is she watching Japanese cartoons? Is she afraid of being seen by me? Why? Is it because of today's lecture? Qinze lowered his head and looked at his sister. Qin Baobao was also looking at him. Her bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Wang Zijin was awakened by the noise and grumbled unhappily. What are you guys doing? So noisy. The siblings turned their heads at the same time and looked to the side. Nothing. Qin Baobao silently picked up the laptop and went back to the room without saying a word. Qin Baobao locked herself in the room for the whole afternoon and went back after lunch. When she looked at Feng Yu, her eyes were always twinkling. Wang Zijin was very sensitive to the abnormality of her best friend. She thought that the siblings were quarreling as usual, but found that Qinze was very attentive to his sister and kept putting food in her bowl. He was not as cold as usual. After lunch, her sister went back to the room again and did not come out. Wang Zijin went to the bathroom with her pajamas. The sound of water splashing was heard. Qinze took the opportunity to knock on his sister's door. Qin Baobao, come out. Let's talk for a while. No one answered. Qinze opened the door and went in. Qin Baobao was lying on the bed and looking at her phone. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt. She had been lazy these days and did not wash her 3 pajamas. Today she did not wear any pajamas. Qinze came in and happened to see her white and tender thighs and purple underwear. Qin Baobao suddenly turned around and pulled down the hem of her t-shirt in a panic. She said angrily, Why didn't you knock before coming in? Qinze did not expect that she would not wear pajamas today. He said awkwardly, I will remember to knock next time. Why did you come in? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at her brother and said angrily. Qinze was suddenly speechless and did not know what to say. Don't listen to that stupid professor's nonsense. There is no such thing as German orthopedics. Wouldn't this be more embarrassing? He did not know why, but he was a little flustered when Qin Baobao searched for German anime the moment she came back. Qin Baobao sat up and hid her white legs under the blanket. She wrinkled her nose. So this is what German orthopedics means. Disgusting. This is just a style of anime. Qinze pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually guilty. Sometimes the more you care about something, the more you will mention it, as if this will make you look open and aboveboard. There are many anime with this theme in Japanese anime. Which anime? Qin Baobao probably had the same thought. Although her eyes were drifting, she pretended to be calm and talked about it. The one you watched is very ordinary. The author's whole family died because of a bad ending. I recommend Empty Fate to you. The brother and sister live a shameless life all day. I don't want to watch it. Sister said loudly. Even brother is not bad, but it is too dirty. It is not suitable for little fairy. Watch it. I don't want to watch it. Choose another one. Qin Baobao looked very disdainful. Inferior student in Magic High School is also the same. It is just that the brother and sister in it make people feel uncomfortable. The author's thinking is too conservative and not bold enough. Rebellious Leluxiu is also good, but I can't stand the scene of him sending his sister away. There is also Kiss Sister. TSK, this is amazing. The 2 sworn sisters are always asking for a kiss from their brother. Won't this kind of anime be banned? Qin Baobao was shocked. Japanese people have big holes in their brains. Even ******* is legal, let alone this. Qinze said. You have actually seen so many. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's eyes from a salted fish to a pervert. Damn pervert. How is it perverted? Qinze was puzzled. Aren't people who have seen so many perverted anime perverted? Qinzhe was not convinced. Do you dare to post something on Weibo? If you do, those fans will turn against you in a matter of minutes. I don't care about others. I only think that you are a pervert. Sister threw a pillow at him. Qin Baobao's worldview was refreshed. Chapter 156. The next day was Sunday. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe had to go home to stay with their parents for a day. After the siblings moved in together at their parents' request, they had to go home every weekend. After all, their parents missed their children too. Ever since Qinma unlocked the blind date demon attribute, Qin Baobao rarely went home. I can't afford to offend her. I'll just hide. Now she went home once every half a month. It wasn't good for her not to go home all the time. Grandpa would explode. He also brought Wang Zijin along. The little sister of the Wang family was two-faced, so she had almost no friends in Shanghai except for Qin Baobao. Qinzhe couldn't figure out at first. How did the little homebuddy battle expert become best friends with his silly sister? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Baobao might not be worse than Wang Zijin in terms of homebuddy battle skills. One must know that he had been tricked by his sister since he was young. They arrived at their parents' house at 9:30 in the morning. The neighborhood was quiet, and people didn't like to come out in the hot summer weather. Occasionally there were cars coming in and out. The grass in the green belt shone with the green sunlight, and the leaves rolled listlessly. The guard uncle lay half dead in front of the fan. Qin Baobao honked the horn repeatedly, and only then did he reluctantly open the fence for them. It was rare for Grandpa Wang to be at home. He was in the study looking at stock trading software. He had a special notebook to record the trends and changes of stocks, sectors, and the market. This was a habit he had picked up in recent years. He was old and his memory was not as good as before. Dad, why didn't you go to school today? Qinzhe pushed the door open and entered. We have guests for lunch. Grandpa Wang's eyes never left the computer. Qinzhe took out a brown box from his pocket. It was beautifully packaged. He put it on the desk and said, Dad, this is for you. He bought the Montblanc fountain pen from Shimmy Shopping Mall in the morning. It cost 4,000 renminbi. The body of the pen was pure black and shiny. It was made of acetate fiber plastic and felt very warm when holding it. The design was simple and smooth, and the appearance was grand and elegant. Grandpa Wang looked at the fountain pen and said, Did you take the wrong medicine? Took the wrong medicine. That's too heart-wrenching. It's rare for me to be filial to my father. I made some money in the stock market, so I wanted to buy some gifts for you. Qinzhe said in his heart, I can't forget the look in your eyes when you looked at me empty-handed when Qin Bao gave you a present. The old man plays with the fountain pen, unable to hide his fondness. Qinzhe doesn't know if a cultured person likes this, but his father likes it. When Qinzhe was in elementary school, his grandfather had a Montblanc fountain pen. He kept it in his shirt pocket every day. At that time it was also popular to keep fountain pens in the chest pocket. He loved it more than his own son. It's a lot of money, the old man said. 4,000. Brat, you're spending too much money. The old man reprimanded him with righteous words and quickly put the pen into his pocket. Dad, you go ahead. I'll go to the living room to talk to Mom. Qinzhe turned around and was about to leave. Wait. The old man stopped him and put on his father's dignity. Give me your phone. What for? Qinzhe was stunned. Look at your recent harvest list. The old man's tone was that of a teacher. Your medium-long line looks good, but there are obvious shortcomings in the short term. Let me take a look and give you some advice later. He couldn't say that he had encountered a bottleneck in the stock market recently and needed his son's harvest list for reference and inspiration. As an old man, I don't care about my face. Then I won't leave. Go ahead. Qinzhe said. Go, don't be an eyesore here. The old man snatched the phone and waved his hand to chase him away. Qinzhe left reluctantly. If it was someone else who wanted his phone, he would have slapped them. Even Qin Bao couldn't get it. After all, there was a lot of privacy in the phone. But since his father asked as a son, he couldn't refuse. Qinzhe came to the living room. Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, and Qin Ma were sitting on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. There were only a few topics to talk about. Qin Ma said, The daughter of the Zhang family next door is finally married. She's almost 30 years old. The Zhang family can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Aunt Lu on the second floor already has her second child. She has another chubby boy. She looks so cute. Bao Bao, you have to work harder too. Mom is almost 50 years old. Qin Ma couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Most of the neighbors who were about her age had already become grandparents. At the very least, their sons and daughters were married. Look at her. Not to mention grandchildren. Her daughter didn't even have a boyfriend. When she went out and met neighbors of more than 10 years, Qin Ma's age, the content of the conversation was nothing more than their children's career and childbirth. A while ago, they were quite proud that the Qin family had a big star. But the older generation didn't pay attention to this. After the novelty passed, the topic turned to their children's marriage. They asked Qin Ma, "Does your Bao Bao have a boyfriend? When are you getting married?" Qin Ma suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged and puffed up her cheeks. Don't talk to her mother. This child, you always have this attitude. I'm so angry. Qin Ma was disappointed. She wanted to take her daughter to see a psychiatrist. Auntie, don't be anxious. Wang Zijin acted as a lubricant and joked. Bao Bao isn't that old. She's only 25 years old. Maybe there will be a man she likes. Don't think that she got married too quickly. Qin Ma patted Wang Zijin's hand and said with relief, Zijin is so sensible. If you were my daughter, I wouldn't have to worry. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and sulked. Mom, do you have watermelon? I want to eat watermelon. Qin Zhe appeared just in time. Yes, I'll cut it for you. Wait for a while. Qin Ma got up and went into the kitchen. Qin Zhe walked to his sister and sat down. He bumped her shoulder and gloated. Look at this. Mom might sleep with you tonight. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in annoyance. She did not want her brother to touch her. Qin Ma came over with a plate of watermelon and handed a piece to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Ma handed her daughter another piece. Qin Bao Bao looked away. Don't eat it. Qin Zhe said. Mom, don't mind her. I'll eat it. There was a news report on the TV. Recently, there have been high temperatures in many provinces. Please take precautions against heat stroke. At around 8 o'clock this morning, there was a traffic accident on the Yuhe Expressway in the western province. The truck driver fainted because of heat stroke, causing the truck to lose control and crash into the roadside guardrail. The driver died in vain. This is the third traffic accident due to high temperatures in the western province. Qin Ma said, Bao Bao, eat some watermelon to prevent heat stroke. Qin Zhe burst out laughing. Mom, she stays in an air-conditioned room all day. How can she prevent heat stroke? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at her brother. She put on her slippers and went to the kitchen. She came out with half a watermelon. Qin Ma told her not to eat too much watermelon. She would get diarrhea if she ate too much. Qin Bao Bao said that half a watermelon was more satisfying. She liked to eat watermelon like this since she was young. She would eat a spoonful while watching TV. However, she could not eat all of it. Every time she ate half, she would throw it to Qin Zhe. Sure enough, her sister ate the essence in the center and handed the watermelon to Qin Zhe. I can't eat anymore. Qin Zhe habitually took it and put a spoonful into his mouth. Qin Ma immediately said, Hey, change the spoon. Qin Zhe said, It's so disgusting. Spit it out. Mom, you're so considerate. Mom, help me change the spoon. Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the moment when Qin Ma turned around and pinched Qin Zhe's waist hard. Qin Zhe did not pursue his sister's petty actions. After all, it was his sister who was pressed down on the sofa every time. This was called, you can lose in small matters but you can't lose in big matters. Wang Zijin looked at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. These two clowns were really putting on an act in front of their parents. At this time, the old man came out of the study. The old man was full of smiles. He returned the phone to his son and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed. Not bad, not bad. My son is really capable. Ace, although the more you experience this kind of thing, the better. You can't be too half-hearted. The siblings, including Wang Zijin, were dumbfounded. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Zhe suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qin Bao Bao looked at her father's forehead. If not for her cowardice, she would have checked if her father had a fever. After being father and daughter for more than 20 years, she had never seen the old man praise his son. "Kid, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" The old man's smile was so wide that the corners of his mouth reached his ears. Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was stunned at first and then felt guilty. Suddenly she felt that something was wrong. "What am I guilty about?" The old man smiled. "Who's that Zhangya? What does she look like? Where does she live? Is she your university classmate?" Qin Baobao was stunned. Qin Zai's eyelids twitched. "This girl is a little too enthusiastic. You have to pay attention to your character. You can't just date anyone." The old man paused and then squeezed out a smile. "Chen Qingyuan is also your girlfriend? She keeps calling him Qinggu. She's younger than you, right?" Swish! Two gazes that seemed to have materialized shot over. Qin Zai felt that the dog days had turned into the coldest days in an instant. The two pairs of eyes were from his sister and the young lady from the Wang family. "Dad, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend." He decided to hide in the kitchen and figure out the situation first. At the same time, he took out his phone. There were 5 unread messages in his inbox. "Little brother, have you missed your sister recently? Ask your sister out to play some other day." "Oh, you're ignoring me? You're not going to recognize me anymore after eating me, are you? Qinggu, are you free this week? My mom wants to invite you over for a meal." "Qinggu, don't think that I'm annoying. I'll be a good boy in the future." Qinggu replied to me with a text. "I don't dare to call you." What the F***ck, this information was too much. Zhangya was the kind of woman who liked to talk nonsense. It was obviously a very serious matter, but she could still start it with a topic that was 18 times forbidden. As for Chen Qingyuan, that girl, she was stubborn and did not have the slightest awareness that she had been banished to the cold palace. She always wanted something to happen between her and Qin Zai. What would the old man think of me? I've been an excellent son for 22 years. And this damn smartphone. The text message notification would pop up the content. The old man could see everything with a glance. He did not even need to open his inbox to spy on his son's privacy. Suddenly there was a scream behind him. Then his shoulders sank. Chapter 157. Qin Baobao jumped from the sofa and pounced on her brother's back. She hooked Qin Zai's waist with her long legs and grabbed his neck with both hands. She said angrily, "Qin Zai, you black-hearted maggot. I'm going to strangle you." Qin Baobao really wanted to cry. It was hard to guard against a best friend. Qin Zai struggled hard and tried to shake his sister off. Qin Baobao's legs could crush a person to death. She kept on shaking and not falling. The siblings were in a tug-of-war. "What are you doing? Let's talk nicely." Grandpa Shen was surprised that his daughter was so agitated. Qin Baobao ignored her father and kept on scolding. "You black-hearted maggot. You're a bad egg." Grandpa Shen couldn't take it anymore. If he was a bad egg, what was he? He picked up the remote control and whipped his daughter's butt. Qin Baobao cried out. She covered her butt with one hand and strangled Qin Zai's neck with the other. Grandpa Shen whipped her twice more. She finally jumped down and covered her butt with tears in her eyes. She looked at her father with grievance and innocence. Grandpa Shen scolded. "How old are you? You're acting like a child. Is it appropriate? Your mother is right. You should find a partner for you. You won't be mature if you haven't been in love." It was mainly because Wang Zijin was an outsider. His daughter's behavior embarrassed Grandpa Shen, who prided himself on his strict upbringing. "Dad, you want to hit him?" Qin Baobao pointed at her brother and complained angrily. "He's seducing a married woman." "Married?" Grandpa Shen was stunned. "No." Qin Baobao replied. "What are you blabbering about if you're not married?" Grandpa Shen scolded. "But he's seducing 2 women." Qin Baobao was unwilling to give up. "That's because he has the capital. This won't do." Old Master Shen frowned. "Yes, with outsiders around, the family must be upright. If you're in a relationship, then just be in a relationship. You can't be so half-hearted and two-timing." "Who's two-timing?" Qin Ma heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. "Mom, your son hooked up with a married woman. You and Dad should beat him up." Qin Baobao poured dirty water on her brother to vent her grievances. "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm innocent. I didn't seduce Zhangya. Qin Zhe tried to defend himself. Who is Zhangya? One of my best friends. Qin Baobao said angrily. I've already told him not to go after Zhangya, but he doesn't listen. She already has a boyfriend. Who knows when she will get married? Qin Zhe hurriedly looked at Wang Zijin. She was smiling faintly, but there was a hint of sadness and anger in her eyes. No, I didn't. Qin Zhe defended himself loudly. Qin Baobao cried. Yes, yes, yes. She suddenly squatted down, holding her stomach and sobbing. Old Master Shen and Qin Ma didn't expect their daughter to have such a big reaction. What's wrong? Why are you crying? How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Zhe took the opportunity to slander his sister. Maybe it's because I have a rumored girlfriend and she's upset. Get lost. Qin Baobao picked up the remote control and threw it at him. She looked at Qin Ma with tears in her eyes. Mom, my stomach hurts. So it was her period. Qin Ma saw it and knew that her daughter was having menstrual cramps again. She hurried to help her up. Isn't it next week? Why did it come early? Baby Qin's face turned pale from the pain. She looked pitiful. Aoze bought me a lot of popsicles yesterday. Qin Ma and old Master Shen looked at their son angrily. Heh, this black-hearted maggot. Even at this time he didn't forget to stab me. A woman's early menstruation was related to many factors, such as abnormal temperature and catching a cold. She must have liked the cold at night and turned on the air conditioner to kick the quilt. Qin Baobao suffered from menstrual cramps every time. One of the reasons was that she was afraid of pain. It was said that menstrual cramps were similar to the labor pains before the pregnancy. Qin Zhe searched for this answer on the internet when he was in high school. He laughed at his sister. Isn't this good? You have a prenatal rehearsal every month. Qin Baobao started a war with him. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin helped Qin Baobao back to the room. Old Master Shen went to prepare the ginger tea. Although his daughter didn't stay at home often, these things were always prepared. The love of parents was in every little thing. After a while Wang Zijin came out. Little Miss Wang picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it happily. Qin Zhe paused for a moment. Sister Ziwei, don't listen to Qin Baobao's nonsense. You've seen Zhangya too. She's very flirtatious. We're innocent. Wang Zijin gave him a sideways glance and imitated Qin Baobao's tone. What does it have to do with me? Qin Zhe pursed his lips. The Wang family's Miss Wang was very cautious. You couldn't hit her with sugar-coated bullets, and she rarely got angry. Moreover, they weren't close, so Qin Zhe had never coaxed her. Unlike baby Qin, who was very familiar with coaxing. Wang Zijin said with a half-smile, You explain to Baobao. She's really jealous. What she said. 10 minutes later, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. It was time for lunch. Mom, how is she? Qin Zhe shouted in the living room. She's fine. It's a little better now. It won't hurt in a while, Qin Ma replied. Qin Baobao changed into a camisole and changed out of her blood-stained underwear. She lay on the bed half dead and babbled, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly. The door opened silently. She looked up and saw Qin Zhe poking his head in. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe walked to the bed. It hurts. Qin Baobao said pitifully. The brown sugar ginger tea is useless. I'll help you rub it, Qin Zhe said and lifted his sister's blanket. Qin Baobao quickly stopped him and glared at him. I don't want you to massage me, you black-hearted maggot. She was half dead and she was still fussing about this. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your best friend is? She's always like that. Don't worry, I didn't seduce your best friend. Qin Baobao said insincerely. Why are you explaining it to me? I don't care. You should explain it to Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe laughed. I've already explained it. Why do I have to wait for you to be the first one to explain it? Qin Baobao kicked the blanket angrily. I'm so angry. Her movements were too big. Her stomach was shaken and hurt again. He lifted his sister's long leg and slowly pressed on the Senyinjiu acupoint, then the Taichung acupoint on the instep. 3 minutes later he changed to the Shuahai and Diji acupoints. He repeated the process. Chinese medicine expertise was exchanged at the end of the semester to treat his sister's dysmenorrhea. After that it was useless. His sister's dysmenorrhea didn't come every month. Fortunately, it came again today. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of points. After 10 minutes, Qin Baobao felt much better. She lay on the bed like a salted fish and was too lazy to move. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe asked. His sister ignored him. Then I'm leaving, Qin Zhe said and got up to leave. Hey! Qin Baobao hurriedly called out to him. You haven't explained to Changqing'an. What's there to explain to a little girl? I'm not interested. Yes, you have a young lady from the Wang family. Of course you don't like little girls, Qin Baobao said sourly. Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't say anything, she was even more jealous. I don't know who said that he would always side with his sister. Even if he had a wife, he would put his sister first. Qin Zhe was stunned. Did I say that? You did. Qin Baobao shouted under the blanket. A man who doesn't keep his words will never get a wife. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I've said so many sweet nothings to you every day. How could I remember them? Besides, can a man's sweet words be trusted? Sister, you're different now, Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. Then what am I now? Qin Baobao kicked the blanket again. Am I a salted fish? Stop kicking. You'll have a stomachache later. Qin Zhe pressed her leg. You have menstrual cramps because you kick the blanket at night. Sister Ziwei told me. Sleep for a while. I can't sleep. Sing me a song, Qin Baobao said. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Qin Zhe agreed readily. He helped his sister with the blanket, adjusted the air conditioner, and sat on the bed. You're here. Qin Baobao pecked her head expectantly and stared at her brother with shining eyes. Qin Zhe cleared his throat. I have a little horse, but I never ride it. Qin Baobao punched him angrily. What? You sang wrong. You sang wrong? Then I'll sing again. Okay. I have a little sister, but I never ride her. Why did you hit me again? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She lay under the blanket and punched Qin Zhe's chest with her fists. After coaxing his sister, Qin Zhe went to the living room to get some water. The aroma of the dishes assailed his nose. He glanced at the dining table. Mom, you're so nice. You know we're coming home today, so you cook so many dishes. Qin Ma smiled in the kitchen. I didn't cook for you. We have guests today. Guests? Who? Qin Zhe remembered that the old master seemed to have said that there would be guests. Your dad's student. You met him in junior high. Qin Ma had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Chapter 158. I'll go open the door. Wang Zijin, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and watching TV, put on her slippers and ran to the entrance. A man in his 30s stood at the door. He was wearing a fitted casual suit and had a decent appearance, exuding a gentle aura. He was carrying a basket of fruits. When he saw Wang Zijin, he was stunned. Perhaps he suspected that he had entered the wrong door, so he quickly glanced at the house number. Hello, I'm Miss Qin's student. He sized up Wang Zijin and was slightly surprised. Miss Qin's relative? Come in. Wang Zijin smiled gracefully. She turned sideways and invited the guest in. Then she closed the door and bent down to find a pair of cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. Qin Zhe poked his head out of the living room and looked at the man for a few seconds before suddenly remembering who he was. This person was called Wang Pei, Old Master's favorite student. When Qin Zhe was in junior high, he would visit Old Master almost every weekend to ask some questions or help Qin Ma with the housework. After graduating from university, he became busy with work and came less often. After that, Qin Zhe moved in with his sister. He hadn't seen him for 3 to 4 years. Wang Pei was also stunned. He stared at Qin Zhe and thought to himself, is this Miss Qin's son? I don't remember Miss Qin's son being so handsome. The students who had been to Miss Qin's house all knew that Miss Qin had a pair of children, a white swan and an ugly duckling. When the white swan just entered junior high, she had a natural seductive charm and seductive charm. When the ugly duckling entered senior high, other than its height of 1.84 meters, its appearance and aura were ordinary. The only thing Qin Zhe was good about was his height. Qin Baobao was 1.72 meters tall and had to tiptoe to kiss him. Is Wang Pei here? Qin Ma shouted from the kitchen. Auntie, it's me, Wang Pei said with a smile. Qin Zhe thought to himself, at least you're a little more sensible. Back then when this guy saw Qin Ma, he kept calling her master's wife, which made Qin Zhe feel very pretentious. Mother asterisk her, do you think you're Ling Huchong? Master's wife? What era is this? Your teacher is in the study room. I'll get Ace to call him. Qin Ma said, son, ask your father to come out. Wang Pei had no choice but to face reality. Alright, it was indeed that ugly duckling. It was just that it developed a little slowly. Qin Zhe poured a cup of hot tea for Wang Pei, then went to the study to call out the old man. When the old man heard that his favorite disciple had arrived, he was very happy and welcomed him with a smile on his face. Qin Zhe poured another cup of tea for me. Wang Zijin originally wanted to let me do it, but Qin Zhe didn't let her do it. She didn't even know where the tea leaves were. She was purely trying to curry favor with the old man. She couldn't curry favor with Qin Ma. She didn't know how to cook. If she went in rashly, she would only expose her shortcomings. Moreover, Qin Ma's favor was almost full. Lunch wasn't ready yet. The old man chatted with the students while his son, Qin Zhe, accompanied him. Wang Zijin didn't feel like an outsider at all. She made a cup of tea for Qin Zhe and sat next to him as if she were Qin Zhe's elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Where's Bao Bao? Wang Pei asked the question in his heart after exchanging greetings with the old man. She's not feeling well. She's lying in her room, the old man said. Then you have to go to the hospital. Don't fall ill with minor diseases, Wang Pei said with concern. It's okay. I'm not that delicate. The old man didn't want to say that the girl had menstrual cramps. What position are you in now? I'm still the regional manager in Pudong. I haven't moved in 2 years. The old man nodded. Zhongfeng is famous for its deep and muddy waters. What you need to do now is to seek stability. In today's society, no matter how capable you are, it still depends on your qualifications. At your age, even with your father-in-law's help, you've reached your limit. The next step is to build up your qualifications. Wang Pei said, Teacher, what you said makes sense. I'll listen. While Qin Zhe absorbed the knowledge of stock trading, he also learned about securities companies. Zhongfeng Securities had been rated 2A for 15 years in a row. It was definitely a big shot in the securities industry. Wang Pei could climb to the position of regional manager in just 5 years not only because he was capable, but also because he had a good father-in-law. According to the old man, he seemed to be the second in command of Zhongfeng. It was a classic example of a peacock man marrying a phoenix girl. The most famous peacock man in history was Chan Shimi. Wang Pei understood the ways of the world very well. He didn't neglect Qin Zhe next to him and asked, Ace, is this girl your girlfriend? Qin Zhe looked at Wang Zijin, who returned a faint smile. The old man snorted. If he can find such an outstanding girlfriend, there must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. This was really his biological father. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma called for dinner. Son, go and wake your sister up for dinner. Qin Zhe ran into his sister's room. The blackout curtains were tightly closed. Qin Bao Bao was lying on her side. One of her legs was outside, clamping the quilt. The fluorescent light of the phone shone on her face. Qin Zhe slipped over and slapped his sister's butt. Time to eat. Qin Bao Bao cried out in pain. You're asking for it. She sat up angrily and threw a pillow at him. Qin Zhe caught the pillow and threw it back on the bed. Get up and eat. Seeing that his sister could still argue with him, it meant that her stomach didn't hurt anymore. At the dinner table, the old man sat at the head of the table. On his left were his favorite students Wang Pei and Qin Ma. On the right were the only son, the eldest daughter, and Wang Zijin. According to the family's status, Qin Zhe's seat should have been his sister's, but his sister was willful and deliberately separated her brother from her best friend. Bao Bao, are you feeling better? Qin Ma picked up a piece of fish for her daughter. Eat this, it's good. Qin Bao Bao ate happily. Yes, Ace, help me massage. Massage what? Qin Ma asked. He massaged the soles of my feet. I feel much better now, Qin Bao Bao said. The old man and Wang Pei continued to talk about the workplace, finance, national policies, and other topics. The old man, who rarely spoke during dinner, was very talkative. Wang Pei could always follow his train of thought. The two even opened a bottle of white wine and chatted while drinking. Qin Ma sighed. Wang Pei, if only our A's was half as successful as you. Qin Baobao retorted. Mom, I'm afraid you're wrong. The old man scolded. How can you say that? Qin Baobao pouted and lowered her head to eat. Wang Pei wasn't angry. After all, he had been trained in the workplace for a few years. He smiled and said, A's is doing his internship, right? The old man's tone was exasperated. He only knows how to trade stocks at home all day. He doesn't even go out to look for a job. Qin Baobao was very protective of her son. She immediately said, he found a job. The old man glared at her, and she was scared again. Wang Pei said, you like to trade stocks? Are you interested in coming to Zhongfeng? I'll arrange it for you. Qin Ma was overjoyed. She picked up some food for Wang Pei and said, I'm sorry. I'll get Ace to try it out on Monday. For a long time after the stock market took shape in China, employees of securities companies were prohibited from trading stocks. This was because there weren't many listed companies at that time, and it was easy to control the stock market and make money from it. Now it was different. There were many listed companies, and employees of securities companies could still trade stocks. They would still lose money. Qinzhe said, Mom, don't worry. I just passed the interview. Qin Ma lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. I heard from Bao Bao about your investment company. You can't even find it online. Zhongfeng is controlled by the state. It's stable and has good benefits. Wang Zijin smiled and said, Auntie, it's not like the past anymore. A state-owned enterprise is an iron rice bowl, and there's even a tube-shaped apartment for you to live in. Now, unless you can enter the establishment, or at least a middle-level management position, it's no different from other places. Wang Pei nodded. That's right. But at least the pressure won't be great, and the benefits will be better. Qin Baobao said again, that's not necessary. Ace can also make a lot of money by trading stocks. Wang Pei looked at Qinzhe in surprise. I forgot that Miss Qin is teaching him by example. The old man suddenly blushed with shame. When it came to trading stocks, he, as an old driver, couldn't beat his son. Then after dinner, Ace will come with us to the study for a chat? Wang Pei said. No, children shouldn't get involved. The old man hurriedly dispelled the idea of his favorite student embarrassing himself. The few of them ate and chatted. Wang Pei said intentionally or unintentionally, Bao Bao made a friend, right? Did you bring him home to meet your parents? Qin Ma was sad again. She sighed and said, she wants to find me a boyfriend. I wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Pei was stunned. You don't have a boyfriend? That's right. You're a big star now. It's not convenient for you to fall in love. This has nothing to do with being a star. She's never been in love. Qin Ma felt that her husband's favorite student wasn't an outsider. She had to vent her grievances. How old are you? Why can't you be enlightened in that aspect? Mom! Qin Baobao was so angry that her face turned red. How could she say these words in front of an outsider? Wang Pei smiled. Andy Baobao isn't that old. There's no rush. Besides, fate hasn't arrived yet. He looked at Qin Baobao and his smile deepened. Chapter 159. On Monday, after a morning run, Qinzhe put on a suit, black pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. He did not need a suit. His sister said that summer suits did not need a jacket. Wang Zijin quietly took a light blue tie and said that it was a gift for Qinzhe. She personally tied it for Qinzhe. But my sister disagreed. She said that she made my Aze silly by tying the tie. She looked at Dumbo. Wang Zijin said, what kind of man is a man if he doesn't wear a tie? Qin Baobao retorted, even if he wears a tie, he's not a man. Qinzhe stared. What did you say? Qin Baobao quickly said, anyway, it doesn't look good wearing a tie. It's very silly. Wang Zijin said, my dad always wears this when he goes out. He's been wearing a tie for more than 10 years. Who dares to say that he's silly? Wang Zijin insisted on wearing a tie. His sister insisted on not wearing a tie. The two almost got into a fight. In the end, he still wore a tie and went out. After all, it was Sister Ziwei who paid for the gift. Qin Baobao personally drove him to the company. Qinzhe waved goodbye to his sister in front of the building. His sister in the car blew him a kiss. The little red horse drove into the traffic. When he arrived at the company, he told the receptionist that he was here to join the company. The receptionist looked him up and down and smiled. So formal. Qinze was stunned. With the help of the receptionist, he signed a series of relevant procedures. The receptionist brought him to an office and smiled. "Let me introduce a new colleague." She looked at Qinze. Qinze understood and said loudly, "Hello everyone. My name is Qinze. Please take care of me." He introduced himself in a formal manner. There were 11 or 12 people in the office, both men and women. The applause was sparse. Qinze glanced at his colleagues in the office and his heart skipped a beat. They were all dressed casually. Not a single one of them was dressed formally. Damn it, didn't his sister say that the big companies were all elites in smart suits and elegant dresses? Could it be that I've joined a shady company? He blended into this group of casually dressed colleagues, like a white swan in a flock of ducks, and a white swan in a tie. It was awkward. The receptionist arranged for him to be seated near the entrance. Every veteran in the workplace knew that the more inconspicuous a position was, the more desirable it was. Because there, you have a certain amount of freedom. Playing games, downloading porn, etc. Once the leaders came in, there would be enough time for them to destroy the evidence. The position at the entrance was miserable. They had to bear the brunt of the leader's inspection. Qinze was a newcomer, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get a good position. There were only 2 seats near the door, and one of them was already occupied. Hello. Hao Han, who also bore the brunt of the leader's prestige, greeted Qinze. This man's hairstyle reminded him of the school hunk Zhang Mingyu. However, his appearance was not as good as Zhang Mingyu's, but he was still considered handsome. Judging from the smile on his face, he should be someone who is friendly and optimistic. Qinze had some impression of him. They had met during the interview the other day. "I'm Yang Jian." "Qinze, I'll add you into the group. There's a group in our department. I just added it this morning." Yang Jian took out his phone and added Qinze into the department's chat group. "Wait a minute, let me change my nickname," Qinze said. Students like to use Penguin, while adults preferred WeChat. Qinze was the latter because his sister didn't use Penguin. Qinze's WeChat name was originally the same as his Weibo name, but one day his sister said that they should have a couple's name. It had to be unique and not similar. The internet veteran Qinze suggested that his sister be called Crossdresser. He was called Crossdressing Lowly. It was very unique and definitely not similar. Qin Baobao gladly accepted. Anyway, he only had a few WeChat friends. Other than his roommates and his sister, there was basically no one else. Yang Jian said, "It's okay. After you enter the group, just change the name of the group and change it to your real name." Qinze thought to himself this wasn't a matter of real name or not, this was a matter of personal image. He hadn't thought of a name yet, so he changed his nickname to Qinze. "Welcome newcomer. Welcome. Handsome little brother has been assigned to our department. 666-inch. Let's have dinner together tonight. Let's treat handsome little brother to a meal. Scram, you want to get free food again. Handsome little brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Qinze looked at the chat group, then raised his head and glanced at the quiet office. Everyone's expression didn't change. They looked like they were working hard and didn't have time to chat. This month's performance didn't meet the standards. "I feel weak all over. I just want to sleep. Take it easy at night. Your nutrition won't be able to keep up." "Ooh." Qinze looked up blankly and glanced at everyone. Everyone still looked serious and focused on their work. Motherf ***, did I really enter a shady company? Stop looking, you didn't join the wrong group. It's not good to chat in the office. If you have something to say it in the group. If you find it annoying, just block it. Yang Jian said in a low voice. When he first joined the group, he was also confused. The contrast was too strong. Qinze clicked on this guy's personal information. When he saw his WeChat name, he almost spat out blood. Yangpu Qin Bao Bao. "You live in Yangpu?" Qinze asked. "How did you know?" Yang Jian was stunned. "Your name poisoned me. You like Qin Bao Bao a lot?" Speaking of this, Yang Jian became excited. "You also think that girl is not bad, right? I watched I Am a Singer a few days ago and fell in love with her. She's too hot. A goddess of goddesses." "Then do you know me?" Qinze asked. Qinzhe, didn't you just introduce yourself? Yang Jian was stunned again. I haven't finished, I am a singer yet. Qinzhe concluded. Soon. In 2 more episodes it will be the championship competition. Yang Jian said. In the end, Qin Baobao won the championship. She's amazing. The colleagues in the group were still chattering. Little handsome guy looks a little familiar. Little handsome guy, what's your name again? Qinzhe calmed down. Since he didn't recognize him immediately, it meant that he wasn't a die-hard fan of his. Even if his identity was exposed, he would just be a curious onlooker. Once the excitement died down, he would just be a normal person. In this day and age, everyone was rational when it came to chasing celebrities. Celebrities were also humans, not Martian mutants. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, the fangirls of the little fresh meats were an exception. Moreover, he wasn't a celebrity, so he shouldn't overestimate himself. Yang Jian said that interns usually had 3 to 5 days of training. Then, they would do odd jobs for a month or so before they could come into contact with business. He had 2 years of work experience. Qinzhe asked him which university he graduated from. This guy said he graduated from Jiaodong University. What about you? Qinzhe said he was from the University of Finance and Economics. The University of Finance and Economics was slightly inferior to Jiaodong University. But if he took out his graduation certificate, it would carry a lot of weight. Qinzhe sat there for half an hour, but he didn't see any leaders coming out. So he walked around the 3 major offices of Zhu. Anyway, he had the access card, so there was no obstruction. He went through the general framework of Zhu. There were more than 100 people in the 3 major offices, and they were divided into the Human Resources Department, Administration Department, Finance Department, Market Research Department, R&D Center, Risk Control Department, etc. There were many departments such as stocks, futures, angel investment, venture capital. Then he went downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Now that his sister had banned him from smoking at home, he couldn't take it anymore and gave him a cigarette. Qin Baobao probably felt that she had found her authority as an elder sister, so she didn't get tired of smoking. As for why he went downstairs, it was because in the first half of the year, Shanghai had introduced new anti-smoking regulations. Smoking areas in restaurants, hotels, entertainment, public transport and other places had been changed to a total indoor smoking ban. All kinds of smoking rooms would be gradually removed. Simply put, as long as there was a canopy overhead, smoking would be banned. Qinzhe went downstairs to find a trash can with cigarette butts. He lit a cigarette and took a look at the group chat to see if those idiots were still spamming. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, a person with a toy poodle profile picture said, "I'll give you 3 questions. If you answer correctly, I'll treat you to lunch." The group chat was silent. Qinzhe clicked on the toy poodle profile picture and looked at the person's name. Li Linfeng. He remembered the name of the investment manager during the interview. Looks like he will be working under him in the future. The first question came out. 3 people went to the hotel for 30 renminbi a night. Each of them paid 10 renminbi to the hotel owner. Later, the hotel owner said there was a discount today, and only charged 25 renminbi. The hotel owner gave the waiter 5 renminbi, and asked him to refund the money to the 3 people. The waiter kept 2 renminbi and only refunded 1 renminbi to each person. Now let's calculate. Each of the 3 people spent 9 renminbi, so the total is 27 renminbi. Plus the waiter's 2 renminbi, the total is 29 renminbi. Excuse me, where did the last 1 renminbi go? Chapter 160. After a short silence, all kinds of replies appeared in the group. Damn, where did the last yuan go? Same question. I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell. Why is this question so awkward? I'm trembling with my low IQ. Qinzhe was stunned and found the style of the question so familiar. The next moment he remembered. Damn, isn't this the logic misleading question from UC's Rotten Streets? The core of this question was the logic misleading. Could easily lead people's logic astray. 8 out of 10 people thought there was nothing wrong with it. Even if someone found something wrong, they couldn't tell for a while. But as long as they thought about it a few times, they would immediately notice the trap. Qinzhe replied. The 3 people spent a total of 27 yuan. The boss earned 25 yuan, and the waiter earned 2 yuan. It's exactly 27 yuan. Don't be misled. The group entered a period of silence, as if they were pondering over Qin Zai's answer. A moment later, Li Linfeng sent a thumbs-up emoji. His colleagues suddenly realized, I knew something was wrong. 27 yuan spent and 2 yuan was earned. How can the two be added together? Damn it, you've led me astray. Boss, can't you use less tricks and more true feelings? Since ancient times, true feelings can't keep people. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Young people's brains work fast. Amazing. Qin Zai, Li Linfeng, Qin Zai in the group. Let's have lunch together. Thank you, manager. Qin Zai replied. You see, is really a good teacher and helpful friend. Li Linfeng's second question came. A person spent 8 yuan to buy a chicken and sold it for 9 yuan. Then he felt it was not worth it, so he bought it back for 10 yuan and sold it to another person for 11 yuan. How much did he earn? Everyone gave their answers one after another. Their computing ability could be said to be powerful. Some said he earned 2 yuan, some said he earned 1 yuan. Some said he lost 1 yuan. Everyone had their own opinions. With Qin Zai's current mental arithmetic level, he could be called a freak amongst freaks. The moment he saw the question, he was able to figure out the answer. But he felt that something was wrong. Although there were several small traps hidden in the question, it was too simple. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to enter the answer, he realized that someone had beaten him to it. $2, Yang Jian replied. Li Linfeng sent another thumbs-up emoji. I'll count you in for lunch. Everyone asked why this was the answer, but Li Linfeng did not answer. Instead, he asked a third question. If you're a hero with a broken sword in your hand and a group of bad guys chasing after you, you're lucky that you're riding a horse and they're not. Unfortunately, your horse is exhausted and they will catch you in the end. You have a bow, you are a hero who never misses, but you only have 10 arrows and 40 people behind you. They know you have only 10 arrows. They formed a horizontal line behind you at certain intervals and rushed forward as fast as they could. They're very close to you. They're already in range. Using economic methods to analyze how to retreat safely? No one said anything. The group was silent. Qin Zai thought to himself that the first two questions were just appetizers. This question was the trump card. Li Linfeng sent an angry emoji. Does no one know? It's pardonable that the two newbies don't know, but you guys don't know either? At everyone. Then a crying face emoji flooded the screen. Li Linfeng, Qin Zai and Yang Jian. Do you guys know? Yang Jian replied instantly. Boss, we don't know. Qin Zai thought for a while and suppressed the answer in his heart. I don't know. A few seconds later, Yang Jian sent him a thumbs-up emoji. Qin Zai smiled knowingly. You know the answer? Qin Zai asked him privately. The first chapter of Friedman's The Economy in Life explained a similar question. Yang Jian said. You've read a lot, Qin Zai replied. Reading is my only hobby. Yang Jian said. You've read it too? No. Qin Zai typed. But with a few months of operating experience and a psychological analysis, it's easy to get the answer. The stock market is a game, and it's all about psychology. Yang Jian sent another thumbs up. I feel like everyone doesn't know. We newbies should keep a low profile. Qin Zai smiled foolishly and said, That's right. The benefits of the profit-generating company were very good. There was a staff cafeteria, which was a restaurant near the company. The average cost per employee was about 100 yuan. Just this benefit alone was enough to put them on par with most banks. Li Linfeng invited Qin Zai and Yang Jian to eat in the cafeteria. In addition to the staff meal, he ordered 3 additional dishes. It was quite sumptuous. The dishes were ordered by Qin Zai. He and Yang Jian waited in the cafeteria for 10 minutes before Li Linfeng arrived late. He was wearing a navy blue shirt, and his hair was meticulously combed. He was a man in his 30s, and he had a mature and confident demeanor. He was originally a middle-level manager in a securities company. He felt that he would not be able to move up in the next 5 years, so he couldn't stand the time and jumped ship to profit-generating company. Yang Jian. He patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Qin Zai. He patted Qin Zai's shoulder again. The 2011 City Science Champion. I had to shamelessly beg the general manager to get you. Li Linfeng personally poured wine for Yang Jian. Yang Jian was flattered. He pointed at Qin Zhe and said, "As for you, you are a surprise." Compared to Yang Jian, the science champion, Qin Zhe's 30 minutes perfect score was still fresh in Li Linfeng's mind. The first question is a logic misdirection question. You can react in such a short time, which shows that your logic ability is clear and powerful. The second question is a mental calculation question, but it has to be combined with GDP calculation, which shows that your foundation is very solid. He said to Qin Zhe and Yang Jian separately. Qin Zhe confessed, "Actually, I have seen this question in UC before." Li Linfeng was stunned. Yang Jian also confessed, "I have seen IBM's interview question in a book." Li Linfeng laughed. "Being too honest is not a good thing." "What is UC?" he asked. This question was not easy to answer. Qin Zhe was thinking about the wording. Yang Jian covered his face and said, "Boss, you don't need to ask. Everyone there is talented and they speak well. Ordinary people can't get in." Qin Zhe almost spat out the wine in his mouth. "There is such a place?" Li Linfeng was excited. "It's actually just a mobile browser. It's famous for its lack of integrity." Yang Jian was just joking. Qin Zhe said, "Do you two have an answer to a recent question?" Li Linfeng asked again. Both of them quickly shook their heads. Li Linfeng did not point it out. He laughed and drank. Li Linfeng was very talkative. This was not surprising. People who are successful in the workplace, regardless of their ability, must have a glib tongue. However, Yang Jian's ability to talk surprised Qin Zhe. The two of them talked from futures to the stock market, from the domestic stock market to the foreign stock market, and from the stock market to bonds. They also talked about the pros and cons of closed-end funds and open-end investment companies. Qin Zhe listened from the side and occasionally chimed in. Yang Jian suddenly laughed and said, "Boss, on the day of the interview I saw a fairy sister. Damn, super awesome. Is she from our company?" Li Linfeng's face was strange. Qin Zhe turned to look at the door. His face was also strange. "Boss, that girl is really awesome. There is a beauty in the north, isolated from the world." "How do you say that?" "Yes, a secluded orchid in an empty valley." Yang Jian was enraptured. He poked Qin Zhe. "On the day of the interview we met her at the elevator." "I don't remember." Qin Zhe saw a figure slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He kicked Yang Jian under the table. "Why did you kick me?" Yang Jian glanced at him. He was still talking. She was dressed as an office lady. She was so stylish. The dress wrapped around her butt, round and perky. Her figure was hot, but her temperament was cold and quiet. It was a contrast between ice and fire. "Boss, I walked around our office this morning and did not see her." Li Linfeng, who was calm, suddenly became cautious. Then he stood up and said to the person behind Yang Jian, "Boss Su." Yang Jian also noticed that there was a shadow behind him. He turned his head blankly. After seeing the elegant, cool and exquisite office lady behind him, his face was filled with a very complicated and frozen expression. Cui, who probably met Xie Juing, who was beautiful and red with peach blossoms. Guoxiang first met Yanghua, who was a gray-haired uncle at Fenglingdu. Amorous feelings rippled. Suyu nodded slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the managers of all departments will have a meeting. Don't be late. Li Linfeng nodded and bowed. Suyu glanced at Qin Zhe and Yang Jian. She paused on Qin Zhe's face for a few seconds and frowned slightly. The three watched Suyu take a seat in a small compartment not far away. A translucent screen separated her from the outside world. Yang Jian immediately turned his head. His eyes were like light bulbs. "Boss. Boss Su?" Li Linfeng smiled. "She is the general manager of our company." Although Yang Jian's adjectives were exaggerated and out of tune, he had never seen a woman on the whole floor who could be compared with Boss Su. Yang Jian's body trembled. "My beautiful president, I didn't expect that I, Yang Jian, would encounter a plot in a novel in my lifetime." Suddenly his face changed. "I'm afraid she is not taken." Chapter 161. Li Linfeng is a professional at this age. He has seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, and he has experienced the ways of the world. In the government, public institutions and workplace offices, beautiful women who are too beautiful and have made achievements are bound to be surrounded by all kinds of rumors. They are said to be foxes who rely on their beauty to get to the top. It's not just people's hearts that are dark, but there are countless similar examples, so many that the onlookers have formed a habit of thinking. He naturally heard the meaning of Yang Jian's words, but he was too lazy to remind anything. There was no need for that. Yang Jian quickly restrained his frustration and cheered up. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that can't be dug down. Qinzhe laughed and said, "Brother, you are ambitious. I admire you." He regarded it as a big mountain between men and didn't think Yang Jian was serious. She is the general manager of our company. Her name is Su Yu, the head of the company. Li Linfeng briefly introduced her and didn't want to say more. Although such a beauty is the best topic for men to talk about, it is different if she is the boss. Whether in ancient times or modern times, it is disrespectful to talk about the boss in private. Li Linfeng's cautious style in the workplace does not need to be explained to the two rookies. In the cubicle, Su Yu quietly took a photo through the gap of the screen and sent it to someone. "Qinzhe." Su Yu's few friends quickly replied. "Guess where I met him?" Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. Her expression was filled with the playfulness of a girl. "I can't guess. Boring, it's our company's staff cafeteria." The other party was silent for a moment. What happened? Su Yu's friend, who knows Qinzhe, is naturally the mature woman sister Nanman Pei, who hasn't seen for a long time. Accident, I came to the company for an interview last week and was seen by someone." Su Yu's smile was like a girl's. "Incredible probability." Nanman Pei sighed. "I tell you, on the day of the interview, I deliberately asked my assistant to try." Su Yu's fingers flew on the screen. 30 minutes, full score. Really abnormal IQ. Nanman Pei said. "It's boring, aren't you worried about no one to use? Try him." A high IQ is a high IQ, work experience is another thing. "Let's train for a while first." "Up to you." Nanman Pei said. "Let's have dinner together tonight. Invite him along too." "Go ahead. I don't know him yet." After lunch, Li Linfeng glanced at his watch and said, "Lunch is at 12 o'clock, and work starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's treat is an exception." As the three of them left the restaurant, Li Linfeng suddenly patted Qinzhe's shoulder. "Your formal attire is very good." Qinzhe was a little embarrassed. Yang Jian held back his laughter. Qinzhe's phone rang and a text message came in. "Qinzhe, do you want to have dinner together?" "Cinder." Nanman Pei. Qinzhe thought to himself, "Let's eat, but I still have two sisters who need milk at home." So he replied, "I don't have time tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon?" Half an hour later, Nanman Pei's belated reply came. "Forget it then, let's meet again when we have time." Qinzhe just put down the phone, and there seemed to be a delicate fragrance floating around him. So you walked past him and nodded. On the first day of employment, there would be no work arranged. According to the rules of the workplace, this was to give the new employee sufficient time to adapt. Qinzhe and Yang Jian each took care of their own things. One fiddled with stocks and exercised short-term operating ability. The other wore headphones and watched the program, I Am a Singer. Every time Qin Baobao appeared, he would find Qinzhe next to him to discuss whether Goddess Qin's chest was C or D. Qinzhe said D. Yang Jian was like meeting a confidant and said, "I think so too." Then he forced Qinzhe to discuss whether it was 34D or 36D. Qinzhe was impatient with his pestering and said 36D. "Go away." Yang Jian didn't believe him and said, "How do you know?" Qinzhe thought to himself, "Although I don't know, I just know? Don't ask why." These words naturally wouldn't be said to this little red guy. Yang Jian continued to watch the variety show. He had already seen the penultimate episode. Half an hour later, he finally saw the last episode. He excitedly patted Qinzhe on the shoulder and lowered his voice. The finals. Although I know that Qin Baobao won the championship, I'm still very excited. I heard that this episode was her brother's co-singer. It is said that a divine song appeared." Qinzhe wondered, "You really haven't paid attention to Qin Baobao?" Yang Jian said, "When the program was serialized, I hadn't resigned yet. I worked hard in a financial company. I worked overtime until 9 o'clock every day. When I went home, it was more than 10 o'clock. Hateful and scrupulous companies hurt people. I didn't cast a vote of love for my goddess. Since Yang Jian watched the program Singer, he has been crazy about Qin Baobao. In his words, there are too many beautiful female stars in the entertainment circle these years, but such a hot figure is rare. My God, Wales's co-singer is actually Yang Lina. It's impossible. He can invite Yang Lina. Wales's votes are so high. It's hard to imagine that Qin Baobao can win the championship. It must be very wonderful at that time. Hateful, hateful. Hey, Qin Baobao came out. Gee, she is tall and beautiful. I feel that our boss Su is a little worse than her. Yang Jian chattered, but his voice was very low. He couldn't make a lot of noise in the office. In terms of face, Su Yu is the only one that Qin Zhe has seen who can compare with his sister. They have their own characteristics in temperament but lose in figure. Nan Manpei and Wang Zijin win in temperament, but their appearance is slightly inferior to the previous two. Yang Jian mumbled to himself, talking non-stop. After a few minutes he looked refreshed. Qin Baobao's brother came out. Live version of Opera 2. They are indeed siblings. Her brother is really handsome. Hey, why does he look so familiar? Qin Zhe smiled and said, familiar, right? Yang Jian looked at him for a while and nodded. Familiar. He looked at the video on his phone and whispered, I must be dreaming. Qin Zhe smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Jian looked sad. Qin Zhe, is it really you? Qin Zhe continued to be calm. You called me Qin Zhe. How can it be fake? Yang Jian's body shook. My God, my biggest gain from coming to this company is not meeting a beauty like Boss Su, but meeting you, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Qin Zhe squinted. Future brother-in-law. Yang Jian corrected himself. Qin Zhe chuckled. Qin Zhe. Yang Jian held his hand tightly. Please help me get your sister's autograph. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. That's all you've got. Yang Jian looked at Qin Zhe, then turned his head to look at his phone screen. Damn, there's actually a god standing next to me. Fortunately, I don't chase after celebrities. To him, Qin Zhe's fame was not as attractive as his identity as Qin Baobao's brother. Countless predecessors told us that the strategy to get a girlfriend started with the brother-in-law. Yang Jian didn't want to take his goddess to bed. He was satisfied to be in close contact with Qin Baobao. After silently watching, I am a singer. Yang Jian stopped discussing Qin Baobao's big breasts and long legs with Qin Zhe. He put away his phone and walked out of the office. At the door he turned to look at Qin Zhe, who was focused on the stock market. Then he went out. First, the girl at the front desk came to the investment department for no reason and chatted with Qin Zhe. Then, a group of office ladies in high heels and black stockings came. They pretended to be calm and walked around the office. They secretly glanced at Qin Zhe and pretended to be calm before leaving. After a few times, Qin Zhe felt that something was wrong. He put down his phone and turned to look outside. 7 or 8 office ladies stood in the corridor outside the office and looked at him as if they were looking at a national treasure in the zoo. The demonesses stared at him calmly in the face of danger, watching from the sidelines. One of them was even more confused. She raised her phone and clicked on it. Oh my, he's looking at me. It's really Qin Zhe. I'm going to send the photo to the group. Hee hee. They dispersed. Damn, what's going on? Qin Zhe was stunned at first. Then he suddenly realized. He grabbed his phone and sent a message to Yang Jian while gritting his teeth. Little bastard, you're making trouble, aren't you? Yang Jian knew that he and Qin Zhe were together day and night, and couldn't avoid it. He immediately replied, Didn't you notice that the girl at the front desk is very beautiful? Sure enough, high-end companies like to hire beautiful vases as receptionists. Qin Zhe sent a despising emoji. Please start your speech. Yang Jian replied with a string of dog head. Of course I want to flirt with her. Although your sister is my goddess, it doesn't stop me from seeking a partner in reality. When talking about girls there must be a topic. I said, You know the new handsome guy, right? He's Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao's younger brother. The girl at the front desk was excited when she heard your identity. She immediately left me and went to watch you. Qin Zhe sneered and replied, The girl at the front desk was not the only one watching me. Yang Jian sent a facepalm emoji. Women are all gossips. As soon as she turned around, she revealed it to the company's chat group. What a bad teammate. Qin Zhe sighed. Fortunately, he didn't think he could hide his identity and was mentally prepared. Moreover, he wasn't Qin Baobao. After Singer ended, his attention plummeted. It didn't matter if his identity was exposed. Fortunately, this group of female demons were all elites in the workplace. They were self-aware and rational. They didn't scream in public or ask for autographs. Otherwise, what would the leaders think of him? He wouldn't be able to survive. In the following time, until he got off work, Qin Zhe expressionlessly sent away group after group of female demons and male demons. Everyone looked at him with a smiling but not speaking emoji. Those who were more outgoing only talked to him for a while. They didn't dare to stay for too long. The company rules were there. When it was time to get off work, he took his bag and left the office. Qin Zhe, you sing so well. Qin Zhe, why did you come to our company? In the elevator, the girls chatted with Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled and responded. He felt that he was thinking too much. You're not a superstar. How could you be surrounded by fans? Unless Qin Baobao came. Chapter 162. Qin Zhe took the subway home and turned the key to open the door. The smell of Chinese medicine hit his nose. He put the bag on the sofa and went to the kitchen. Chinese medicine was boiling on the gas stove, and the light blue flame licked the bottom of the casserole. The boiling water gurgled and the smell of medicine filled the air. Qin Baobao moved a small stool to the side and played with her mobile phone. What's wrong? Why are you boiling Chinese medicine? Qin Zhe asked. My throat is uncomfortable. Qin Baobao pinched her throat and said in a hoarse voice, singing damaged my throat. I need to drink some Chinese medicine to nourish it. Don't drink Chinese medicine. Who told you to boil it? You might as well have a golden throat. Qin Zhe didn't have time to be surprised that his sister actually did it herself. He was afraid that Qin Baobao would drink Chinese medicine. Show me the prescription. A golden throat is not as good as this. Qin Baobao handed her mobile phone to her brother and opened the message. The message was sent by Li Yanhong. It was a Chinese medicine prescription. Qin Zhe glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a small prescription for treating hoarseness and discomfort. There was nothing wrong with it and the dosage was written clearly. My new album will be released in a few days. Qin Baobao complained. I'll release a single first. Practicing songs is very tiring. My throat hasn't stopped for a whole day. Sister, you've worked hard. Qin Zhe touched her head at the right time. Qin Baobao opened it with a paw sound and wanted to take it back. Qin Zhe lowered his head and stuck out his butt, instantly sending his sister flying. Qin Baobao was furious and wanted to use a deadly scissor kick. However, she didn't have the advantage at the moment. She pointed to the sofa in the living room and scolded. Come here. No. Come here quickly. Sister wants to teach you a lesson. Come here so you can suffocate me? Qin Zhe complained. What suffocate you? Qin Baobao was stunned. It's nothing. You can leave now. I'll look after the medicine for you. Qin Zhe waved his hand to chase him away. That was exactly what Qin Baobao wanted. She turned around and went back to her room. A moment later she ran back in. He raised a black and gold brocade box as if he was presenting a treasure. Qin Zhe felt that the logo on the box was a little familiar. He asked blankly, what is it? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She smiled and said, open it and you'll know. Qin Zhe opened the box. There was a watch lying in the black cotton pad. It had a black leather strap and a rose gold body. It looked high-end and classy. You like it, right? It's a Hermes rose gold watch. It's for you, Qin Baobao said happily. You're giving me an early birthday present? Qin Zhe picked up his wristwatch and rubbed it with his finger. Of course not. Qin Baobao said. I'll play with you for a day on your birthday. Are you surprised by this reward? Are you surprised? Where's the car we agreed on? Qin Zhe said angrily. Besides, I'm going shopping with Sister Ziwei on my birthday. Qin Baobao was so angry that she pinched her brother's ear. She gritted her teeth and said, Who's your real sister? Qin Zhe dodged and stared at her. You said you'd help me chase Sister Ziwei. Don't get in the way if you don't help me. Bah, who's getting in the way? You and Wang Zijin are not suitable. Find another girlfriend. Qin Baobao thought for a while and changed her words. I said you're not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. Don't forget that I still have your marriage capital. Qinze sighed and said, What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Baobao said softly, All men need a watch to improve their taste and class. Ace also needs a watch. Oh right, how much is this watch? A Hermes watch shouldn't be cheap. It should cost at least tens of thousands. Qin Baobao smiled. Not much. This price. She made a 2 with her fingers. 20,000? Okay, 20,000 is acceptable. I'm considered to have some money now. Qin Baobao shook her head, her eyes shining. 200,000. Ace, am I good to you? Qinze felt like he was about to vomit blood. Did King use my wife's money again? Qin Baobao felt humiliated and said angrily, T. I earned it from the commercials. Your marriage capital is mine. She almost said the wrong thing in her agitation. She pursed her lips and pretended to wipe her tears. I'm so good to you and you're still slandering me. You're crazy, Sob. I didn't say anything about you. Qinze coaxed his sister. His sister's extravagant spending habits were all spoiled by their parents. She didn't know how to save money until she was in dire straits. She probably wouldn't change her habit in this lifetime. Fortunately, the Qin family had some money and his sister was outstanding. She wouldn't become a resentful wife. However, Qinze felt that he was in no position to blame his sister. Other than instigating him to steal money to buy popsicles when they were young, scamming him of his pocket money when they went to school, Qinze also took advantage of his sister when she went to work. Mobile phones, laptops, branded backpacks, clothes for the 4 seasons, and daily living expenses were all earned by his sister. Therefore, he didn't object to Qin Baobao's unreasonable decision to take over his marriage capital. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Baobao complained. Where did you learn that word? Black-hearted is black-hearted. How did you become a maggot? Qinze complained. You are a maggot. Qin Baobao said loudly. If I'm a maggot, what are you? Qinze found it funny and said, A white and tender maggot. You're still talking back? Qin Baobao glared at him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged my sister. It's my little maggot brother who has no conscience. Qinze said, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. He recklessly kissed Qin Baobao. He wanted to see his sister being shy. Who knew that Qin Baobao would hit him on the head and said, Damn pervert. Is my sister someone you can kiss? She left the kitchen in a huff. After walking out of the door, her face changed in a second. She raised her mouth and jumped with her hands behind her back. Not long after, Wang Zijin came back. She pinched her nose and said, What's that smell? Qinze just came out with a bowl of medicinal soup and said, Qin Baobao's throat-soothing soup. When he passed by, he smelled Wang Zijin's faint perfume. It was completely different from his sister's. The smell of Chinese medicine in the house was too strong. Qinze turned off the air conditioner and opened the windows for ventilation. As a result, the 2 sisters were sweating profusely from the heat. Turn on the air conditioner. Why do you have to turn it off? Wang Zijin said. That's right. Qin Baobao, who was a big spender, agreed. Up to you. Qinze threw the remote control and went into the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Qin Baobao carried her laptop and pattered into the living room. She said coquettishly, Ace, play a few rounds with your sister. I'm not free. Are you playing or not? His sister puffed up her cheeks. Yes. Qinze closed the finance website. He didn't have to watch the market at night. There was no work to do. Anyway, his time was free. Thinking back, he was the one who pestered his sister to play games. His sister, who was busy at work, would occasionally play a few rounds with him. Qinze was overjoyed. There were always people bragging about their girlfriends playing games with them. He didn't have a girlfriend, so he used his sister to make up the numbers. Did you drop in rank again? Qinze squinted. Qin Baobao nodded with tears in her eyes. He logged into the game. Wait a moment. I'll change the runes. Qinze said. Okay. Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of milk and licked the white liquid at the corner of her mouth. Qinze changed the runes. A chat window kept flashing. He opened it. Guru, you're finally online? Please cozy up to me and start a game. Manuel starry eyes. The only one who kept calling him Guru was Guru. He clicked on her friend's profile picture. F***ck, this scammer dropped from silver to brass again. Other than the first few days when he played with her, Qinze played less and less. Occasionally they wouldn't see each other online. The probability of him playing with her was about once a week. For the past half a month he hadn't logged into the game. Since he wanted to play with his sister, it didn't matter if he played with another noob. Matching. Counting down in the chat room, Canton Waste laughed. Crossdresser. Guru, your friend is so funny. Rough guys like to use this kind of name. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows and was about to type a reply. Qinze stopped his sister. She has a cheap mouth. Ignore her. Qin Baobao snorted. She was giving her brother some face. Entering the game. Qinze chose Prince as the jungler. Canton Waste picked him instantly. The other two who didn't get him scolded him. Idiot brass dog. Why did you choose to be the jungler? Let's take the bottom lane. Qin Baobao knocked his head unhappily. I'm tired of playing support. I want to try being the jungler. Jungler and support were the two positions that required the most attention to the big picture. Qinze chose Prince as the jungler. Qin Baobao played policewoman. Canton Waste picked Annie. The support was the Zither girl. The top lane was the Barbarian King, who was known as a real man. The game started. The electronic female voice said, "The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them." Qinze carried the battle flag and went straight to the enemy's jungler. He signaled Canton Waste and the top lane Barbarian to help him. However, the top lane guy ignored him. His sister came all the way from the bottom lane to help. The three of them hid in the bushes and waited. As soon as the enemy appeared, he would know that it might not be Garen who came out of the bushes. It could also be the three salted fishes. The minions entered the battlefield slowly. There were only two possibilities if the enemy's jungler was still nowhere to be seen. Either the enemy was blue or they were hiding in their own red zone. There was no point in dragging it out. Qinze decisively took the enemy's red and ran to the top lane to catch the enemy. Canton Waste and Qin Baobao were smart enough to not take his experience. They all went back to the line. When Qinze was hiding in the bushes in the top lane, he suddenly found two big men in the middle lane. They were the blind monk and Tribulation. They happened to intercept his sister and Canton Waste. He was shocked. Then the electronic female voice said, "Double kill. Double kill at the beginning of the game." Chapter 163. Annie, where's your stun? Qin Baobao typed furiously. She pursed her lips and frowned, holding back her anger. Don't you need to save up for my stun? Canton Waste's tone was not polite. Where's your clip? What's the difference between a policewoman and a salted fish if you don't use your clip? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen a policewoman learning clip? A primary school student. Qin Baobao sneered. *CK you trash. What did you say, idiot? The two of them started to curse at each other. Some profanities that they would never say in real life came out of their mouths without any pressure. Qinze helped the top barbarian catch Nox on the opposite side. He typed to persuade him. Don't play dirty and don't talk nonsense. Canton Waste's only advantage was that she was obedient. As expected, she played dirty under the tower and ate the economy. The blind monk caught her a few times but did not succeed. He was also afraid of her stun, so he caught the top lane instead. The bottom lane was a disgusting lineup of policewoman and Guqin girl. They had displacement and stun skills. In comparison, the brittle barbarian was easier to bully. Even if they could not catch him, they could force him to use his big move. Nox could then suppress his development in the lane. Qinze helped Annie catch a Tribulation in the middle lane. Together with Annie's stun, he successfully helped Canton Waste get her first kill since the start of the game. Guru 666, Canton Waste said happily. Qin Baobao pinched her brother's arm and said jealously, "You're here to catch people? Is your sister not as important as this guy?" Qinze argued. "Easy with Hammer Rock is not easy to catch. Besides, you guys are too strong." He squatted in the grass for a while and could not find an opportunity. The top barbarian king was killed by Nox and the blind monk. Qinze focused on the top lane and ambushed in the grass. The electronic female voice rang in his ears again. Double kill. What's going on? The opponent's support got a double kill? He looked down and saw the policewoman and Annie bowing down. The Guqin girl, who only had a little health left, walked down the tower with her skirt fluttering. She scolded. Two idiots. Just now, Annie had rushed over from the middle lane to catch them and was lying in ambush in the bushes. Zither girl was extremely excited. She thought to herself that someone had finally come to help catch them. That useless jungler. Then he blinked over and successfully blocked the two of them. Qin Baobao was not to be outdone. The policewoman shot a rope net behind her, twisted her waist, and rushed toward the enemy, attacking as she walked. Annie saw that it was time. She jumped out of the bushes and summoned the bear aggressively. Tibbers descended from the sky and sat down beside Easy. This idiot had wasted his life. Hammer Rock was the first to react. He used his ultimate skill to slow down the enemy and blinked to the bottom of the tower. He then threw a lantern behind him. Scared out of his wits, Easy quickly lit it up and jumped into Hammer Rock's arms. He was already at critical health. Hourglass Waist was not willing to go for wool and come home shorn, so she blinked and chased after Easy, intending to kill him. Easy shot a cue to slow her down, but Hammer Rock followed up with a pendulum of misfortune to sweep her away. Then he defended the tower and finished off Annie. Qin Baobao was not willing to give up either. She crouched under the tower and aimed her sniper rifle at Easy, intending to kill him under the tower. Hammer Rock turned around and shot a cue, hooking the policewoman and pulling her into the tower's attack range. Qin Baobao's ultimate skill was interrupted. She took 2 hits from the tower and sacrificed her life. One of the 3 biggest illusions in life. Kill under the tower. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Zither girl slipped away alone. She swiftly typed and cursed, "Idiots, 2 brass dogs. Policewoman, are you an idiot? Crouching under the tower and using your ultimate? You're an actress, right?" One could imagine Hourglass Waist's anger in front of the computer. "Shut up, you brainless idiot." Qin Baobao was so angry that her nose was crooked. She typed and retorted, "Hourglass Waist. Where's your brain? You don't use your brain when you play games. You're really a primary school student." Qin Zhe typed, "You're a middle school student. You're not much better." Hourglass Waist, "Guru, if you're helping your gay friend and not me, I can be your gay friend too." Qin Baobao, F***ck off God. If you weren't so stupid, would you have given us a double kill? Qin Nu, MDZZ, Hourglass Waist, Sis? He you shitty lady boy. Qin Baobao, he your sister. Look at your stats 131. If you're not trash, what are you? Qin Nu, MDZZ, Hourglass Waist. That's still better than your 0 kills and 2 deaths. Trash. Qin Baobao, you're the trash who's second from the bottom in terms of finances. Your support is about to surpass you. Qin Nu, Motherf***ker, no one cares about me. Qin Zhe couldn't take it anymore and typed, "Shut up all of you. What are you blabbering about? Can't you fight properly?" Only then did he turn off the engine. Qin Baobao threw the mouse and was about to cry. You're making me so angry. Relax, I'll take you flying." Qin Zhe comforted his sister. Qin Baobao and he were both competitive. If they lost, they would curse each other. Many times when they were defeated at the bottom lane together, they would push the blame to each other, and it would develop into pillow fights. Every time, his sister would be defeated and hide her head under the blanket like an ostrich. Qin Zhe would then use the pillow to hit her butt again and again. At the 15-minute mark, Qin Zhe was already the king of kills. The energy training manual given by the system had changed his inner body bit by bit. His memory, concentration, reaction speed, all of them had improved significantly. The feedback to the game was that his control had become sharper. The top lane barbarian was caught again. This B***** relied on killing others all his life. He was the type who would never go home if he didn't kill himself. Qin Zhe paid more attention to him. He had become fatter. After he became fatter, he would kill others under the tower and wield his sword ferociously. Qin Zhe glanced at the map. The blind monk and Nox had disappeared. He thought that they had gone home to replenish their health. However, not long after, the opponent's mid laner also disappeared. Oh no, they stole the dragon. Qin Zhe immediately gave the mid laner, Canton Waist, a signal. She carried the flag and rushed in the direction of the dragon. Canton Waste was very cooperative and sneaked over with him. Qin Zhe, who had been single for 23 years, typed quickly. Later, I'll rush in and send them flying. You follow me and stun them to snatch the dragon. Canton Waste's typing speed was not slow either. It was just that she had been single for many years. Okay, I have a big move. After waiting for a while, Qin Zhe estimated that it was about time. He flashed over and followed up with a double EQ combo to pick off the blind monk and Nox. Annie, it's all up to you now. With Annie's explosive power and his big move, it would be easy for him to kill 3 weaklings with low health. At this moment, a notification popped up on the screen. Then his sister typed arrogantly, "Damn trash mid laner. I have more kills than you." Qin Bao was elated. Previously, her numbers were not as good as Canton Waste's and she was insulted by her. Now that she had the chance, she hurriedly retaliated. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Annie, only to see her standing in the bushes, motionless. At the same time, Canton Waste typed, "You're the damn trash. Your whole family are all damn trash. Trash AD in the bottom lane for 10,000 years." Qin Bao immediately complained. She's calling you a damn trash. How did you die?" Qin Zhe looked at the screen that had turned black. He watched as Dalong struggled with his last bit of HP before being killed by the opponent. He then turned his head and looked at his sister who was typing furiously on the keyboard. He suddenly felt very tired. He would never bring a brass dog again in this life. Qin Zhe lost this round without any suspense. He ignored Canton Waste, who was acting cute and coquettishly, and logged out of the game. Qin Bao said angrily, "Hey, this damn trash, he actually added me as a friend." She nodded in agreement. Canton Waste provoked her. "Trash, solo me if you dare." Qin Bao laughed and said, Your friend asked me to solo you. I won't go easy on her." Qin Zhe waved his hand dispiritedly. "As long as you guys are happy." He had a strong desire to win. At this moment he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Qin Bao and Canton Waste started a solo match. Qin Zhe did not need to watch as he could already guess the outcome. His sister's skills were not bad. If it was a solo match, Canton Waste would definitely not be her opponent. Qin Bao liked to study everything. She would watch videos, read guides, and read runes in order to train a hero well. When the two enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. As soon as they went online, they started arguing with each other. They were indifferent to life and death. Qin Bao was playing Garen, while Canton Waste was playing Annie. His sister had learned from Qin Zhe. In a solo match, one did not have to choose the best hero, but they had to choose a warrior or a tank. At least it was safer. If they could not win, they could still escape. But it was not the same for Brittle Skin. If they were not careful, they would be insta-killed. Qin Bao took the lead and killed her opponent 3 times. She looked up to the sky and laughed. She typed, "Damn trash, now you know how powerful a king is." She did not give the opponent a chance to retort and left the room. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Zijin took off her headphones and stretched. She said, "I'm going to take a shower." She was watching some TV series. A woman's mournful voice came from the phone. "Child, actually, your father is not your biological father." Qin Zhe looked at Qin Bao, and his expression changed slightly. Qin Bao did not realize it. She put on the most glorious posture of a working person, and walked 2 rounds around the coffee table. Without saying anything, she pushed Qin Zhe down and sat on his waist. She smiled brightly. "Hurry up and say that your sister is the best." Qin Zhe forced a smile and said perfunctorily, "Your sister is the best." Qin Bao sat on her brother's waist and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin came out of the room with her pajamas. She was stunned. "Hey, why are you sitting on him? Come down." She pulled Qin Bao down. Qin Bao was caught off guard and fell on her butt. She rubbed her butt and chased Wang Zijin to the bathroom. "Wang Zijin, are you trying to kill me so that you can inherit my Aunt Flower?" Chapter 164. In the evening, Qin Zhe was not sleepy at all. He made a cup of strong tea and sat on the sofa to write notes. He wanted to make a summary of the separatist orders in the past few days and focus on self-reflection on short-term operations. He also wanted to build a simple mathematical model to evaluate each major board. There was an expensive desk in Qin Zhe's room. It was also bought by his sister, who said that she raised him with a handful of feces and urine. However, Qin Zhe had a psychological shadow of the study since he was a child. He did not like to study at the desk. The notebook was placed on his lap. It was very tiring to write. Maybe he should consider buying a mobile blackboard and place it in the living room. This way, whether it was building a mathematical model or analyzing a listed company's financial statements, weekly or monthly, there would be enough space. He did not need to condescend to a small notebook. Click! The door handle was twisted slightly. His sister carefully got out of the door and closed the door quietly. "Why are you still awake? I saw the light in the living room was on." Qin Baobao's hair was slightly messy, which made her look lazy and cute. "I can't sleep, so I wrote something." "Sister Ziwei is asleep?" Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. Qin Baobao rushed over from the coffee table and took away his cigarette. She said angrily, "I told you not to smoke. If you don't behave, I will hit you." Her bare pajamas were loose, and her breasts were too big. In this position, it was easy to see the deep cleavage in the collar. There was nothing in the pajamas. Qin Zhe looked away quietly. Qin Baobao took out a bag of snacks from the cupboard. She opened the chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Women love snacks, and Qin Baobao was no exception. There were snacks at home at all times. His sister suddenly turned her head and smiled. "Ace, do you want to eat Mimi?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He turned his head and looked at his sister's breasts. He asked in disbelief, "Can it be eaten?" "Of course it can be eaten. It is not expired." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and threw a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. The whole world suddenly became dull. Qin Zhe didn't take it. He lowered his head and wrote his notes. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa, munching on snacks and playing with her phone. She mumbled, "I'm under a lot of pressure and I can't sleep. Ace, help me massage my waist." "I'm busy." Qin Zhe buried his head in writing. Qin Baobao whimpered, "Could it be that my body is no longer attractive to you?" Only then did Qin Zhe raise his head. He held up his notebook and pretended to type. "You used the word already well." His sister always liked to flirt in front of him. Qin Baobao propped herself up and moved her butt to Qin Zhe's side, saying, "Something's not right, something's not right." "What's wrong?" Qin Zhe was puzzled. Qin Baobao said faintly, "There's something wrong with Wang Zijin. She was just chatting with me. She said that she wanted to maintain her dignity as an elder sister. She can't joke around with you and can't be too intimate with you. She obviously can't stand A's being so nice to her." Qin Baobao raised her head and looked into Qin Zhe's eyes. She sneered, "Do you think she's jealous? My sister raised me with all her might. What's wrong with being intimate with her?" Qin Zhe smelled a faint scent of gunpowder and knew what to say at this time. Qin Baobao smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "That's right. How can a younger brother be considered a good younger brother if he doesn't get intimate with his sister?" Qin Zhe said, "There's nothing wrong with that." He chuckled at his sister. Qin Baobao knocked his head and stared at him. "Don't do that to my sister." Qin Zhe lowered his head and continued to write down his notes. Qin Baobao stared at him with all her might, causing Qin Zhe's hair to stand. He said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Baobao said, "Handsome." Qin Zhe harumphed. "You don't have to tell me that." Qin Baobao was puzzled. "It's a pity that you can't tell." Qin Zhe flicked her forehead. "Pa." Then, he was beaten up by his teary-eyed sister. "What do you think Wang Zijin sees in you?" Qin Baobao said in a depressed tone. "She's a lady from a rich family. There's no reason for her taste to be so bad. Other than being able to cook and compose songs, there's nothing special about you. Could this be the legendary blind white swan?" Qin Zhe had a good impression of Wang Zijin and believed that she did too. However, it wasn't to the extent of being rude. He wanted to, but he was afraid that he would be rude to Wang Zijin. Some feelings should just go with the flow. Qin Baobao said bitterly, "It's not easy for me to raise a pig. What's a lady like her thinking about?" Qin Zhe suddenly held his sister's hand. "Sister, do you know the drama Sister Ziwei watches?" Qin Baobao pretended to be calm. "I know. I think it's called Mom Hit Me Again." "Huh." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Bah." Qin Baobao spat. She was nervous and said a popular joke on the internet recently. The main character in Mom Hug Me Again is miserable. First, she was cuckolded by her boyfriend. Then, a domineering CEO fell in love with her and pursued her with all his might. The main character pretended to be reserved, and then fell under the attacks of the domineering CEO. The two lovers finally got married, but when their parents met, her mother collapsed. It turned out that the CEO's father was her lover when she was young. Unfortunately, for the sake of the family business, he married a woman he didn't love and abandoned the mother and daughter. Her mother wailed, "Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Your boyfriend is your younger brother." Qin Baobao laughed and rolled on the sofa. This scriptwriter is really talented. His brain is full of twists and turns. Qin Zhe's eyes were a little sad. "Child, actually your father is not your biological father," Qin Baobao said again. The most miserable person in the whole drama is actually the main character's father. He raised his daughter for more than 20 years and suddenly found out that he was the one who took over her. His heart hurts so much that he can't breathe. Qin Zhe's eyes were even sadder. "Old master, you have to hold on." Then, have you ever thought about what if this kind of thing happened in reality? For example, you. Qin Baobao was stunned and scolded. "Get lost. Sister is so beautiful. How can she not be your biological daughter? You are the one who was picked up." Her younger brother's words were a little abrupt, but they often quarreled with each other when they were young. Qin Baobao said her younger brother was unnecessary, and Qin Zhe said her sister was wrong. One overgave birth and the other got pregnant before marriage. "I don't want to quarrel with you." Qin Zhe waved his hand. If. It's quite good," Qin Baobao said with a smile. "Good." Qin Zhe couldn't help but touch his sister's forehead. Could it be that his sister's worldview had collapsed? What's good about it? This kind of thing is popular in the eyes of onlookers. If it happens to you, it will be a disaster, Qin Zhe said. That's true. Qin Baobao felt that it made sense. She thought about it and muttered, "You are even born from the same mother." "What?" "Nothing." His sister was much more relaxed. She moved over to hold Qin Zhe's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder out of habit. Qin Zhe didn't hold his sister's waist. He sniffed the fragrance of her shampoo and focused on writing notes. Qin Baobao munched on her snacks. "Sister, let me ask you something. You are not my biological daughter." "No, I don't want to talk about this." "Then ask. If a big shot in the entertainment industry wants to have sex with you, what will you do? You only ask such disgusting questions." Qin Baobao glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Are you a psychopath?" His sister pinched him as a punishment. The entertainment industry has its rules. You can't just have sex with whoever you want. People with a bit of business sense will put profit first. Anyway, there are many women who are willing to send themselves to your door. Why bother with one or two? As long as you can make money, everyone can sit down and talk. Of course, this is only the case for most people. There are also some lustful people who always want to get young and beautiful female stars. It is best to treat them as playthings. If they don't listen, they will be banned. They would rather make less money. One or two stars won't have much impact on the company. And stars have contracts and are controlled by others. Most of them will obediently compromise and not be willing to give up this career. Those who are unwilling to sell their bodies will choose to be banned. There are many stars in the entertainment industry who are short-lived. Not bad. You are very meticulous in your work. Qin Zhe was surprised. Of course, Qin Baobao said proudly. In addition to her pleasant appearance, she was also smart. She was not a useless vase. For her, work was the same as learning. How to absorb knowledge, how to think about difficult problems, the routine was the same. What if there are ignorant capitalists in the entertainment industry who are interested in you? After all, you are so beautiful, Qin Zhe said. For example, the CEO of Star Art. Qin Baobao looked pitiful and coquettish. Then I can only rely on A's to make the decision for me, Qin Zhe said helplessly. Speak properly. Qin Baobao sighed. What else can I do? I have to quit at the last minute and endure until the contract ends. Dreams and reality are like fish and bear paws. I can't have both. I don't want to have sex with a pregnant man. Also, I am famous. I am a big star. Even if I quit the entertainment industry, I don't care. As long as I have AZS money, I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. A few songs can feed me for the rest of my life. You make it sound like I don't want to get married. Qinzhe complained. Qin Baobao was about to speak when Qinzhe said, with such a beautiful sister, why would I want to get married? Qin Baobao heard her brother's sarcastic tone and said angrily, then you can marry Wang Zijin. I don't think you will mind if I take your money. Sister Xian is a legitimate second-generation heir. It shouldn't be a problem for her to use her connections to protect you, right? Let's talk about it later. I always feel that if friends owe too many favors, their friendship will change. Qin Baobao was a bit conflicted. Qinzhe smiled and patted the dog's head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Qin Baobao didn't argue with him. She looked at him weakly and said in a low voice, Ace, can you sing a song for me? A fairy tale? Time boils the rain. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? Ooh. It was late at night. In the quiet living room, Qinzhe's low voice floated. His face was pressed against his sister's hair. He looked straight ahead. His eyes were bright and deep, as if some kind of emotion was rippling. We agreed not to separate. We'll always be together even if time is the enemy, even if the whole world is gone. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 165. Qinzhe's internship was like a salted fish that wanted to flop around but couldn't make a splash. Other than the 2 hours of training every day, he spent the rest of his time sitting in the office, listening to other colleagues talking on the phone and talking about business. Occasionally, Li Linfeng would come out of the office and give orders to his subordinates. At that time, Qinzhe would prick up his ears to listen to this elite's judgment and experience of the market. Yang Jian was a lively joker who couldn't stay still. He loved to wander around the offices and flirt with the girls at the front desk, eager to meet the beautiful CEO. For a few days, he didn't even see a shadow of her. He wished he could go to the ladies' room and wait for her. Qinzhe finally understood why this guy who claimed to be a science expert resigned from a big company. He often instilled his own theory in Qinzhe. Big companies worry, small companies do the labor, and medium-sized companies fish in troubled waters. What a bullsh**T theory. He wasn't someone who was willing to work hard in his career. The reason for his resignation was that he couldn't stand his former employer's frequent overtime. Yang Jian said, anyway, I'm a local. I have a house, a car, parents' savings, medical insurance, and pension. What's the point of working hard? I might not succeed even if I rack my brains. I'll live a well-off life and be free. Qinzhe thought, damn, isn't this the life I used to yearn for? What a bosom friend. This morning, Yang Jian didn't go out to play. Instead, he pounced in front of the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard. What are you doing? Qinzhe saw that he didn't stop typing and it was a little noisy. I'm filling in the blanks. Yang Jian looked at the computer. I'm cheering for your sister. What do you mean? Qinzhe leaned over to take a look. Qin Baobao released a single this week. There are a few popular idols at the same time. The competition is very fierce. Promotion, buying news, fans scolding each other. Yang Jian turned his head. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Qinzhe denied. In fact, he didn't know that his sister only said that she was going to release an album soon. She didn't say the specific time, nor did she ask him for songs. When she was in Singer, Qin Baobao needed good songs to support her appearance, so she pestered her brother. Now that she was famous, the company was willing to spend resources on her, so she didn't pester her brother anymore. What's the situation now? Qinzhe asked. What's the situation? Yang Jian asked. Isn't it just fans who flame each other? And there's no clear winner? Among the celebrities who released their singles at the same time, there are two strong competitors for the chart. One is a young hunk, and the other is a veteran singer. What we fans need to do is to help our idols promote their singles, and then go to their competitors' forums and Weibo to flame them. Yang Jian said, I've opened more than 10 alternate accounts to attack them. I see. It's just like how football fans fight over the team they support. Qinzhe nodded. Qin Baobao's music video was released yesterday. Yang Jian suddenly complained. Why didn't you write songs for your sister? The battle is very stalemate, and no one can suppress the other. Qinze had never understood the difference between a single and an album. His sister explained that it was the difference between wholesale and retail. Generally speaking, a single was generally recognized as containing 1 to 3 songs, while an album had more than 7 songs and was sold as a package. It was no longer the era of CDs and records. There were very few celebrities who released big albums. Generally, they released singles, so singles could also be called albums. MVs were produced to promote singles or albums. In the era when the internet was not yet prosperous, CDs and albums were one of the most profitable channels for singers. But now, releasing albums was more for fame, and making money was secondary. Is this the legendary ranking? Qinze asked. I'm not sure. Yang Jian said. There was a lot of water in the so-called ranking list. To a certain extent, it was to deceive consumers, such as falsifying data. Similar examples, the ranking in the book distribution industry. Publishers would buy back books to create the illusion that the books were popular and rush to the ranking. Then it depended on the fans. Qinze opened the website of the top Chinese music chart and clicked on the daily MV chart. He found that Qin Baobao's MV was at the top. The song was called Immature. He watched the MV. The female lead was Qin Baobao, and the male lead was a second-tier celebrity. They were both wearing high school uniforms. It was about a love that happened in school. They met on the basketball court, wrote letters to each other, fell in love in the storage room, and then their relationship was exposed. Under the pressure of the school and parents, this immature love ended. The only inconsistency was that his sister's breasts were too big, which made it a bit out of character. How could a high school student have such a big chest? It was not scientific. The MV was beautifully produced and the singing was okay. It was definitely not a masterpiece, but the quality was good. Qinze was relieved after watching it. The MV promoted a kind of immature and pure love. The male and female leads at most held hands and did not kiss. He opened the Pleasant Music website. It was the same daily MV chart, but the top was Dragon of the East, a song by A Little Fresh Meat. Qin Baobao's Immature was in second place. He switched to another music website, and the top was Melancholy. It was a song by a Hong Kong old man. When this old man was active in the music industry, Qin Baobao was still in junior high school. The older generation of Hong Kong artists was excellent. They were experienced actors and had real talent. But there was no successor, and the new generation of artists could not take over. No wonder Yang Jian said the competition was fierce. He looked at the comments again. There were a lot of trolls and fans. The way my goddess looks in her school uniform really stimulated this uniform fetish of mine. As long as it's your song, I will support it. I'm waiting for the release of the single. Blue and White Porcelain single is still on loop. Qin Baobao's singing is good. It's not good. Looking forward to the release of the single. Love Qin Baobao. To be honest, after watching the MV, I feel that my standard has dropped. I looked at the composer. It's not your brother. If Immature is already a high standard for a single, then what else do I have to look forward to? I'll withdraw first and wait for your next album. I hope it's written by your brother. The other two people's comments were mixed. Some praised, some criticized. What Yang Jian said was right. If all the songs that Baby Qin sang on I Am a Singer were compiled and made into a digital album, it would probably sell well on the internet. However, Qinze sold the internet rights, but he still had the CD album. It was said that it was selling very well, and there was also income from other channels. Therefore, his sister's coffers would definitely be full. At noon, Qinze and Yang Jian agreed to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Before leaving the company, he received a message from Nan Man Pei. She invited him for lunch and included the address. It was very close to the company. It only took 10 minutes to walk there. Wangxiang Restaurant, private room. Nan Man Pei put down her phone and picked up a cold dish with her chopsticks. Her phone screen lit up. Qinze's reply, okay. Sitting next to her was an elegant woman. She twisted her neck and took a sip of watermelon juice. Her eyes never left her phone. The phone was playing an instructional video of a well-known game. The dynamic sound effects echoed in the small private room. How many days has it been? Aren't you tired of watching these things? Nan Man Pei tapped her fingers on the table. You never watched these videos. It didn't matter before, as long as you were happy playing games. But I recently met a bitch. Su Yu's gnashing of teeth destroyed her elegant temperament. She said, It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I can endure for 3 days at most. I want to get back my face. Nan Man Pei was speechless. How old are you? You only know how to play games in addition to work. Will you be single forever? Let's not call the kettle black. Su Yu said, It's good to play games. Whoever you don't like, you can scold them. You don't have to consider the quality of your image. TSK, it's a good place. I like those people scolding me the most. I can scold them all day. Nan Man Pei's eyes flashed helplessness and pity. She sighed. Well, don't watch it. I guess he will be here soon. You don't want to lose your image in front of your subordinates. Su Yu followed her words and exited the video. Her sitting posture immediately became dignified and elegant. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the door in, followed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe thought that sitting next to Nan Man Pei would be Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. When he saw the beautiful woman, he was stunned. Isn't this the beautiful president of their company? How can she sit with a mature woman sister? What kind of secret deal do they have? Nan Man Pei waved and smiled gently. Sit. Qin Zhe's puzzled eyes wandered between the two, guessing their relationship. The beautiful president didn't care about Qin Zhe's gaze and nodded with a smile. Nan Man Pei dispelled his doubts. I'm one of the shareholders of Julie Company. Qin Zhe suddenly realized and felt incredible. What a coincidence. He suddenly woke up. Damn, I was wondering why the routine of doing test papers was so familiar. Nan Man Pei asked the waiter to serve the dishes and said, When will you come to our house to play? Donglai and Ziki miss you very much. You are definitely being polite. Li Donglai thought that I can understand. Pei Ziki? She never looked at me. I've been very busy with work recently. Qin Zhe subconsciously evaded. Nan Man Pei turned to ask Su Yu, Is the company so busy? Su Yu smiled and said, Maybe it's busy at home. Why does this sound strange? Qin Zhe thought it was wrong. Then they chatted a few words. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei were not close or unfamiliar. But there was an orchid in the empty valley around them. Many topics were not easy to talk about. They talked about some suggestions about Li Donglai's study. Nan Man Pei listened patiently and said that he would urge him later. The orchid in the empty valley occasionally inserted a few words, saying that the weather was hot and scary. Nan Man, let's go to the resort to avoid the summer. Qin Zhe smiled and said, Which summer resort can compare to an air-conditioned room? Su Yu glanced at him and did not speak. It's embarrassing. Nan Man Pei deeply agreed. That's reasonable. When they were about to finish eating, Su Yu took the initiative to talk to Qin Zhe for the first time. She showed a shallow, beautiful smile. Qin Zhe, you and Nan Man are acquaintances. I won't treat you as an outsider. I heard that you said in the interview that your stock profit is 100%. If I give you 5 million, can you double it in a month? Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Su Yu saw that he didn't speak and smiled. No confidence. You have an indecent smile on your face. I suspect that you are playing with me. Qin Zhe thought. Chapter 166. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Qin Zhe was shocked and rejected the bold idea of the beautiful president. Su Yu and Nan Man Pei looked at each other. The former had a wicked smile on her face, while the latter was blaming him. Nan Man Pei said softly, She's joking with you. Su Yu smiled and passed it by. Naturally, she couldn't let a rookie manage a 5 million project. No matter how big the family was, it would be squandered. She just wanted to test Qin Zhe and see how he would react. If he agreed excitedly, then he must have an arrogant personality that needed to be sharpened for a few more years. Qin Zhe refused without hesitation, which made her quite satisfied. Qin Zhe said in his heart, She really tricked me. When leaving the restaurant, the two women walked in front. Qin Zhe observed their buttocks from behind. It was really the two women's buttocks that were particularly charming. Nan Man Pei's buttocks were more plump and naturally more attractive. Su Yu's were a size smaller, but they were more perky. Looking left and right, it seemed that his sister's buttocks were more attractive. Qinze waved his hand and slapped himself twice. Nanman Pei turned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suyu looked at him curiously. Qinze said expressionlessly, "I want to know if there's any medicine to save me." Nanman Pei didn't understand the deep meaning of his words. He didn't struggle and continued to walk forward. Suyu glanced at him with a smile. The parking space was 100 meters away. The parking spaces near the restaurant were full. In a first-tier city, parking spaces were always precious. There were too many people who could afford to buy a car. Even if they couldn't, they could save some money like his sister and buy a car. Qinze suddenly remembered and asked the system, "System, why didn't you issue the task just now? Is it because I didn't meet the requirements in my heart?" The system responded, "What do you want to show off?" Qinze snorted disdainfully. "Nonsense. How can the matters of a cultured person be called pretentious? It's called showing off in front of people." The system said, "Don't joke, they said it was a joke. So what if you've issued a mission? They won't let you do it. Just wait for your points to drop to 0. Qinze wondered, "Didn't you say that I wouldn't become a vegetable?" The system asked, "Without me? What's the difference between you and 404? Qinze was speechless. He asked, "If I accidentally expose your existence, will you still kill me?" The system said, "It won't." So open-minded? Qinze was elated. Unexpectedly, the system changed the topic. "I will kill you. You black-hearted maggot." Qinze saw Nanman Pei waving to him before he got in the car. He raised his hand and waved. "Strangely, so you didn't go back to the company." He got into Nanman Pei's car and went together. "I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out." Suyu leaned back in her seat and stretched her body slightly. Her neck was white and her chest was neither tall nor small. "An overseas doctor also has a problem that you can't figure out?" Nanman Pei looked ahead and focused on driving. The most difficult thing in the world is the human heart, and the most difficult feelings. Suyu winked. "That kid is barely handsome. His temperament is in line with the word gentle in the book. His IQ may be terrifying. Other than that, I don't feel that he's too outstanding. How can you be entangled with him?" "Entangled?" Nanman Pei shook his head and laughed. "Sometimes I'm curious. First glance he looks ordinary. After getting along with him for a long time, I feel that he's quite shameless. But the deeper I understand him, the more I want to know where his limits are. Whether it's an exam paper, playing the piano, or even writing songs, he always gives people an unfathomable illusion. It makes people scratch at their hearts. You can't see the limits, so you feel that you can't control him." So you thought for a moment. Because of the abnormal desire for control? Nanman Pei didn't refute. "Oh, I heard that when a woman is curious about a man, it's often the beginning of her fall." Suyu said, "Your ex-husband's matter hasn't been settled yet. Don't think about raising a gigolo." Only when she got along with Nanman Pei, Suyu shed her cold disguise and became active like a little girl. Nanman Pei turned his head and glanced at her. "You read too many romance novels." After a moment of silence, Nanman Pei suddenly said, "If you feel lonely, why don't you find a boyfriend?" Suyu was stunned. Her smile faded. It was unclear whether it was a cold or melancholy look on her face. She stared blankly at the scenery passing by quickly outside the car window. On the other side, Qinze heard a ding in his mind. The mission came. Show of Divinity. Help Qin Bao Bao win the top single sales of this month. Success will reward 600 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. Why is Qin Bao Bao's mission messed up? Qinze expressed his puzzlement. Your own psychological desire. Don't you understand? The system said. What are you talking about? Qinze felt guilty. Host, please have a little more psychological desire to show off. Let me appear a few more times. The system said. Please sob sob sob. Sob your sister. Learn from Qin Bao Bao, don't you? Qinze took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. When will your single be released? A few minutes later, his sister replied. Thursday. I heard that the promotional MV was released today. Qin Bao Bao sent a heya emoji. Work hard, fight for the championship. There are two strong competitors in the same period. His sister sent another heya emoji. It's okay. I'm a little fairy. I can kill them in minutes. I just want to ask, how much money can you make? Heya, I'm not telling you. Where did all these stupid emojis come from? Did Sister Ziwei spread it to you? Since Wang Zijin worked in an online media company, she had unlocked all kinds of internet knowledge. Recently, she was keen on using funny emojis. She would send a funny brother to Qin Zhe. When chatting, the frequency of her appearance was very high. Qin Baobao mischievously sent a series of heya emojis. Qin Zhe sent a message to Yang Jian to help him apply for leave. He hailed a taxi from the roadside. Driver, go to Yuanxing Road number 1168, Xingyi Building. At Xingyi Building, a few leaders of the marketing department gathered together for a small meeting while they were having their meal. Lunch was ordered at a nearby restaurant. The 6 of them had a sumptuous meal. Anyway, the company would reimburse them. Of course, low-level employees did not have such benefits. How's the publicity of Qin Baobao's MV? The deputy manager asked. It's okay. A group leader said. It's stable in the top 3. The deputy manager chewed and muttered. Top 3. Is there any hope of crushing the singers in the same batch? The group leader was the person in charge of the marketing of Qin Baobao's single album. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, Boss, the top 3 is already not bad. In the same batch, there's a little fresh meat and an old singer from Xiangjiang. They both have a huge fan base. It's already very good that Qin Baobao can compete with them. Another person in charge said, as long as it's stable in the top 3, the effect will be good. After the single is released, it will definitely make a lot of money. It's just a matter of how much money it earns. The deputy manager sighed. It's been a long time since the company's artists have won the sales title. The competition in the market now is too fierce. Little fresh meats are everywhere. The small leader who was once in charge of the promotion and marketing of Sulu's album deeply agreed, and expressed his opinion. The domestic market is popular to hype IP. Acting and singing are secondary. If a celebrity becomes popular, there will naturally be a lot of fans chasing after them. There's a good saying on the internet, good looks are justice. The deputy manager pointed out. This is a sick market. When I first entered this industry, the self-cultivation of an actor was the first and unshakable foundation. Now it's not like that. Some stars don't even need to remember their lines when they act. They just need to memorize the numbers. Some little fresh meats have to use dozens or hundreds of stand-ins to shoot a film. There are even more excessive ones who have to edit the film later. Having said that, star art itself was also hyping up IP, and also promoting little fresh meats with good looks but no acting skills. Including Qin Baobao, who was known to have great potential, they were also hyping it up. If it weren't for the popular little fresh meat and the old singer with a good reputation in Xiangjiang, star art would have successfully hyped Qin Baobao to the top of the sales title. The small leader who was once in charge of Sulu's album curled his lips and said, Qin Baobao's foundation is still too thin. The company is so supportive, but the hope of winning the title is still slim. The leader in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album retorted, this result is already very good, and the company invested less money this time than Sulu. But the results are better. What are you saying? If it weren't for Qin Baobao being insensible and causing Sulu to fail in the singer program, and the publicity effect wasn't achieved, would the sales have fallen so badly? Your words are even more unpleasant to hear. She doesn't have the strength, but she's right? Why else would it be said that the bigger the company, the more complicated the cliques? The two almost quarreled. Let's eat. The deputy manager tried to smooth things over. I remember that the company talked to Qin Baobao before, and wanted her brother to help write songs. She didn't agree? This girl has a personality. She refused such a good thing. She also refused the underwear advertisement last time. I've never seen such a stubborn newcomer. I heard rumors in the company that President Huang has an affair with her. I really don't know about this, but President Huang's secretary informed us to cancel the underwear advertisement. On the 25th floor, 3 floors away, Qin Baobao, Li Yanhong, and 2 assistants were eating in the lounge next to the sound recordist. As her status rose, her benefits gradually improved. Her meals and trips could be reimbursed. However, she didn't care about this small amount of money. Just relying on the copyright fees of the previous songs, She could live a well-off life for the rest of her life. While Li Yanhong was eating, she didn't forget to check the forum to pay attention to the situation of the music video. The competition is really fierce. Looking at the current situation, Bao Bao, it's already very good if you can hold on to the top 3. Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating and hummed. She also lowered her head to play with her mobile phone, but she was chatting with her brother. Her agent, including the company's marketing department, were working hard to promote her single album, but she herself was calm and relaxed. Seeing her attitude, Li Yanhong was a little helpless. She had taken care of many stars, not to mention a big hit like Qin Bao Bao. Even a third-tier star was full of fighting spirit and worked hard, full of the aura of, "I'm a model worker." Li Yanhong hadn't been in contact with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she would have sighed with emotion. If you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. Qin Bao Bao actually had her own plans. Qin Ma had a good saying, the more you get, the more you lose. She had just emerged in the entertainment industry and wanted to ride a rocket to climb up. It didn't matter if she didn't have any connections. She could only rely on stripping. It was widely known that Qin Bao Bao was President Huang's henchman and had the president's protection. However, Qin Bao Bao herself knew that when the company's high-level meeting ended a few days ago, Qin Bao Bao happened to pass by and saw the president from afar. That was all. Chapter 167. Li Yanhong was still nagging, asking why she didn't ask her brother to help her write a song. Qin Bao Bao impatiently frowned. My brother doesn't have time. He's busy. He's amazing. Li Yanhong had been in the management industry for 7 to 8 years. The highest star she managed was a C-list star, and it took years of hard work to get there. She thought that the hard work was finally over, but who knew that the female star who relied on underhanded means to get to the top would fall in love with a rich second generation. With the dream of marrying into a rich family, she would wash her hands of the industry. It's said that once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the ocean. But how could it be so easy to enter a rich family? In the end, she couldn't escape the fate of abandoning her. If she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, her popularity and youth would no longer be at the peak. The 2 female assistants couldn't hold back their laughter. Qin Bao Bao's title of brother bragging crazy demon was well known in the entertainment industry. In fact, she really liked to brag about her brother. For example, right now, Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the 2 female assistants quickly lowered their heads. The door to the lounge was pushed open and the receptionist came in. Miss Qin, your brother is here. I told him to wait in your office. This recording area was off-limits to non-staff members. You guys eat first. Qin Bao Bao threw her chopsticks and ran out in her low heels. This was Qin Zhe's 3rd visit to his sister's office. He could clearly feel the changes here. The interior decoration was much more elegant. There were 2 huge ink paintings hanging on the wall. One was the Clivia, and the other was the famous banana crane painting. There was a row of glass pots for flowers and plants by the floor-to-ceiling window. There were also a few brown sofas across the desk. Qin Zhe closed the door and sat on his sister's chair. He wanted to experience the pleasure of having his own office. In Star Art Entertainment, all the artists who debuted had their own office. The only difference was the size. He seemed to have touched something by his feet. He looked down and saw a black sports bag. He recognized it. Qin Bao Bao carried this thing out every day. The office was so big. Why did she put the bag on the floor? Qin Zhe bent over and picked up the bag. He placed it on the desk and opened the sports bag. The bag was stuffed with a messy dance costume and a 36D bra. Qin Zhe knew that his sister was 36D a long time ago. As a normal younger brother, he shouldn't know about his sister's private matters. However, 1 year and 1 month, his sister's online shopping account was unexpectedly frozen, so she used her younger brother's account to buy some underwear. That was how Qin Zhe found out about his sister's size. That year, Qin Zhe had just entered university and had yet to explore the world of experienced women. Naively, Chinese women were almost all of the same size. It was only when he had maxed out his experience and was promoted to an experienced woman that he realized how terrifying a 36D was. There was also a pair of black underwear made of translucent ice silk, the kind that was very mature and attractive. The point is, my sister doesn't have a boyfriend. There were suspicious wet stains. The door of the room was pushed open and his sister's excited voice could be heard. "Little pervert, why didn't you tell your sister?" The elder sister, who had just pushed the door open, saw this scene and her voice stopped abruptly. In the office, Qinzhe stared fiercely at his sister's underwear. Qin Baobao blushed, trotted over, grabbed the sports bag, zipped it up and said angrily, "Don't touch my things." Although there were n pairs of underwear hanging on the balcony at home, but looking at her naked body like this still made her feel embarrassed. Qinzhe asked suspiciously, "Why did you bring 2 sets of underwear to work?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "I don't want to practice dancing. So hot and sweaty. Do you want to wear it all day?" Qinzhe suddenly understood. "Then I'm relieved. So it was just sweat." "Relieved about what?" His sister's eyes seemed to flash. "Nothing." Qinzhe took out a cigarette, but before he could light it, a fair and tender hand snatched it away and threw it into the trash can. Qin Baobao rummaged through her brother's pockets. "I told you not to smoke, but you bought it again. Hand it over." Qinzhe was annoyed by her and said angrily, "That's enough. Are you my mother or my sister?" "An elder sister is like a mother," Qin Baobao said. "I'm doing this for your own good. Why smoke at such a young age? When you get married in the future, it will affect your fertility." "None of your business." Qin Baobao choked. "Anyway, you're not allowed to smoke." Qinzhe's cigarettes that he bought in the morning were confiscated. He made up his mind not to smoke in front of her. "Why did you come to Star Art? Aren't you working? You only know how to slack off." Qin Baobao was happy that her brother came to play with her, but her mouth was unforgiving. Qinzhe thought, the system already gave me a task, how could I not come? That's why people say bitches are pretentious. He actually wanted to help his sister win. "I heard that the ranking competition for your MV is very fierce?" "What ranking? Do you think it's a game?" Qin Baobao ridiculed. "Fighting for the rankings. Is there any hope of winning this month's sales?" "I'm not sure, it's a bit difficult." "Useless thing, it seems like I have to do it myself." The office door was pushed open again. Li Yanhong carried Qin Baobao's leftover food over. "Baobao, I brought it over for you." She looked at Qinzhe and smiled. "Have you eaten?" Qinzhe said he had eaten. He turned his head and said to his sister, "I wrote a few songs for you. Is it too late to change songs now?" Li Yanhong's eyes widened. "You wrote songs? I thought you didn't have time." Qinzhe looked at her strangely. "Who told you I didn't have time? I don't want too much time, okay?" Qin Baobao whispered. "Weren't you busy with interviews a few days ago? Writing songs is very taxing on your mind and brain. It affects your energy." Qin Baobao had no choice in the past, so she pestered her brother to write songs. Now that the business was barely on the right track, she didn't pester Qinzhe endlessly. "Of course I have songs. I'm just afraid that you can't change the songs you've already decided on," Qinzhe said. We can change it, Li Yanhong answered quickly. "I'll go to the marketing department and tell them." She was overjoyed. Qinzhe's name was a golden signboard in the entertainment industry. The songs he wrote were definitely top-notch. With his help, Qin Baobao's sales #1 was guaranteed. "I'll go and talk to them now." Li Yanhong ran out with a smile. "You really have songs?" Qin Baobao blinked and looked at Qinzhe. "Don't lie to me." "When have I lied to you?" "Quality assurance. It should be no problem." Qin Baobao put her arms around Qinzhe's neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Good boy, I'll reward you with a kiss." Qinzhe turned his face to one side. "I want one here too. Get lost." His sister slapped him on the head. She only had one wave of hooliganism. She couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yanhong found several small leaders of the marketing department. They were still eating, and there were a few bottles of beer on the table. They were usually busy with work and only had an hour at noon to rest. It was most suitable for drinking and chatting. Naturally, the door of the lounge was not closed. Li Yanhong came in directly and said to the deputy manager of the marketing department, "Manager Yang, I want to discuss something with you. The tracks of Qin Baobao's album need to be changed." Manager Yang frowned. Group leader Su, who was in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album, said unhappily, "Haven't the tracks been set? They can't be changed. First, there is no guarantee of quality. The company has invested so many resources in promotion and publicity. If the sales volume is ruined, who will be responsible for the loss? Second, there is no way to change the songs for you in a short period of time. Li Yanhong was about to speak when Manager Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Yanhong, I know you are worried that Qin Baobao won't be the sales champion this time. There is nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, we joined the company in the same year. You haven't brought up a successful artist in all these years. You are a little anxious for quick success. I understand. At least there is hope for the top 3. It is already very good. Why change the songs? Another group leader said. Li Yanhong finally seized the opportunity to speak. Qin Baobao's brother is here. He wants to change the songs. Group leader Su said unhappily. So what if her brother is here? Why does he care about our company's business? After saying that, his eyes widened. He sent the songs? Li Yanhong nodded. Group leader Su looked at Manager Yang. Boss, what do you say? Manager Yang said. Change it. Of course we have to change it. But I have to go take a look. When the other leaders heard this, they also joined in the fun. The group left the lounge and rushed to the recording area. When the leaders of the marketing department arrived, Qin Zhe was already practicing with his sister in the recording studio. Qin Baobao was indoors and Qin Zhe was outside the soundproof glass, monitoring with the recording studio. There were a few computers and tuning equipment in front of him. The structure of the recording studio reminded Qin Zhe of the interrogation rooms on TV. The